Addiction doesn't start with a bang. It doesn't announce itself with flashing lights or a change in tone. It begins quietly, often starting as a coping mechanism, or as a way to manage anxiety, or fill loneliness, or escape a life that feels increasingly hollow. But over time, it does something far more insidious. It doesn't just change one's behavior, it rewires identity. So, what makes addiction especially dangerous is that it hijacks the very systems meant to keep us grounded, the reward center of the brain. The dopamine driven mechanism that tells us when something feels good becomes flooded, overstimulated, and eventually dependent. That feeling of, I need this, stops being about the substance or the habit itself. It becomes fused with who the person believes that they are. And slowly, the lines between necessity and desire begin to blur. What starts as escapism evolves into obsession. At first, it's a secret. Then it becomes a pattern. Lies begin to pile up, not necessarily out of malice, but as a survival tactic. The addiction brain isn't trying to fool others as much as trying to preserve access to the only thing that still feels good. And once the lie becomes routine, the truth becomes irrelevant. Eventually, moral reasoning begins to erode. Family savings disappear, boundaries dissolve, theft becomes justified, jobs are lost. And still, the addicted mind rationalizes it all as temporary, as necessary, as deserved. They just don't understand. They would do the same thing if they felt this way. I'll pay it back. These are not excuses in the traditional sense. They're a product of cognitive dissonance, a mental splitting that allows someone to violate their own values without confronting the guilt. But addiction can go further than deception. In extreme cases, it leads to emotional detachment, a detachment so severe that even the people closest to the addict begin to feel expendable, not because the addict no longer loves them, but because their ability to prioritize anything over the addiction has been chemically dismantled. One man, for instance, became so consumed by his online obsession, specifically an infatuation with a cam model he had never met, that he stole over $200,000 from his family to fund the fantasy. When confronted, he lied. When cut off, he isolated himself. And when even that fantasy was threatened, he did the unthinkable. He murdered his mother, father, and brother, believing in some twisted part of his mind that they were the only thing standing in front of his fantasy. And his name was Grant Amato. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading. Or, if this is your first time here, welcome. Today we are going to be discussing the case of the Amato family, and how their son took their lives to avoid taking any personal responsibility for himself. This case has been one of the more highly requested cases we've ever gotten, as the story itself has been widely covered by other parties. We wanted to wait to review until we were sure our coverage would be more than just regurgitating what has already been said. With that said, if there are any other videos you would like to see on the channel, or any other cases you would like me to dive into, let me know by emailing me at dreading.official@gmail.com. I'm constantly going through the email list, noting down new topics, and adding them to our list of stories to research. However, you should be aware that we cannot research a case more than what has been made public. If a story hasn't been widely reported on, if the police records are being withheld, and information is sparse, there's little we can do. We are also not private investigators or substitute for law enforcement, so we are not able to look into a case ourselves and provide you with that research. I apologize for any confusion our past coverage may have caused, but with all of that said, let's get into the video. The last 3 months have been pretty nonstop for me, between working on my family's land, working on these videos, and taking care of some of our relatives. And unfortunately, I don't necessarily have the time or the skill to deliver healthy meals at the end of the day, which is why I basically solely rely on Factor for most meals. Factor delivers fresh, never frozen, chef-crafted, dietitian-approved meals straight to your door. No prep, no cleanup, no stress. Just heat, eat, and then feel good. Every meal is ready in just 2 minutes, and with over 35 weekly options, I never really get bored. I usually go for Protein Plus or Calorie Smart, but they've also got Keto, Vegan, and Veggie, and even Gourmet Plus if you're feeling fancy. These meals genuinely taste great and make all the difference in our overall performance during the day, mostly because they aren't overprocessed junk food that slows us down. Factor has also helped me stay very consistent with my wellness goals. I eat better and I feel better, and I don't fall into the takeout trap anymore. And plus, they've got over 60 add-ons like smoothies, juices, and snacks to keep me fueled throughout the day. And if things get busy, no problem. Factor is super flexible. You can skip a week or change your plan in just a few taps. Head to factor75.com or click the link below and use code 50dreading to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first Factor box. That's code 50dreading at factor75.com to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box. I cannot recommend them more. The Amato family of Chuliota, Florida, lived a life from the outside that looked enviably stable. Chad and Margaret Amato had worked hard to build a safe, upper-middle-class life for their three sons, Cody, Jason, and Grant. They lived in a comfortable home, away from the chaos of the city, in a tight-knit neighborhood where there was little to no crime. Sometimes a house or a car would get egged, but it was quiet, boring, and safe for the most part. Chad Amato, the father, was a no-nonsense provider, a self-made man. Chad worked as a pharmacist, priding himself on discipline, financial security, and maintaining a household where hard work was the expectation, not an option. He loved his family, but he ruled it with clear boundaries and stern expectations. Margaret Amato, the mother, balanced Chad's sternness with nurturing. She worked in customer service and was known to be patient and endlessly supportive, especially of their sons. Margaret was often described as the glue of the family, the emotional buffer between the boys and their father's high standards. Oftentimes, the boys would choose to share the less savory parts of their lives with their mother, understanding that she could provide a safe sounding board for them. They knew that their dad loved them implicitly, but his stern demeanor often left them feeling terrified of disappointing him. Telling their father that they had failed a test could lead to an argument. Meanwhile, telling their mother the same information would lead to a discussion. Jason Amato, the eldest brother, had his own struggles, particularly with addiction. Because of his struggles, Jason was living independently and wasn't a daily fixture in the family dynamic. Cody Amato, Grant's older brother by 2 years, was viewed by Grant as being the golden child in the family. Grant had always followed in Cody's footsteps. When Cody became interested in health and fitness, deciding to join the weightlifting team in high school, Grant joined as well. When Cody decided that he was going to attend the University of Central Florida to pursue becoming nurse anesthetist, say that 3 times fast, Grant followed suit. Grant adored his brother, but also resented him. They shared almost the same interests, video games, technology, and anime, but Cody was always able to do it a little bit better than his brother, and people were not shy about pointing that out. If Grant got a B in a particular class, that teacher would talk about how Cody had gotten an A. This was seemingly because Grant lacked consistency. He struggled with motivation, often starting tasks and never finishing them. His parents had noticed a pattern when it came to Grant's goals. He would start out bright-eyed, seemingly convinced that whatever the new idea he was interested in was going to be the one. It would be the thing that propelled him into the stratosphere, that got the most eyes on him, and changed his world forever. But when it actually came to trying, to putting effort into the matter, he would almost immediately give up. Most of the time, there wasn't even a hurdle that he was unable to pass. He'd just lose interest in the idea of putting effort in. And to most, especially Chad, it seemed like Grant was always looking for an easy way out. Grant would go on to drop out of the nurse anesthetist program, but would somehow manage to find work at Advent Health Orlando. However, in June of 2018, Orlando police were called to the hospital after a report came in about a potentially suicidal individual. This individual was Grant. When officers arrived, they evaluated him according to Florida's Baker Act standards, looking for signs that he posed a danger to himself or others. Ultimately, they decided he didn't meet the criteria for an involuntary psychiatric hold, but their investigation didn't end there. As officers spoke with hospital staff, a different and more concrete pattern emerged: theft. An internal review at Advent Health had uncovered something troubling. 8 empty vials of propofol, a powerful anesthetic commonly used to sedate surgical patients, were discovered in 2 rooms Grant had been assigned to. No doctors had ordered the administration of the drug, and no medical records accounted for its use. When questioned, Grant immediately confessed to having used the extra drugs. He claimed he had administered the propofol to patients who, in his judgment, weren't being adequately relaxed by the medications ordered by physicians. It was a flimsy defense. In the tightly regulated world of hospital medicine, unauthorized drug administration isn't just a breach of protocol, it's a crime. The hospital immediately suspended him. Not long after, they terminated his employment altogether. Following a deeper investigation, police arrested Grant on a charge of grand theft. The stolen propofol wasn't just a violation of hospital policy, it was a serious legal issue. Grand theft of controlled substances is a felony in Florida, a charge that could have carried significant jail time. Yet, in the end, prosecutors declined to pursue the case. The charges were ultimately dropped, officially leaving Grant free from criminal penalties. But the damage was already done. He had lost his job, his professional standing, and, critically, whatever tenuous stability he had left. Before we move any further, it's important to stop and acknowledge something deeply unsettling. Grant Amato's unauthorized administration of powerful sedatives isn't just a policy violation, it echoes a chilling pattern seen in other, far darker cases. Take, for example, Elizabeth Wettlaufer, the Canadian nurse who confessed to murdering multiple patients under her care. Elizabeth admitted she found a twisted sense of validation and even sexual gratification from her actions, injecting lethal doses of insulin into vulnerable patients as a way to assert control over lives hanging by a thread. Elizabeth would state that after fights with her girlfriend, or times that she was generally feeling insecure about herself, she would like to play God. Now, to be clear, Grant's actions didn't result in death. The patients he drugged survived, but survival in those cases was never a guarantee. Administrating a potent anesthetic like propofol outside of medical guidelines isn't just reckless, it's still a form of playing God. Every time he made that decision, he gambled with someone else's life, without their knowledge, without their consent, and without the safeguards that legitimate medicine demands. Grant Amato wasn't necessarily motivated by the same desires as Wettlaufer. There's no indication he sought pleasure or validation in harming others, but his willingness to deliberately put others in harm's way hints at a dangerous erosion of empathy. Chad and Margaret bailed him out, figuratively and financially, but their patience was running thin. And then came Sylvie. Now unemployed and with the threat of being charged with grand theft looming over his head, Grant began to spend the majority of his day online. It was around this time that he stumbled onto a live streaming site where cam models would perform for tips. Porn addiction isn't officially listed in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, the way substance addictions are. But at its core, porn addiction is a behavioral addiction. It follows the same neurological pathway as gambling addiction, or compulsive shopping, or even drug abuse. Over time, the brain's reward system, the part designed to reinforce behaviors necessary for survival, becomes hijacked by endless novelty and constant stimulation, or a cycle of immediate gratification. What begins as casual, even harmless viewing can escalate into a compulsive need. Not because the material itself becomes more rewarding, but because the brain adapts, numbs, then demands a higher intensity just to feel the same high. It's called tolerance, and it's the same mechanism that drives a casual drinker towards alcoholism, or a gambler towards bankruptcy. But porn addiction carries another, quieter danger. It rewires intimacy. Over time, real human relationships, complicated, slow, emotionally nuanced, begin to feel flat compared to constant, curated perfection online. Reality, with all of its awkwardness and imperfection, can't compete with fantasy. Grant was already in a depressive hole, having the police called on him at work due to the fact that he made alarming statements, then his subsequent arrest and firing. His parents were disappointed in him, namely Chad, and he knew there was no way he'd be able to find another job in the same field, meaning that all of his schooling had been for nothing. His arrest was still looming over his head, and any time the topic was brought up in the home, it would lead to a large-scale argument. Chad and Margaret had allowed Cody and Grant to live with them, while they saved for a place of their own. But now that Grant was unemployed, they worried he would never leave. They wanted to support him, but they were scared they had enabled him instead. In order to try and cheer himself up, he began spending all of his free time on live streaming porn sites, rewiring his dopamine receptors until finally, he found Sylvie, a model based in Bulgaria. Instead of perusing the site all day, Grant spent staggering amounts of time and money on Sylvie, sending her gifts, paying for private shows, and losing himself in the illusion of a relationship. He became utterly fixated. Though he knew she was a cam girl, he began to earnestly believe that the relationship was real. Psychologists would call this erotomania, a delusional disorder where someone believes another person, usually a stranger or a celebrity, is in love with them. Add that to the addictive properties of parasocial relationships and the dopamine reinforcement from the cam site structure, and Grant's brain chemistry was being rewritten daily. To Sylvie, their relationship was a transaction, one that was clearly consented to by both parties, given the site that they were on. She was providing a service, and he was just another customer. But to Grant, she was everything, and he would do anything for her attention. When Grant would watch Sylvie, he would send in donations. She would interact with the chat often, talking to the other parties there. But he wanted to feel special. He wanted her to say his name publicly, to be shocked by how generous he was, and to make her look at him differently than all the other men in the chat room. So Grant started to send Sylvie large amounts of money. He would send her thousands of dollars per chat, so much money that it would genuinely surprise her. At his peak, he had sent in over $20,000 in one night. She would eventually ask Grant what he did for work, and he told her he was a very famous Twitch streamer. Oh boy. To be fair to Grant, he was a streamer, just not a successful one. After being fired, he told his parents that there were people who made all of their money online playing video games. He showed them other online streamers, and how they had become legitimate stars in the online space, and told them that that's what he wanted to do. He presented his plan as if he were guaranteed an audience, and reluctantly, Chad and Margaret agreed to help him pursue streaming. They helped him purchase streaming equipment and gear that he claimed he needed, without realizing he already had access to most of the things necessary to use the platform. After weeks of work, he was able to get a small audience interested in his gaming, although it was by no means enough to live off of, much less support his spending on Sylvie. But streaming gave him the perfect excuse to be on his computer all day. If his parents were to check on him, he could say he was working, even though he was just watching Sylvie. He drained his savings first. He then started stealing from Cody. Grant stole $50,000 from his older brother, and then went on to sell his guns without permission. Grant then stole another $150,000 from their father. Holy shit! To be clear, Chad, Margaret, and Cody had each given Grant permission for small charges, nothing over $100, but he had sufficiently used that to drain their bank accounts, and almost all the retirement money that Chad and Margaret had saved. By early December 2018, on the surface, it looked like Grant Amato's life finally was settling down. The grand theft charge related to the stolen propofol had quietly been dropped, sparing him the immediate threat of prison time. For the first time in months, there was a thin layer of optimism, or at least the illusion of it. In an effort to reset and reconnect, Grant joined his brother Cody and a close friend on a long-planned trip to Japan, a trip Cody had funded almost entirely himself. It was supposed to be a fresh start, a clean break from the chaos that had been building at home. Throughout the trip, it became painfully clear to everyone, no matter where they went or what they did, Grant Amato was never fully there. This was supposed to be a dream trip, the one that Grant and Cody had talked about for years, a once-in-a-lifetime chance to visit Japan, tour the anime studios they had idolized since childhood, and immerse themselves in a culture they had both loved from afar. But now that it was real, Grant moved through it like a ghost, detached and distracted, like his mind was somewhere else entirely. And it was. On the final day of the trip, Grant told the group he wasn't feeling well. He said he needed a rest at the hotel before the long flight back to Florida. Concerned but understanding, Cody and their friend left him behind to recover. As soon as they were gone, Grant made his way to a nearby internet cafe. There, instead of exploring Tokyo's neon-lit streets or seeing the sights he'd once dreamt of, he did something far more telling. He logged into a private chat session with the model, sending her thousands of dollars using his friend's credit card. At that point, Grant's sense of shame and personal responsibility had been almost completely eroded. The brother who had spent thousands of dollars bringing him on this trip, the parents who had bailed him out of every mess he'd created, the friends who trusted him enough to leave him alone with his money, none of that mattered anymore. In Grant's mind, if he didn't connect with Sylvie, even for a few days, his life would spiral out of control. It's unclear when the family became apprised of Grant's obsession with Sylvie, with some sources stating that the family was loosely aware before the trip, and others saying that it was only after Grant had stolen his friend's credit card that they knew. Either way, once the brothers had returned back home, Grant would finally be confronted about his reckless behavior. Chad had gone through his bank account records and discovered that Grant had been stealing more money than he'd been aware of. Chad and Margaret were at a loss of how to help their son, and they were horrified that he'd stolen so much money in the first place. They had been taking care of him, giving him a place to live, and were trying to help him get back on his feet, and it was as if he spat in their face. Chad had made Cody aware of the theft as well, and they were no longer willing to look the other way. Grant, cornered and stripped of the fantasy that had consumed him, reacted like many addicts facing the loss of their only coping mechanism, with despair. He tried to tell his parents that the money hadn't gone to the cam girl, that it was all in service of his Twitch career, but when confronted with just how much money he had sent to Sylvie, he shut down. Chad, Margaret, and Cody were at a loss as to how to help Grant. They didn't want to throw him out, knowing that he had nothing to fall back on, but they didn't know how to motivate him. The only thing he seemed to care about was Sylvie, and whenever he wasn't talking to her, he was lethally depressed. In December, Grant left the home without telling anyone and sent his mother a concerning text message. He wrote that he was tired of everything and everyone, and he was going to handle things, quote, in his own way, unquote. When Margaret got the message, she immediately interpreted it as a suicide note and jumped into action. She called Cody to see if he could help her find Grant, and the pair called the police. They told the officers that, though Grant didn't have a formal diagnosis of depression, in the days after the argument, the family had gone to a counselor, and Grant had broken down emotionally and confessed to being severely depressed. They weren't sure if Grant was armed or not, as the entire family owned guns. so they felt pretty certain that he probably was. The following day, Grant would be found at his aunt's home. He asked her if it would be okay for him to stay with her for a little bit, and implied that he needed to get away from his family. His aunt, not knowing what was going on at home apart from him being fired, agreed that he could stay as long as he needed. Shortly thereafter, the police would find Grant. Because he was an adult, they couldn't force him to go back home, or to even tell his parents where he was. They just needed to evaluate him to make sure he wasn't a danger to himself or to others. However, much like during his earlier encounter at Advent Health Orlando, the police determined that while Grant's behavior was troubling, it did not meet the legal threshold for an involuntary psychiatric hold. While staying at his aunt's house, Grant Amato fell even further into the cycle that had directly consumed so much of his life. He spent his days asleep, his nights awake, and when his aunt and her husband weren't looking, he stole their debit card and credit cards to continue sending thousands of dollars to this model he thought was his girlfriend. When the charges surfaced, his aunt wasted no time. She called Chad Amato immediately, confronting him with what his youngest son had done. And according to later accounts, Chad broke down. He didn't get angry. He didn't lash out, but he pleaded. Chad reportedly begged her not to press charges against Grant, explaining through tears that the family had been battling Grant's escalating behavior for months. Chad admitted that Grant had drained his own retirement savings, and it was unlikely he would ever be able to stop working, and he didn't know what to do. If she could find it in her heart to stay quiet, Chad promised to personally repay every cent Grant had stolen. By then it was clear to everyone, this wasn't just reckless behavior. Grant wasn't just addicted to pornography or casual internet indulgences. He was addicted to Sylvie, the idea of her, the constant access, the fantasy relationship he believed was the only good thing he had left, and they were not equipped to fix it. So after the call, the family came together and made a decision. According to police records and family interviews, when they confronted Grant, he didn't fight. He didn't argue, he went still, quiet. He needed to go with them to get help, but the surrender didn't come from understanding. It came from exhaustion. The Amato family enrolled Grant in a rehabilitation facility specializing in addiction, paying out $15,000 for the program. It was, in their eyes, the last-ditch effort to save him. But the facility, like so many, was built to handle substance abuse addictions, drugs, alcohol, gambling. Not the complicated psychological entanglement that Grant had with a webcam model. Not an obsession where the drug wasn't a chemical. It was another human being. They weren't able to help Grant in any meaningful way, and he spent the next few weeks just waiting until he could talk to Sylvie. While Grant was gone, Cody and Chad decided they would go through his computer to find out exactly what he'd been doing with their money. Upon accessing his computer, they found thousands of chats with the model, where he would send her money, or clothing, or sex toys and pictures of himself, as if they were in a real relationship. He would brag about how amazing his life was as a famous Twitch streamer, sending her photos of him gaming with stacks of cash. And the model was none the wiser. Chad and Cody were horrified, but they still wanted to support Grant, so they set up a failsafe to ensure that even if he wanted to talk to Sylvie, he couldn't. The men would send Sylvie a message, informing her about the situation. They told her that Grant was not a Twitch streamer who could afford to throw thousands of dollars at her. He was an out-of-work nurse who had been fired for theft. All the money he had donated to her was stolen from various members of his family, and that Grant was currently in treatment for his addiction and should never speak to him again. They also asked her not to reach out to their son given the circumstances. In their minds, they hoped that by telling Sylvie the truth, Grant would be too ashamed of his actions to speak to her ever again. But they were wrong. Grant spent only 2 weeks in the rehab facility before he was allowed to come home. According to those who worked with Grant, he was overly cooperative and told them exactly what he believed they wanted to hear. Even though they were aware that he was likely lying and not taking treatment seriously, they were at a loss as to how to help him, given the complexities of his issues, and so they released him. But when he came back home, he returned under strict, non-negotiable conditions. He had to get a real job within 60 days. If he did get a job, he was required to work day shift. He was not allowed to own a cell phone that had internet access, and he could only use the internet during the day, and had to cut off all contact with Sylvie. It was either live in their house under those rules or join the military, or they would cut ties completely, and Grant agreed. But within days, the familiar patterns resurfaced. He convinced his mother Margaret to quietly let him borrow her phone while Chad was at work, a phone with full internet access, or a way back to Sylvie, a hit of the drug he truly craved. When Chad Amato discovered what had been happening behind his back, the last remnants of patience snapped. According to later interviews, Chad was furious. He confronted Grant one final time, telling him, "You destroyed my retirement. You betrayed this family for the last time. Get out." And that, it seems, was the moment Grant Amato broke completely. For Grant, being kicked out wasn't just losing a roof over his head. It was losing the last lifeline to the fantasy he had built his life around. No home, no money, no access to Sylvie. More than anything else, what seemed to push Grant Amato over the edge, it was the sheer weight of shame. It wasn't just that he had stolen hundreds of thousands of dollars from his family, though he had. It wasn't just that he lied, manipulated, and exhausted every ounce of goodwill they had left, though he had done that too. It was the fact that, by the end, they could no longer even bear to look at him. Chad, once stern but supportive, now regarded him with open disgust. Cody was no longer willing to turn a blind eye, and his mother Margaret, once the soft buffer between him and the rest of the world, couldn't meet his gaze without seeing the wreckage he had caused. Grant wasn't just a disappointment, he had become a burden, a shameful secret they could no longer hide. Psychological studies of family annihilators, men like John List, the man who systematically murdered his own wife, children, and mother in 1971, offer a chilling lens through which to view Grant's unraveling. According to criminologist David Wilson, family annihilators often see themselves as trapped between unbearable shame and the need to regain control. They often view their family not just as victims, but as extensions of their own public failure, or a mirror they cannot escape. In their distorted logic, the annihilation of the family becomes a cleansing act, a way to erase the evidence of their disgrace. John List famously said he killed his family to, quote, spare them from the shame of financial ruin and social humiliation. But in truth, he killed them because he couldn't face what he had become. Grant Amato followed a strikingly similar psychological path. Faced with the immensity of his actions, crushed by the understanding that he had not only ruined his own life, but poisoned the lives of the only people who still cared about him, Grant came to the same chilling conclusion. In his mind, there was only one way forward, one way to continue clinging to the fantasy he had built around Sylvie, without destroying everyone else's life further, and that would be murder. By eliminating his family, he believed he could erase the judgment, erase the shame, free himself from the expectations he could never meet, and, most disturbingly, free himself once again to pursue any relationship that still mattered to him. This is the ultimate cruelty of the family annihilator's mind. They don't kill because they hate their families. They kill because, in their broken logic, they believe it is the only way to save themselves. First, Grant shot his mother, Margaret, as she sat at her computer desk. Crime scene evidence would show that she had no idea what was happening, and likely died instantly. A small mercy. But then, Grant waited. He stayed inside the house, with his mother's body lying just feet away, until his father Chad returned from work. When Chad walked through the door, Grant shot him twice. There were bloody handprints on the ground, indicating that the father had tried to crawl to his phone or to get help, but perished before he could do so. But still, Grant wasn't finished. He texted his brother, telling him that he needed to come back to the family home immediately after work. According to police interviews with Cody's coworkers and girlfriend, he would express a mixture of fear, concern, and anger about the situation with his brother. He told them that he was worried about Grant, but was also scared of him. He worried that Grant's addiction would lead to him killing himself, or killing the family, but didn't know what to do. They had contacted the police, taken him to rehab, gotten him help multiple times over, but nothing seemed to work. When Cody got the text, he told his girlfriend and his coworkers that he had to deal with his family issues, and seemed annoyed but still in good spirits. And when Cody came home later that evening, Grant shot him as well. By the end of the night, the majority of the Amato family, the family that had spent years bending over backwards to rescue Grant from himself, was gone. But Grant wasn't done there. If he wanted to continue to talk to Sylvie, he had to remain free. And so, he spent the next few hours arranging the scene to make it appear that Cody had killed his parents, then turned the gun on himself. Cody was his best friend, the person who looked out for him his entire life. And he decided to desecrate his brother's memory by making it appear that in his last act on Earth, he had killed his parents. Cody had only come back to the house to help Grant, but that didn't matter. All that mattered was getting away with murder, so he could continue to see Sylvie. Aside from staging the scene, Grant had also cleaned up after himself. He made sure that there was no evidence of him having been in the house. The next day, when Cody failed to come into work, his coworkers became concerned and called the police to request a wellness check. They told the 911 dispatcher about the family issues and how Cody had been scared of what his brother might do to the family. Police arrived at the murder scene at 9:17 a.m., entering the house after receiving no response from the occupants and finding all the entrances locked. and there they found the bodies of Chad, Margaret, and Cody. The scene looked like a murder-suicide from far away, but the more the police investigated, the less likely that seemed. For instance, Chad was found wearing a gun in a holster on his right hip. However, based on how the holster was facing, Chad couldn't have been able to draw the weapon with his dominant hand. As a longtime gun enthusiast, he would have positioned it properly. Moreover, the weapon that had been placed near Cody, which would be the implied murder weapon, hadn't been fired, and the spent shell casing were not from bullets that had killed anyone in the home. And so the actual murder weapon was never found, meaning at the very least, one other person had to have been in the home to remove it from the scene. Moreover, the responding officers had been out to the home before, and they knew that there was another person living in the home, one that the deceased family was worried about hurting himself or others. As it became more and more apparent that Cody hadn't killed his family, and that the scene had been staged, the police started looking for Grant. After murdering his mother, his father, and his brother, after waiting hours inside the house filled with their bodies, Grant Amato didn't run. He didn't flee the state. He didn't make some grand plan to cover his tracks. Instead, Grant slipped into something even more unsettling: normalcy. After the killings, Grant left the Amato family home and checked himself into a cheap hotel. There, according to investigators, he spent his time the way he had spent it before, online, attempting to reconnect with Sylvie. He told her that his family had lied to her, that he was actually wealthy, and that he had been hacked. The lives he had extinguished didn't seem to register. Their absence was treated with the same emotional flatness that had defined his spiral into addiction. Psychologically, Grant's behavior mirrors what forensic experts call emotional numbing, a common phenomenon among individuals who commit premeditated violence against those they once loved. According to research published in Aggression and Violent Behavior in 2006, perpetrators of familial homicide often exhibit a chilling emotional disconnection, a way of severing empathy in order to carry out actions they would otherwise be incapable of completing. Once the act is done, many show little immediate emotional reaction, not because they don't understand the gravity of what they've done, but because they've already rationalized it. When police located Grant 2 days later, he was alone at the hotel, carrying minimal belongings. Without even asking why they were there, Grant would lay on the ground with his arms behind his back to be arrested, and would be brought in for an interrogation. At no point would Grant question why he was being brought in, or what happened to his parents. The following footage was made public by the channel Crime for Dummies, and a link to the original upload will be left in the description box down below. The full footage is over 7 hours long, and so we'll be skipping certain parts that we don't necessarily have commentary for. And so if you'd rather watch the completely unedited footage, or would rather skip our commentary completely, you can always support their channel. But with all of that said, let us begin. For the first 10 minutes, Grant is left alone in the interview room by himself. The interrogators are looking to put as much stress on the 29-year-old as possible. Mere days before, he had mercilessly executed his parents and brother. Fuck yeah, I said it good that time, finally. Anyhow, he then staged the scene to look like a murder-suicide, and he waited for their bodies to be found and for him to be brought in for an interview. This situation was always part of his plan, but he is very aware that the rest of his life and his ability to continue talking to Sylvie hangs in the balance. He would try to keep himself calm and centered in this moment, reminding himself of what is on the line, and going over his story as much as he could.
So you got a Coke or anything?
No. I'll hold off on that.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Eva.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm here.
Hey, we really appreciate you coming up here with us. And if any time during this you need to stop and go to the bathroom, want a drink,
Snacks.
then just let me know, and we'll be happy to get you in. My name is Danny Anderson, and I'm a deputy Seminole County Sheriff's Office, as is Eva. So we just want to talk to you a little bit, and we'll get this in and out, be on our way. Okay? Full name?
My full name is Grant Tiernan Amato.
How do you spell Tiernan?
Tiernan.
I like that.
Your date of birth?
May 20th, 1989.
Okay. Home address?
Home address is 2112 Salton Circle, Chuliota, Florida, 32766.
Phone number.
For the home or for...
The home.
Well, I mean, my original cell phone number was 407-687-0738. Home phone number was 407-971-1422. My cell phone currently doesn't have any service with it, so, I mean, it's just...
So you don't have you haven't moved to another number, just that one's no longer good.
My dad had told me that when he disconnected my service that he also changed my phone number. So I don't know what the new phone number is.
Gotcha.
But I mean, it's probably you can probably still see it.
Do you have the phone or?
It was in my duffel bag.
Oh, gotcha.
Back there, yeah.
Gotcha.
From the start of the interrogation, Grant Amato comes across as emotionally hollow, or detached in an almost immediately unsettling way. The police haven't even told him why he's sitting there, and yet he never asks. An innocent person pulled into an interrogation room with no explanation would almost certainly open with confusion. Why am I here? What happened? Is my family okay? But Grant, nothing. Just polite, flat responses, as if he were discussing the weather. And it's this absence of genuine concern that cracks the facade. Grant would later claim he had no idea of what happened to his family, that he had left the home after being kicked out, and whatever happened afterwards is news to him. But his behavior in that room tells a different story, one where his emotional detachment betrays the truth long before the evidence does. Then there's another detail, one that's almost darkly absurd in its symbolism. At 29 years old, an adult who had earned a college degree, worked as a registered nurse, and spent over $200,000 chasing a fantasy relationship with a cam girl from Bulgaria, Grant still doesn't have his own phone plan. His father Chad controlled it. In a devastated economy, plenty of adults struggle financially, but Grant's situation wasn't about hardship. It was about arrested development. Despite the education, despite the jobs he had lost, despite the extraordinary amounts of money he had blown through, Grant remained tethered to his parents like a rebellious teenager who refused to grow up, but expected to be endlessly funded. Grant hadn't just failed to escape adolescence, he weaponized it.
Email. Do you have an email or anything? If we need to.
My main email is Amato, all one word, all lowercase. Amato light, like a light bulb, at gmail.com.
Education.
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Nursing from UCF back in 2011. And that's my highest level.
Okay. What is there any special nursing degree? What you do, or?
I mean, I have like other certifications. But I mean, with that, like I primarily worked in the hospital for I think 5 or 6 years. And then I was pursuing a Master's of Science in Nurse Anesthesia. That was back in 2015, I believe.
Okay.
But then I didn't complete that, and then I just went back to nursing. And then when this whole, like, wrongful accusation of the grand theft charge that I told you about in the car, when that happened, I stopped working at the hospital, and then that took, like...
I don't think we talked about that in the car.
Well, I was accused of grand theft of the third degree back in June of 2018. That, like, went on for 6 months, and during that time I obviously wasn't allowed to work because of it. And then...
Where was that at?
Florida Hospital South, the main one down in Orlando.
Down on Orange Avenue?
Rollins, that's where it is.
Okay.
Rollins.
Okay.
So when that happened, obviously I was dismissed from that job, and then I couldn't get another job because now you have an outstanding felony charge on your name.
Sure.
So then I got the attorney. It all went through, and then finally in December, they posted on the Orange County Clerk Courts or whatever website where your file is that there was no evidence ever presented. All the charges were dropped, and now I'm just in the process of expunging that from my records.
Right.
But because I can't keep just not working forever.
Sure.
And that was kind of a topic around the house was I need to get started here.
Right. Who was your attorney for that?
Lauren Lycum, Chapman Law Group.
Okay.
I think that one's based in Sarasota. Okay. Almost everything Grant Amato said here is a lie, but it's not the kind of lie designed purely to deceive others. It's a lie he very likely believes himself. So let's break that down. Grant claims that the felony grand theft charge stemming from the hospital incident was essentially baseless. He tells the officer he was unfairly blamed and wrongfully fired, despite the fact that the hospital records and his own earlier admissions show a very different story. Grant openly confessed to stealing 8 vials of propofol, and his only defense at the time was that he administered the drugs to patients who, in his opinion, weren't adequately sedated. Those two statements, "I didn't steal" and "I only used it when needed," are fundamentally contradictory, but not to Grant. This kind of thinking is common among individuals displaying moral disengagement, a psychological process where people justify their unethical actions to avoid feeling guilt. In Grant's mind, because he didn't steal the drugs for personal use, because he believed he was helping, his actions weren't truly criminal. Intent, and not the law, defines guilt in Grant's warped logic. If he didn't feel like a thief, then in his mind, he simply wasn't one. But of course, none of that actually matters legally. Theft is theft. Unauthorized drug administration is still a felony. And it's worth noting, we cannot rule out the possibility that Grant used some of the drugs on himself. Get out of here, you fucking moth. God damn it. Oh, now he's just flying around menacingly. These are the pressing issues, people. Forget Grant. There's a moth in the room. Send help. Anyhow, after all, we're watching him lie to the police right now without hesitation. There is absolutely no reason to believe he was any more honest during the hospital's investigation. And what about those dropped charges? Those weren't dropped because Grant was vindicated. They were dropped because of institutional self-preservation. The hospital knew that pressing charges would open them up to enormous legal liability. Public knowledge that a nurse had been stealing and possibly over-medicating patients could have triggered lawsuits, destroyed reputations, and cost millions. And in the healthcare system, this kind of quiet sweeping under the rug isn't rare. Cases like Elizabeth Wettlaufer, where a nurse killed patients for years under the nose of an oblivious and negligent system, prove that institutions are often more invested in avoiding bad publicity than ensuring real accountability. But there's something even more telling in Grant's behavior during this interview, something subtle but significant. When Grant discusses his family, he refers to them in the past tense. Listen carefully. He talks about his parents' opinions, their conversations around the house, as if they are already gone. This would make perfect sense if he knew they had already been killed in a murder-suicide. But remember, Grant claims he had no idea that his family was dead. He says he didn't know what had happened, that he was totally unaware of anything after being kicked out of the family home, and yet his subconscious betrays him. It's a small detail, one that a casual observer might miss. But in forensic psychology, these slips are crucial. Guilty knowledge leaks out, even when a person is trying to do their best to hide it.
So then,
but they didn't really have to do anything.
No,
the state attorney didn't file any charges. So.
The state attorney didn't file anything, and then she just presented that she was going to be my attorney, and that was the most work she ever had to do.
Okay.
And then I had been applying for jobs for the last couple weeks. I'd gotten like 3 or 4 callbacks, and then I went on a job interview yesterday for a home infusion nurse job.
Where was that at?
That was with Accredo.
Is that like a staffing, or is that like a headhunter kind of job?
No. That's like their actual company. It's God, why can I not remember the first name? It's something Scripps. Team Scripps.
Where's the location?
It's out close to the airport. It's on Lee Vista.
What time was your interview yesterday?
It was scheduled for 10. I got there at around 9 in the morning. And then I think we actually had the interview at about 9:45.
How'd that go?
I mean, it was all good. They didn't have anything. They said that they'd probably be getting back to me by Tuesday or Thursday this coming week.
Get you back to work?
Yeah, because, I mean, it's a crappy world when, you don't have any money, you can't do anything, so.
Financially, how's the nursing what you did? I'm sorry, I just don't know that much, or she knows a lot more about nursing. The nursing, how does it pay? How does it pay?
I mean, if you work your standard 12 hours a week, you get anywhere between, I'd say, $45,000 and $55,000 a year. So, I mean, it's not bad. Obviously, if you work overtime, like some of the nurses who have also been nurses for a long time, I mean, they can make 6 figures if you work 5.
What was your best year?
I think my best year, I made like $55,000.
55.
Because I rarely worked overtime.
Right.
When I was just, because I had the whole plan of going to graduate school, so I was just kind of using it as a stepping stone for that time.
Just to pay the bills to get you where you got to. Gotcha. And what you were going for, what does that pay? Nurse
anesthesia pays, I mean, base like about $150 up to $175. You work a lot of overtime, you can cusp 200, but then,
So what would you actually be doing?
If I could do anything...
No, I mean with that job, that nursing
Right.
what would you do?
Oh yeah, nurse anesthetist too.
Thank you.
You're in the OR. You put the patients to sleep, keep them alive during surgery, wake them up, send them off to the.
I thought that was a doctor that did that.
In Florida, the anesthesiologist, which is the MD equivalent, if you will, they have to come in at the start of surgery. They have to induce the patient to put them to sleep, and then as long as they're comfortable with you, the surgeon's comfortable with you, then the anesthesiologist leaves, and then you take care of the whole entire surgical
Just
case.
oversee it.
Right.
Okay.
And then again, by the time you're a CRNA, you're obviously competent enough to wake the patient up. So when I was a student, though, the anesthesiologist would sometimes come back in for wake up to make sure everything's okay, and then you take them to the PACU or the post-op area, drop them off, you give the nurse report, and then you go on to your next case.
Okay. High school, where'd you go?
I went to Timber Creek High School on Avalon.
Okay. And graduated what year?
2007.
Okay. And then did you go right to UCF and start your degree program?
Summer, yeah.
Okay. What kind of grades you make? How were your grades?
High school and the first 2 years of college, I was A, B, C. I was in honors in the major program for UCF. And then my final 2 years when I was getting my BSN, I made A's and B's, and then I had one slip up in my final semester where I had to redo a class, and then I ended up graduating in August.
Of what year?
2011.
Okay. And did you start work right after that?
Yeah, I think like a couple months after.
And went to work where?
I first worked on the intermediate critical care unit at ORMC in downtown.
Okay. And then went from where? Up to Rollins at some point?
No, I went to I worked in the ICC there at that hospital, and then I worked in the multi-system ICU at that hospital. And then I applied for the graduate school in December, or I started going in January of 2014.
Was that at Barry?
That was at Barry University, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Girlfriends?
Girlfriends. I had, like my high school sweetheart, girlfriend for about 5 years. And then ever since then, no like official girlfriends, no flings or anything like that.
Dates here and there?
Dates occasionally, but I mean not really. Kind of focused on like just getting through the life goals that I wanted to achieve.
When the officer asks him if he has a girlfriend, Grant says no. He doesn't mention Sylvie. For someone who had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, sacrificed his career, alienated his family, and ultimately murdered to protect access to her, you might expect some sign of emotional conflict here. Some desperate attempt to validate the relationship he had lost everything for. But there's nothing. This omission reveals something important. Grant knew on some level that what he had with Sylvie wasn't real. Not in the traditional sense at least. Not in the way that matters when the word girlfriend is used in conversation. If Grant were truly lost in delusion, and truly convinced that Sylvie loved him back, he would have defended that bond instinctively. He would have insisted that he did in fact have a girlfriend, and that there was someone waiting for him, caring about him. But he doesn't. That moment destroys any illusion that Grant was fully detached from reality. He wasn't. He knew there was a difference. He knew that paying for affection wasn't the same as actually earning it. He knew that Sylvie's attention was transactional, as well as conditional and fleeting. Psychologically, this fits a broader pattern seen in individuals suffering from obsessive parasocial relationships. According to studies published in Psychology of Popular Media Culture in 2015, individuals caught in parasocial spirals often experience dual awareness. Part of them fully understands that the relationship is one-sided, but emotionally, they engage with it as if it were mutual. It should also be noted that police are already aware of this one-sided relationship with the model, and the fact that he had stolen nearly $250,000 from various members of his family, and the fact that his entire statement about his employment is a lie.
And then,
You have a bunch of school debt?
Not anything from UCF. I have about $100,000, I'd say, from my math when I was going to Barry. So that's the only school debt that I have right now. It kind of creeped back up when I wasn't working, so I had to go on to the deferred payments or whatever it's called until I get a job.
What do you like to do?
What do I like to do? I like to watch anime. Me and my brother kind of started doing that back 5 years ago, I'd say. He kind of got me into it.
What is it? I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I don't know what it is.
I mean...
I thought you said MMA. I'm like, okay, and then when you started explaining to it,
I mean, I guess
I'm like, no.
It's animated, it's like cartoons, I guess you could say, but it's Japanese cartoons, I guess is the best way to put it. So, it's not as... It's like the stories and whatnot and the way that the shows progress, it's not as childish as cartoons as you would think, like Powerpuff Girls and SpongeBob SquarePants and all that stuff. It's not like that.
So it's adult-based.
It's adult-based, yeah, you can put it that way, yeah. It's it can cover like slice of life where it's just comedies, it can get dramatic, romance, all those different things.
Where would one watch this?
You download it from the internet, and then you can just watch it at home, like on your computer. You can watch it on, you can watch it anywhere you have an internet connection.
Is it in Japanese, or?
It is in Japanese, and then they subtitle it, yeah.
Do you speak Japanese?
I was going to say, do you understand?
I don't. I understand a few words. We actually just went to, me, my brother, and one of my friends, or I guess friends from high school, we went to Japan from December 1st to December 15th.
Oh, wow.
So we went because, and it was anime that kind of inspired us to want to go there.
Was that your first time going?
Yeah. First time actually.
Who went? You and your brother and who?
Our friend Jericho.
Jericho.
He was originally a friend of my brother's back in high school, and then we all have kind of stayed close.
Pausing to note that this was typical of Grant's relationships. He didn't have a lot of friends, but Cody would often make friends for the two of them.
How expensive was that trip?
God, plane tickets alone were like $1,400. And then I'd say it was probably about 10 grand total for like all the stays and whatnot.
For each one of you?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was 2 weeks, so.
Grant knew exactly how expensive the trip was. He understood that. He understood that, had he been employed, it would have required months of saving and grueling overtime shifts to afford such a luxury. He knew that most people his age, especially given the economic climate, couldn't dream of a 2-week luxury vacation across the world. And yet, he deliberately leaves that crucial detail out. He doesn't tell the officers that he was living off of his brother's charity. He doesn't admit that, once again, he had been dependent, because to admit that would be humiliating. In Grant's mind, there's an unspoken equation at play. Acknowledging Cody's generosity would mean acknowledging his own failure. So he keeps that detail to himself, despite already discussing how he had to defer payments on his student loans because he was out of work. It would mean that, at 29 years old, he wasn't a partner, a peer, or even a functioning adult. He was just a burden, and that level of shame was unbearable. This fits a broader pattern seen in shame-driven violence. According to forensic psychologist Dr. Kathleen Puckett, individuals who are deeply narcissistic but insecure often react to intense feelings of shame, not with self-reflection, but with rage and destructiveness. Their fragile self-image can't tolerate the humiliation of being exposed as inadequate. When that image cracks, when reality collides too hard with their delusions of self-worth, they don't turn inward, they lash outward. The internal logic becomes dangerously simple. If you humiliate me, if you make me feel powerless, then you must be punished.
When you were there.
Yeah. How'd you spend your time over there?
God, we went to Tokyo for the first 4 days, and then we stayed there, and then we went to Kyoto for 2 days, and then I cannot remember all the names of the specific places, but then it was like 1-day stays at ryokans, which are like guest houses or inns.
How's the food?
Food is great. We were too scared to actually go into like the shops,
right.
like the side shops, because all in Japanese, they all know what they're doing, and we don't want to like say it wrong or do whatever, like impose. So we actually survived a lot at night on just like food that you get from 7-Eleven, because over there it's called 7 and I, but it's like the 7-Eleven symbol, so it's the same exact thing, and it's got way better food than what like the 7-Elevens that we have here.
So we would go back?
Oh yeah, we would go back.
Really?
Yeah, I think we were actually planning on going back November of this year.
We were actually planning on going back. Were, not are. Again, Grant refers to conversations with his family in the past tense.
How long have you been out of work?
I've been out of work for 6 months, since June.
How did you pay? That's a lot of money for to be out of work.
My brother.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, my brother.
What does he do?
He's a CRNA.
Grant's voice cracks a bit when he says that it was actually Cody who paid for the trip. Of course, this could simply be vocal stress, but as we mentioned earlier, Having to rely on the kindness of others tends to be embarrassing. He just finished talking about an amazing experience, one that the majority of people will never have. But in the end, he has to admit that he didn't earn it. It was given to him by a person he would try to frame for murder. So basically, someone gift-wrapped you some shit, and now you're just a bitch.
What?
Sorry, the certified registered nurse anesthetist.
Okay, so we
were both in the program together.
Okay.
And then he was able to finish, and then I did not.
So he was making good money.
Yeah.
Was he making that 150, 100?
He was working.
A
he
lot.
was working a lot. I mean, I don't know if he was. I think he was cusping a lot of overtime, not scheduled, but like it's just kind of what happens. But yeah, he was moving along.
What do you think he made his best year?
God, he showed me because he was he was complaining about how like his taxes alone were like the annual income of like a nurse. And I think when he showed me before like it had all ended, like the before his pay year had ended, that he was already up to like 166, but that was like after I think the $60,000 or $40,000 already came out. I can't remember.
That was after it.
Yeah, I think so.
So he made more than 160?
That was take home.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
we definitely picked the wrong job.
I should have stayed in nursing.
Yeah, definitely.
So he just paid for your trip to go, since you're both into this.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Jericho, what's he do?
He's got just a high school diploma. So I think for the majority of the past year, he was working as one of those what are they called? They're like the people that watch the security cams when you go into like a Gap or something like that. He's like
loss prevention.
Loss prevention. That's it. Correct.
How'd he pay for all that?
I mean, I guess he just saved.
Brother didn't have to pay for him?
No. Yeah. He like covered maybe some like daily expenses if there was like a taxi or
food or something.
Right.
This is a particularly cutting remark, because it basically reveals that had Grant been motivated to work at all, even an entry-level position like a loss prevention agent at the Gap, he could have paid his own way. Jericho didn't go to years of nursing school. He wasn't making double what Grant had been making like Cody, but he still found a way to fund the trip without relying on Cody's charity. It also bears repeating that he still hasn't asked why he's been brought in. The police just showed up at his hotel, hauled him down to the station, and began asking him questions, and he is completely okay with that.
How long did you guys plan this prior?
It had been a dream of ours to go for a couple years, and then we really started planning probably just the year before. Like actually like putting the money aside, getting all the reservations and whatnot scheduled.
Like the dream trip to go there?
Yeah.
This is for that anime, you call it?
I mean, it was the inspiration. When we went there, though, we just kind of took up all the culture, because through the anime, you kind of see little glimpses of what the culture is actually like. So then we just wanted to kind of experience all that.
So it was a good time. And definitely worth going back for.
Definitely.
Hobbies. What do you like to do?
Okay, so
besides the anime.
Besides that, we would play video games. We actually just got like a virtual reality headset thingy for like the computer. That was kind of fun.
What kind of games do you play?
God, back in the day, we played Call of Duty a lot, like back in the day, and then we got out of that because it was just starting to get too like.
Which system did you use?
PlayStation. Oh, PlayStation. Then we went to Xbox because that was like what a couple of our friends had, and then we went back to PlayStation, and then me and my brother got into PC gaming. Where on that we just play like MOBAs, which are like strategy type games, RPG type games.
So I've got to ask this, you're into these game stuff.
I know none of
Did
that.
you hack?
Did I hack?
Did you and your brother hack games? Are you the guys that I've played with when I was out of work for a couple months because of an injury that would hack and would cheat me and lower me down to the lowest level of nothing?
No.
Okay.
We weren't that technologically gifted. But I mean, we would use like glitches or something like that when we would play on the PC, where you could like have no recoil, or it would like auto aim or something like that. So yes is the answer to your topic.
But
we didn't hack other people's accounts.
I've seen people in the middle of an Xbox game. They'll tell you that they'll find somebody that's cheating, and you'll see this big hand come in and grab them. They say, "Come over here against this section of the game." and the guy splattered against the wall, and they just stand there and they shoot him, he dies, and he comes right back there.
Oh, geez.
You're not one of those guys.
No,
Okay.
I don't even know.
All right.
Fortunately, I
Because we're fixing to have a big problem because you probably got me before. So you guys play a lot of the PC games.
Yeah, we started getting into PC games primarily. I haven't turned on my PlayStation in months. I think the only other game that we really played was Fortnite, but then that was starting to get to like.
That's a big deal right now.
Yeah.
The younger
Kids are all over it.
And actually, yeah, during the time that I was that I wasn't working as a nurse, I tried to do the whole Twitch streaming thing.
What is that?
I'm
sorry.
No.
We're kind of older. You have to explain a lot of this to us.
With Twitch, it's you got your mic and then you have your face cam, and then basically people are just watching you play whatever game you're going to say that you're playing.
Okay.
And then they can donate, they can subscribe to you, which then you get like a monthly payment.
Did you have anybody doing that for you?
I had I think I was up to like 30-something subscribers.
And what would you charge them to?
With subscriptions, there's 4 tiers of it. Tier 1 is just $5. So right when you see that blank subscribe to it, you get $5.
Is that monthly or just total?
Actually, Twitch pays you every 45 days because you're like an independent, self-employed or something.
No, but saying with their account, though, they subscribe to you. Would it be for a 30-day period? Or
Yes.
So every 30 days, they owe you another $5.
If they resubscribe.
Right.
Yeah. So then there was that. Tier 2 was like $10. Tier 3 was $15. And then if somebody tier 4'd, it was $24, I think.
And what does that get you for?
All that the higher tiers do is they give you like more emotes, like little things you can put in chat, so that when you're playing, everybody who's in your room can chat about what you're doing or anything random. And then donations can range from 1 cent up to however high a person.
So what were you making off of Twitch a month?
Nothing really significant. It was like.
So you said about 30 people at one time subscribe to you. So a minimum what?
$150.
$150, and then a few donations. But primarily, I guess just keeping myself busy, doing something.
There's a lot of money in this.
Now, are these adults doing this or kids?
They're in their early 20s.
Okay.
There's thousands and thousands of streamers who do that on Twitch, but there's maybe like 5 that make 6 figures. And then, like the 2 most prominent ones are Ninja and Tim the Tatman, and they both play Fortnite. Like Ninja, I think makes $300,000 a month from just doing it.
$300,000?
Yeah.
And where's he at?
Like, where does he live?
No, U.S., Japan, somewhere.
Oh, yeah, he's U.S. I think he lives up by Chicago or something like that. But he's only 24.
I'm so oblivious to all this computer stuff.
No, you're
We played Atari when I was younger.
Atari, yeah, nice retro gaming.
Or Pong.
Pong, yeah,
Pong.
our first one.
So you do that, and so you got a lot of computer knowledge.
A good amount, yeah. I mean.
Oh, more than the average person.
Yeah. I'm computer savvy. Yeah.
You have a computer at home? Good computer?
I have a gaming PC up in my room. And then there's another gaming PC downstairs that we just built for the VR specifically.
You guys build it?
Yeah. And then, but I mean, yeah, like my gaming PC, we would buy all the parts and then we would put it together our own little way.
What would a good one cost you?
When I built mine, it was about $3,000, and then the gaming one downstairs, I think, was $4,000 or like $4,500.
And that's basically used for the VR stuff you're using it for?
Yeah.
And that was pretty neat
Yeah,
setup?
that was a lot of fun. Yeah, that was cool. Getting into the virtual reality.
How many games you play?
On virtual reality, it was primarily just Beat Saber. So it's like a rhythm-based game, like Guitar Hero, like Rocksmith or Rock Band, whatever it was called. And then you just use the virtual reality wands to hit the cubes in a certain way, however the song beat's going. And then
I can see this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apart from that, we really didn't get into too many other games yet because we were kind of just focused on Beat Saber. But I think we had downloaded a few other where it's just like you're going through like a world and you can interact with the world or something like that.
What other hobbies do you have?
Besides that, a number of years ago, like me and my brother were actually like gun enthusiasts, and we did it wrong, where we did it all during when the season was like high, so everything cost so much money.
During hunting season?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, unfortunately, we don't hunt or anything like that. But we would go like clay shooting.
Where'd you go?
Primarily the place we went to is Quail Creek Plantation.
Where's that at?
Like I was telling you in the car, I don't remember the...
No, is it local or is it...
It's like an hour and a half away from here.
You know what county it's in or city?
Quail Creek Plantation.
The only place I know, a gun range I really know, I mean, that you go do something like that is out in Geneva.
There's one in Geneva, right?
Yeah, I think there's one out there.
I mean, that might be where it is, but I don't remember the city specifically. But we would do the clay shooting, and then we were part of the Volusia County gun and shooting
Gun club or something?
Yeah, whatever it was called. But that was like 2 years ago. The only thing that we really kept up with was clay shooting. But even that, I don't think we've done that for like 8 months or something.
What were you shooting? What was your gun for that? What was you like?
Me and my brother both got the Benelli, like long Super Magnum,
Supernova, I think it is?
Supernova. That's what it
Supernova?
is. We both had those, and then during the time where like I was struggling, like in this last 6 months, I mean, I sold all of my guns.
What'd you have?
What did I
You have a little gun collection going?
I did. I had about 4 ARs. They were all just where you would buy like the different parts again, kind of like with the PC, and then just put them all together.
Because I'm not gun like that. Why so many ARs?
I mean, again, we were just like an enthusiast for wanting to build our own things and just kind of seeing what we could come up with.
Were you building stuff? You're buying them already made.
We would buy the specific parts and then have them
together?
sent to the gun clubs or whatever, so that you could pick them up. And then then we put them all together.
You guys build them yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't have nobody doing it for you?
No. Yeah.
So you had 4 ARs. What'd you have? What else?
Besides that, I had Benelli M4 shotgun. Yeah.
Tactical shotgun.
Tactical shotgun.
What were you using that for?
That was like our
Did you have it?
that was just our gun that like me and my brother both had one of those.
You both had one.
Yeah, and then we had that had always just been our dream gun that we just wanted to have was a tactical M4. We took it to the range a couple times just to put some rounds
Me too.
through it.
I've got an M1.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
But the M4 is much nicer.
Yeah. And then we had the Supernovas, which we just used for clay shooting, and then pistols wise, I had I think 4 or 5 just pistols.
What do you have?
I had a Glock 17, I believe it was. I had it's not the Shield. It's a Smith & Wesson M9 something. I don't remember what it is. And then I had a Taurus, which was I think like a 45 caliber. And then I had again, it's like the dream gun that I always wanted was the FN tactical 45 with like the threaded barrel and all that stuff.
The TV gun?
Yeah, exactly. No suppressors or anything
Right.
like that, because again, during that time, it's like to get your stamp alone would take 6 months, and then you got to wait however long to get that back. So we never got that deep into it.
Still have them all, or you said you got rid of some of them?
I sold all my guns. Yeah.
Where'd you sell them to?
The Florida Gun Exchange.
The what?
Florida Gun Exchange.
Where's that?
It's down in. They have one in. God, it's Ormond Beach. Ormond Beach. That's the one.
You took them over and sold them?
Yes.
Sold them all at one time, or?
No, just because I didn't want to go in with too many.
Right.
And then I felt like they would
look at you like, who's this guy with all these guns?
Yeah, or they would like cut me a lower deal because I'm giving them like a whole bunch.
What'd you get for the ARs?
ARs, unfortunately, like it wasn't that much. It was only like $3,000 or something like that
For the 4 of them?
Yeah, just because they're.
How much you spend on them, you think?
Way more, like at least double. Because again, we bought them during the height of the season, and then I'm selling apparently where it's like not a good season to sell. And they told me that if they're not just like companies that I can't even think of one, like companies that make their own, and they're just like a fool, like this whole gun is all by this company or whatever. Those apparently sell for more than like a custom one, because some people might not like what I put on it, you know. So I think that's why I probably didn't get it.
How about the handguns? What'd you get for them?
Handguns was maybe like, total was like $1,500 or something like that.
It had a lot more in those.
And the FN alone was $1,600.
You buy all them all new?
Yeah, all new.
The rifles you put together?
Rifles we put together.
You customized them?
Yeah,
But the handguns, were they?
Handguns were brand new, shotguns were new.
What'd you get for shotguns? What'd you get for the M4?
For the M4, that one was like the highest one. I think they gave me like $1,100 for it.
What'd you pay for it?
About 15.
Yeah,
1,500.
that's not too
So
bad.
it's not too bad.
Not too bad.
And then for the Supernova, it was only about $700, but that one cost about $1,200. And that one, I think we actually had to get from Gander Mountain way back when.
Do you have any of these left? Anything, or do you keep anything for yourself?
No. I ended up
got rid of everything.
Got rid of everything. So I was just trying to get some semblance of money in.
Keep up with your payments.
Keep up with my payments, but also because like the whole trip was coming down the line. You know, my brother had to like foot the bill to get the attorney. So you know, it's like there was a lot of stuff.
What did you pay the attorney? You know, man?
I think it was $8,000 for the holding the attorney.
Retainer?
Like, retainer fee.
And basically she had to do nothing.
She had to do nothing, and he got like annoyed because he apparently wasn't told that it was non-refundable. But I know that I told him because like I had to send in the document signing it saying this is non-refundable.
I've known of any attorney that takes a retainer that ever gives you anything back.
Yeah.
So I didn't hire me. That's what it's going to cost.
Yeah, he didn't get anything back from that, unfortunately, and she ended up, I think, only going through about 3,000 of it.
Mm-hmm.
There's something fascinating and almost mesmerizing about the way Grant tells a story. It's a technique seasoned interrogators and psychologists know well, a defense mechanism wrapped in entitlement, cloaked in self-pity, and delivered with the casual shrug of someone who genuinely believes they are the universe's wronged protagonist. In Grant's world, nothing is ever his fault. No misstep is truly his own. Instead, invisible forces, the bad economy, cruel luck, ungrateful family members seem to conspire against him, while he floats bewildered above it all. At this point in Grant's rambling monologue, we listen to him go over a solid 13 minutes of tedious exposition about his guns, why he had them, how he sold them, and how this wasn't really his fault either. But when we rejoin him, Grant calmly explains that the sale of his firearms was necessary. He had debts to pay, and half of an attorney's retainer to cover from his grand theft case. And Cody, the dutiful older brother, the man who had, for reasons we'll be asked to infer rather than be told, decided to shoulder half of Grant's legal fees. Grant doesn't explain why Cody would do such a thing. Maybe Cody believed, naively, that Grant's grand theft charge was just a misunderstanding. Maybe he thought he could save him. Maybe he simply loved him enough to pay a price that wasn't his to bear. But then when the case fizzled out and never made it to court, Cody had the audacity to be upset. He wanted his half of the retainer back, even though, according to Grant, he had told his brother it was non-refundable. That tiny, crucial detail wasn't something Grant had maybe hidden or forgotten. Cody's anger was painted as an irrational outburst, as a reflection of Cody's own poor character, not any oversight or wrongdoing on Grant's part. There's no offer of Grant paying the money back, no understanding about how annoying that must have been for him. He just writes it off as his brother being a dick. In Grant's narrative, Cody's generosity becomes just another inconvenience, a favor Grant feels entitled to, not grateful for. Never mind that Cody had already spent upwards of $20,000 to indulge Grant's whims with a trip to Japan that Grant barely cared about, because he was too busy with his gooning session. Never mind that he helped fund Grant's rehab and countless other expenses that should have never been his responsibility. Grant's version of events conveniently strips away any sense of indebtedness, any recognition of the sacrifices made on his behalf. Cody's real crime in Grant's eyes is expecting anything in return for his kindness.
So, because, what was it? I think $5,000 was for the criminal case, and then $3,000 was for the other case if it had to go to the Department of Health, which that never had to happen, so that $3,000 is just...
So your nursing certificate is still good?
Free, clear, and active. It's always been clear and active. It's just the quintessential, you go to that background check, and then they'll see an outstanding thing. Even though I have the paperwork now saying everything's been dropped, he's in the process of expunging his records.
Did you have to go in front of the board or anything?
No. I didn't have to go before the judge, because when...
No, same board of nursing.
Oh, no.
With any of this.
No.
That's good.
You know, even when it all went down on the day where I was accused of that felony, you know, the cops came in and then they handcuffed me and they were like, you know, you've been charged with this. We're taking you down to the I think it was Orange County, the Orange County jail area. You know, I had to have the picture taken and stay in the sitting area where they process you all and everything like that. And you know, I'm using the phones on the cord, you know, trying to just pass around the phone, and I'm surrounded by all these guys who are talking about, you know...
Who are real criminals.
Yeah.
You're a real
And the first person I call is my dad. My brother. And
What is your brother's name? You keep
Cody.
saying my brother.
Cody,
Okay.
sorry. First person I called was him, and he was at work at the time, but he answered his phone, and I was just like, look, I'm freaking out. I've been charged with this. I've been told that my bond is this. And then I guess he tells, whoever was working that day with him, I gotta go. So then he calls my mom, he calls my dad, he smooths things over as best as he can, and he's just basically saying, I'm going to pay this. And then I think I was there for like 7 hours or something, even though it was paid within like the first hour.
Right. But it just takes a little time to get all
Right.
the paperwork and
Right.
the booking in and then the bond process to go through.
Right. Right.
So that's dismissed. You're out looking for jobs, applying pretty regular.
But yeah, I'd say pretty regular.
Anything left in savings?
Nothing left in savings. I think I had like $300-400. But
Brother kind of helping you through?
Yeah. Brother was helping me. My dad was covering the rent that he calls it, which is just like the monthly payment for us to help since we all live at home.
What was that? What did you have to pay for that?
$600
Each?
a month. Yeah. And then
it's not a bad deal, is it?
no. And then he was covering like cell phone. We were paying for our own internet.
I imagine for that gaming all stuff, you got to have better than basic internet, didn't you?
Yeah, unfortunately, out where we live, it's like our street, like the street coming down, I think, at Fort Christmas before you turn in, like that's the dividing line. Everything before you turn into Fort Christmas, all the nice big fancy houses that are on that side, they all have Spectrum and the gigabyte connection. They have everything available to them. But then right when you come down here, where I guess the older neighborhoods are, they haven't branched out everything. So I think it was just AT&T that was providing service. And we have the highest one, but it's still like, I think it was 50 megabytes download and like 10 megabytes upload. So it's not that great, but it was good.
So basically, all your computer systems were underworked for what their capabilities.
Yeah.
were.
Oh yeah.
So I'm sure that virtual reality takes up a lot of speed, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Let's see. Close with your brother Cody? Let's talk about Cody.
Oh yeah. Me and Cody.
Who's older, you or him?
He is. I'm the youngest one. I'm 29. He's 31.
Okay.
My oldest brother Jason is 35 or 36 now.
Who lives at home?
All
3 boys live at home?
No. It's just me and Cody, and then mom and dad.
Okay. Tell me about Cody.
Cody. Let's see. Me and Cody had the quintessential rough, like fighting each other and whatnot when we were younger.
The love-hate,
right.
Typical siblings.
But then I would say, like my junior year of high school, we were all on the weightlifting team together. That's where I got to know a lot of like his guy friends, and we stopped like arguing at that point, and then we all we decided to go to nursing school together. We decided to go to the nurse anesthesia school together. We did everything together. We
were the better student.
We did everything together, unquote. Once again, Grant speaks of Cody in the past tense, not just out of habit, but because, deep down, he knows he has ended the possibility of any future togetherness. There absolutely will be no more late-night gaming sessions, no brotherly trips, no casual dinners. Cody is gone, and Grant is the reason why. But what is truly chilling isn't just the slip into the past tense, it's the complete absence of anything human in Grant's voice. It's completely unhuman. Over the course of 20 agonizing minutes, he weaves through memories involving Cody, moments that should be heavy with sentiment, layered with regret, something. But his voice never wavers. There's no tremor, there's no crack, no shift in cadence. He could be talking about a coworker he barely knew, or a neighbor's cousin he met once at a barbecue. Some fucking barbecue. Not the brother who spent years cleaning up his messes, funding his weird fantasies, trying to desperately save him. Grant paints a picture of a relationship defined by togetherness, but when you listen carefully, it becomes clear that what he really means is that Cody did everything for him. Cody was the one reaching out, propping Grant up when he stumbled, like a mannequin. A Grant mannequin, a Grantican, making sacrifice after sacrifice that Grant accepted, as if it were simply owed to him. In Grant's telling, it isn't brotherly love, it's transactional convenience, framed as familial duty. He is somehow shockingly at ease, no tension on his shoulders, no stress in his voice, no visible guilt clinging to him, just the same casual meandering monologue, as if he's chatting about his weekend plans instead of the man he trapped, shot, and coldly tried to frame for his own crime. It's the kind of detachment that makes you realize this isn't just someone who refuses to take responsibility. It's someone who may not even grasp, on any meaningful emotional level, that he's done something unforgivable at all. And he just keeps talking.
He was the better student in everything up through nursing school, and then I was actually the better student in nurse anesthesia school.
No, he wasn't. And we know he wasn't because, less than 30 minutes earlier, he said he failed out of nurse anesthesia school. But this is likely a self-preservation statement, because the question made him feel small.
But there was like again, kind of like...
Are you guys, sorry,
No.
Are you guys at the same time in the same classes?
Yeah.
So you're the
But
exact same...
not for nursing school, not for nursing
No,
school.
I mean for the anesthesiology.
Yeah, we sat right next to each other.
So you're in there doing things together, so you got somebody to study with.
Yeah.
Somebody to bounce things off of and work with.
Yeah, and we would do that all the time. We were burning the midnight oil.
But you were better at it.
Yeah, and that was the one time that he actually admitted that I was didactically more competent than him in that field.
That is an astonishingly revealing statement, and it demands a closer look. So let's break it down. Throughout their lives, Grant and Cody shared the same arenas, same schools, same hobbies, same career paths, but the pattern was painfully consistent. Cody excelled. He made friends more easily, performed better at sports, handled life's responsibilities with a natural competence that Grant could never quite replicate. I think there's a thunderstorm brewing outside, so if that's coming up, I apologize for the noise. Anyhow, and while Cody likely never gave these things a second thought, he wasn't competing, but Grant noticed. Because Grant noticed everything. Imagine the slow burn of resentment that would build up under those circumstances. It's one thing to be outshined by a stranger. It's another thing entirely when the person outpacing you is under your own roof, sitting across from the dinner table, surrounded by the same mutual friends who laugh just a little louder at his jokes. It would probably become nauseating, the feeling of being second best at everything, every single day. Then add to that, having to subsist on that person's charity, to have to constantly rely on them to have friends, to bail you out of certain situations, and to even endear you to your own father. For Grant, being, quote, better than Cody wasn't just a fleeting desire. It became a vital piece of his self-image, a way to even the invisible scales that he always felt tipping against him. So when he claims that Cody admitted Grant was didactically more competent in a certain field, it isn't a casual aside, it's a trophy. It's proof in his mind that for once, he wasn't standing in his brother's shadow. But here's the twist. It's almost certainly a fabrication. The field he's referring to was part of the program that Grant never even finished. Cody did, and then went on to make more than double Grant's salary because of it. Grant, the supposed more competent one, dropped out, failing to complete the very thing he uses as evidence of his superiority. Yet, in Grant's retelling, that pesky reality is swept aside. Facts are rearranged. Memories are massaged, until the story feels fairer, until Grant finally gets to be the winner, if only retroactively. This moment is so telling because it captures the essence of Grant's psychology. It's not enough for him to be seen as capable. He needs to win against Cody, to rewrite the record books in his favor, even if that means crafting memories that simply don't align with the truth. Even after taking Cody's life and framing him with the murder of his own parents, Grant still competes with a ghost, and in his mind, he's finally ahead. While people likely did think their relationship was a little weird, it wasn't simply because the brothers were so close. There are plenty of brothers who have a deep bond, and people wouldn't comment or think anything strange was going on. But people felt the relationship between Cody and Grant was strange because Grant was just strange. Grant relied on his brother for everything. He didn't pursue anything on his own. He just followed Cody's lead. He didn't make his own friends, he just glommed onto Cody's, and the relationship seemed incredibly one-sided.
And then...
Who was better in weightlifting?
He was.
Oh, okay.
He broke a number of school records. I think he was like the 129 weight class, I was the 119 weight class. But he was definitely stronger in high school. And then, but yeah, we were close. I mean, like bonded, you know. I don't really know how else to really say it. It was, a lot of people thought that it was weird because we did everything together and because we were so close, but yeah, I mean...
Yeah, a lot of people understand the bond of brothers. I mean,
yeah.
The true bond if you're close with your brother.
And I mean, during like this whole time, I mean, kind of like with just a few examples I've given you, he'd take care of everything for
Always
you.
there for you.
Yeah.
Always there to support you.
Always there.
Fight with you 1 minute, but make sure that you were not stuck in jail for some silly charge the next.
And, yeah, I mean, he's always been there for me. So, with my oldest brother, Jason, not so much, just because he was adopted to begin with, and then...
He was adopted by who?
My dad. He was my mom's son.
Was your mom married before your dad?
No.
Just had it.
Right.
Okay.
And then he was heavily restricted when we were younger, for lying and stuff like that to our dad.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, he would he would go to school and then he'd come home. He'd have to stay in his room. There's like no TV or anything like that, especially 15 years ago or something like that. But he'd come down for dinner and then he'd go back up and he'd do his work. On the weekends and whatnot, he would go out and pick weeds and do that stuff, and then come in and then do the same thing. So unfortunately, me and Cody never really got to interact with Jason, the oldest brother, a whole lot. But I mean, Jason's been I think he's one of the most genuine people that you'd ever meet. He's
pausing to note that Grant talked about Jason in the present tense here, calling him the most genuine person you could ever meet. This is obviously different to how he's been talking about Cody and their parents, and again, signals that he already knows they have perished.
Cody's definitely one you're way closer with.
Yeah, hands down.
Go on vacations, he's helping with bills, helping with the legal issues.
Right, and I mean...
Studied together.
We did everything together, connected at the hip.
Ever any issues really with him?
No, like I was saying, during this last 6 months, it had been a very trying time. Financially, trying to get the job thing going, worrying about this whole what's going to happen with this legal stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But even through it all, I mean, he would have his moments where he would get extremely upset. He never gets violent, I guess you could say. But at one point he got so upset that he pushed a cabinet and then it dented into the wall. So he'll lose his temper, kind of like my dad, but at least with me, he's always been where he's there for me. Whatever it takes, regardless of what's happening, I'm gonna take care of it for you. Over the last 6 months, it's been sad for me because I see everything that he's doing, and I can't be how I've always been with him, where I'm helping out too, or I can do something for you.
Right.
Where we're kind of on the same playing field. I know that you make more money than me and all that kind of stuff, but it's we can do the stuff together. You don't have to pay for my dinner. When we go out with the guys, you don't have to pay for the trip. It's just, I couldn't help relieve his stress, I guess, as well as I always used to.
Even when it comes to exploiting his brother's kindness, Grant somehow manages to paint himself as the victim. It's a remarkable bit of mental gymnastics, an art form really, where even the most blatant acts of selfishness are reframed as unavoidable tragedies that happen to him. And Cody, by all accounts, bent over backwards for his younger brother. He covered dinners with friends, he covered extravagant trips abroad, he paid for Grant's comforts and indulgences without ever demanding repayment. But in Grant's retelling, these acts of generosity weren't blessings, they were burdens. They made him feel bad about himself. They forced him to confront his own inadequacy. Poor Grant. In his mind, there was no choice. He had to let Cody pay. What else could he do? Say no? Decline the free vacations, the covered meals, the easy out from facing any real-world responsibilities? According to Grant, that simply wasn't an option. He frames himself as a passive passenger in his own life, trapped by his brother's overwhelming goodwill. What's missing from Grant's narrative is any sense of personal responsibility, which is a common theme in our videos, because the truth is, Grant did have options. They weren't glamorous, but they were there, albeit they wouldn't have restored the prestige he thought he deserved. He could have delivered for Uber Eats. He could have picked up shifts with DoorDash. He could have gotten a job, any job, and started climbing back inch by inch. Would it have been harder with the pending criminal charge? Absolutely. But it is possible, and people do it every day. But instead, he chose nothing. He applied nowhere. In Grant's mind, the indignity of working a job beneath his imagined station was a fate worse than dependency. It was better, it seems, to live off of Cody's sacrifices, and then resent him for it, than to confront the reality of rebuilding a life he had dismantled with his own stupid hands.
But it's also the camaraderie there that you got your brother to go do stuff with.
Right. But then, I mean, I know for me, I had been bummed out just because, like, I've been out of work. You know, my whole life it's been school, back to work, and then just, I mean, that's it. You know, sacrificed all my 20s. I never went tailgating or anything like that.
Let's be clear about something. What Grant is describing, the crushing realization that you have to go to school, find a job, work that job for decades, and maybe, if you're lucky, retire someday, is not some uniquely cruel burden placed upon his delicate shoulders. It's life. It's the reality for almost every single person on the planet. It's the reality for the detectives sitting across from him during this interview. It was the reality for Cody, Chad, and Margaret, even though Grant believed everything came to them so easily. They all faced the same uphill battle. But they all showed up. They worked hard and sacrificed. Meanwhile, Grant was stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars like a GTA villain, not to invest, not to build a future, but to fuel an online fantasy that culminated in the most grotesque form of self-gratification. Bro, she's in fucking Bulgaria. She's in Bulgaria. What are you gonna do, go find her? While they were working second jobs, tightening budgets, and planning for real futures, Grant was siphoning off their earnings to chase a virtual girlfriend that barely knows he exists. And in the most literal sense, he's just jacking off. No plan. Just pissing away other people's money one fap at a time. But in Grant's mind, his struggle was somehow different. It was harder, more unfair. He frames the universal condition of modern adulthood, the grind, the sacrifice, the endless responsibility, as an extraordinary injustice, specifically targeted at him, because to accept that everyone else bears the same burdens without crumbling would mean acknowledging an unbearable truth, that he lacked the grit and resilience that everyone else somehow found within themselves. Whenever something in Grant's life didn't go his way, whenever he failed, or even just fell short of his own inflated expectations, his response wasn't to double down, to prove his critics wrong, to claw his way back up. It was to give up entirely. He didn't burn with a passion of someone desperate to succeed. He fizzled and slouched toward the path of least resistance. And he didn't fail because the world was uniquely cruel to him. He failed because he chose not to even try. Because in Grant's mind, there was a brilliant trick at play. If he never gave a real effort, he could never be judged as having truly failed. If he convinced himself and others that he didn't really care, then he could preserve the illusion that the world was just stacked against him, that he was a victim of circumstance, rather than the architect of his own downfall. It's lazy, yes, but it's more than that. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy of cowardice, a system Grant designed to protect himself from shame. Because in the end, it's easier to be a martyr of circumstance than to confront the terrifying possibility that you simply weren't good enough yet, except of course when it came to Sylvie. For Sylvie, the life and fantasy she represented, Grant found reserves of energy, deceit, and an obsession he never summoned for anything else. She was the only thing he chased with any real passion, and even then, it wasn't love or connection he was after, it was validation, a shortcut to the sense of worth he had never built for himself.
Do you have any issues with depression over all the legal issues and beyond?
I would say that I was depressed, but you know, I'd always put on the happy face for like my brother and whatnot.
How would you deal with the depression?
You know, I'd talk to God. I'd try and just rationalize it in my head that, you know, I haven't heard anything from this attorney in 5 months, 6 months. I mean, you'd think that if it was something so severe that you would have heard about it by now. So I was just trying to rationalize to myself that hopefully this can all get taken care of, and then I can get back. I was looking towards the future, you know, like then I can do like what I'm doing now, where applying, you know, everybody likes me when they talk to me and they look at my resume and they see all my experience, and then just waiting for if I get the call back.
Well, you got, you know, of course I'm sure you know this. You've got that little blemish.
Yeah.
Over no fault of yours, it goes away, but still it's there. They can see it.
Right.
And then you have to explain away.
Right.
Here, even though it was dropped, you still have that little check mark that you got to get by.
Right.
And then that's tough to go from what you were and you're working towards, you know, the job your brother has.
Right.
And you know the financial gains, the difference between being a nurse and the program you're going to. It's a huge burden on you, of course.
Yeah.
Did you ever take any medication for the depression?
No, never. I never took any like.
Or even self-medicate?
No, I never took any like antidepressants or anything like that. I think the only thing, just because like sleeping was kind of off and on at a time, I would take like Benadryl just to like help me go to sleep back at home, and then when I think the only other thing is like sleep aid, which is again it's just diphenhydramine. secondary side effect is just drowsiness. It's not like its actual purpose. And then melatonin, just to help with the sleep cycle. Because I worked nights all the time, so I was always a night owl, always awake. And then now it's like
trying to get back into
because I'd be going to days. But that's the only thing I ever took. And then Advil, ibuprofen for like headaches. But no antidepressants, no medical history, none of that type of stuff.
Well, you and Cody, since you've been adults, any physical fist fights, anything? No.
When we were super young, but
Yes.
besides
Yes.
that, no.
Yes.
No, yeah.
So living at home is who?
Me, Cody, Dad, and Mom.
Tell me about your mom.
My mom has, she's always been it's kind of like Cody, she's always been the one that focused on me.
When asked directly about his mother, Grant once again slips into the past tense. She was instead of she is. It's subtle, almost casual, but it signifies a crucial truth. On some level, he knows Margaret is dead, and he knows that he is the reason why. The investigators catch it, and we catch it. But Grant, he just keeps talking, seemingly oblivious to the weight of his own words. What's even more revealing, though, is how he chooses to describe her, not through her passions, her interests, her dreams, not the things that made Margaret a full, living, complex human being. Instead, he defines her entirely by her relationship to him. She is framed solely in terms of her utility, how she cared for him, how she supported him, how she protected him when others like Chad dared to demand more of him. Grant's version of Margaret isn't about who she was, it's about what she provided. Her worth in his mind was transactional. She was a good mother because she looked after him, like Cody did, because she treated him like a child even as he edged towards his 30s, refusing to demand the independence and accountability he so desperately lacked. In this reimagining, Margaret's gentleness isn't a character trait to be admired. It's a service she rendered, something Grant felt entitled to. And when that service faltered, when she finally became another obstacle instead of a safety net, when he drained her retirement savings and stripped away her future, Margaret's value to Grant diminished. She had stopped being useful, and so he killed her. It's a chilling pattern, laid bare across every relationship in Grant's life. People are only valued for what they can do for him. Their dreams, their struggles, their humanity are irrelevant unless they can serve to prop up his own fragile sense of self. And the moment they stop, they cease to exist in any meaningful way. With Margaret, it wasn't just the theft of her savings or the betrayal of her trust. It was the ultimate irreversible act of entitlement, the belief that her life was his to take once she was no longer fulfilling her purpose.
And she worked at home.
What'd she do?
She was, God, I do not, like a something manager, like a client manager for Nuance Transcription Company.
What's that?
Basically, Nuance, their major thing is medical transcription.
Okay.
So it's just all the things that the doctors are saying while you're in the hospital. And then
well, would she make sure that those all got transcribed?
She would manage the people who did all the transcriptions, and then she had a couple people where there's like the managers over those people that then she would also take care of. And I think she was in the stage now where she was kind of branching out to different countries. So she had just gotten like this Canada account, I think, where she had to basically do the same thing, but now it's just all
She had a good job.
Oh yeah,
good paying job. It sounds like.
And yeah,
she
only, I think she told me that she completed high school. But if she didn't, then she didn't have a high school diploma, or she did. I honestly can't remember. And with that, when she first started doing everything, like with my dad, she was just a medical transcriptionist, so she's making like $35,000 a year or something like that. But now she had worked her way all the way up to making about $90,000 a year at this job. Stressful as hell. You know,
hard work pays off.
I'd hear her complain and do all that stuff.
Where was her office at?
You come down the staircase and then it's right to the right. So it's like, it's got like a potted plant in there. It's got like a bay window. Or like 3 windows.
No, when I say office.
Oh, at home?
She worked at home?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said she worked at...
Oh no, she works for Nuance.
Oh, okay.
But
from the house.
Yeah, she works from home.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So it's like where like all of our internet and crap is against like the wall. And
like a home office?
Yeah,
you work out?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was like originally a dining room, but then it was transitioned into like her office. And
Fights and fusses with mom, or
no? I mean,
were you the baby? You were truly the family baby?
For my mom.
Yeah. Okay.
For my mom.
Mom's favorite?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, I had been being told that, because again, it's like this last 6 or 7 months was just like stressful for everybody.
Sure.
And, you know, countless times my dad would like come up to me and he'd make like me feel, like he'd try and use things and word things to make me feel guilty so that I would, you know, do everything that I can, like get a job.
Almost like a motivation.
Right. And he'd tell me time and time again that, you know, you're her favorite. I mean, she would do anything for you.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, it's like, yeah, I don't need to hear that. I mean, that's not what would motivate me.
What Grant describes here, stripped of his self-serving distortions, is a father making a last, desperate attempt to motivate his son into action. And Chad, though portrayed by Grant as harsh and unyielding, was allowing him to live rent-free under his roof, covering legal expenses when Grant's recklessness finally caught up with him, and then continued to shield him from the full consequences of his own failures. Chad wasn't even demanding repayment or punishment. He was asking for the bare minimum, proof that Grant was not simply exploiting the safety net his family had provided, proof that, when the time came, Grant could survive without them. Chad's expectations were not extravagant. He wanted his son to achieve basic financial independence, to secure his own living space, to form meaningful adult relationships, and eventually to build a life of his own. It was not just about pride. It was about ensuring that when Chad and Margaret were no longer there, Grant would not collapse under the weight of his own ineptitude. He had no such worries about Cody, and Jason had already demonstrated he could stand on his own. Only Grant remained a question mark. In the documentation surrounding this case, Chad is sometimes described as a stern disciplinarian, perhaps even overly critical. But that portrayal originates almost entirely from Grant's perception, a perception already riddled with self-pity and entitlement and resentment. Based solely on Chad's actions, his financial support, his efforts to intervene, his continued presence in Grant's life, long past the point where many would have withdrawn, the idea that Chad was a cruel and unreasonable person seems unlikely. The truth was painfully clear to everyone observing from the outside. Grant was flailing. Despite having attended the same schools, being enrolled in the same programs, and grown up with the same resources and parents as his brothers, he simply failed to launch. While Cody advanced, while Jason built a life, Grant stalled, not because he lacked opportunities, but because he lacked the will to seize them. Where others struggled and persevered, Grant just disengaged. Where others adapted, he retreated. The effort required to grow into his own life was too much, and rather than confront his own inadequacies, he chose to reframe them, painting himself as the misunderstood victim of a father in a world that is uniquely cruel to him.
But no, with Mom, I think we yelled at each other a grand total of like 3 or 4 times my whole life. I've never like yelled at her for anything, because I mean, she's never done anything wrong. She's always been the one who's
stood by you.
Stood by me, but tried to, you know, even during our early childhood when it was really rough with our dad.
Mm-hmm. Why is that?
My dad's a Leo type A, Italian personality man. He's very focused on his future. He's very focused on everything that he's sacrificed in his life for the betterment of all of us.
Grant's description of his father stands in stark revealing contrast to how he speaks about Margaret and Cody. In Grant's narrative, both his mother and brother are cast as caretakers, sources of unconditional support who demanded nothing of him in return. He measures their worth, not by their own accomplishments and identities, but by the degree to which they facilitated his comfort without expectations. Their value in Grant's eyes is transactional, love, attention, and resources, given freely without the burden of accountability. Chad, however, is depicted very differently. When Grant speaks of his father, his tone shifts noticeably, laced with thinly veiled disdain. Chad is described as a Leo type A Italian, a string of characteristics delivered with a quasi-pejorative sneer, as though ambition, discipline, and intensity were personal failings rather than traits that had enabled Chad to provide for his family. In Grant's framing, the very fact that Chad was focused on the future, that he had goals, expectations, and standards, is presented as a character flaw. The idea that a parent would want their child to achieve independence and self-sufficiency is subtly mocked, treated as both oppressive and absurd. This framing is deeply telling. Psychologically, it reveals a classic case of reactive devaluation. Because Chad set boundaries and voiced expectations, Grant devalues him, not based on who Chad truly was, but because of the uncomfortable demands he placed on Grant's fragile self-image. In Grant's world, those who ask nothing of him are, quote, good, while those who challenge him are reimagined as hostile and unreasonable. The fundamental crime in Grant's mind was not that Chad failed to love him, but that Chad dared to expect something in return for the years of sacrifice, that he refused to labor indefinitely so that Grant could wallow in his arrested development, isolated in his room, funneling stolen money to a fantasy relationship on the internet. Chad's real sin was introducing accountability into a world where Grant had long since learned to equate love with unearned forgiveness. He expected his son to become something, to rise above dependency, and in doing so, he shattered the delusion Grant spent his life constructing, that he was entitled to comfort and adoration without effort, without sacrifice, and of course without growth.
You know, like he's always dreamed of going hiking up in the mountains. They have a property up in Tennessee that they built. And
You been there?
me and Cody and Jason have never been up to that house, just because
Mom and Dad hide that from you? That's our secret hideaway?
a little bit.
No kids allowed?
A little bit, but, I mean,
Have you seen the pictures of it?
Oh, yeah.
What kind of place is it?
It's nice. It's like, I think my dad has emphasized that it's about half the size of the house out in Chuliota, where we all grew up.
Mm-hmm.
But it's, I mean, super modern. It's got, like, the brick layout on the whole thing. It's on, like, 4 or 6 acres or something like that.
And where's it at? Tennessee, is that?
Tennessee, and it's,
Is this up in the place like they rent the rental cabin areas where a lot of touristy people go?
No, it's very secluded.
Okay.
It's, God, why am I so terrible at remembering these things? It's like an hour out from Gatlinburg.
Okay.
God, I can't remember. But
It's
it's
in that kind of general area.
It's very secluded. It's like you see a house like on the satellite thing, and then it's got like acres and acres and acres of trees, and then you might see like another house right over there. And then off like the back end of their property, they would send us pictures where it's got like the guardrail, but it overlooks like a valley.
Mm-hmm.
So that property had actually been causing my dad a lot of stress because I think it's been built for like 5 or 6 years. He only goes up there once every month, once every couple months, just to do maintenance, not to like enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
And then every like other month, him and my mom would go up there for like a week.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it's like my mom would always just be like, you know, I'm working every day. Like we're doing stuff in the yard, we're clearing this, clearing that.
Didn't get to enjoy the
Right. And then my dad, apparently there was like this hog issue up there that it's been destroying his lawn, you know, everything that they're maintaining.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I'll do that.
you know, he was like stressing about all the money that's costing him, and yeah, so like, yeah, I guess back to your original statement with my mom, never any issues. I mean, it was always like, if there was somebody that I could talk to and like Cody wasn't available, I'd always talk to my mom. I'd always let her know what's going on. Yeah, I mean, she would help me out through anything.
Okay. Tell me about Dad.
Dad,
What does he do?
Dad's a pharmacist.
Okay.
He works for CVS. He's been a pharmacist for, I think, 35 years or so.
Always worked for CVS?
No, he worked for the hospital, ORMC actually, or I think it was something orange back in the day. But he worked for ORMC for about 15 years, and then he worked with home infusion with ambient healthcare for like 11 years or 13 years.
Mm-hmm.
And then he finally got into the sales one with CVS.
What do you mean?
Where he like sits in a cubicle and then he's got the headphone on, and then if somebody calls in, he just like tells them what they have to do, like pharmacy-wise. So
Talking to other pharmacists?
Retail pharmacy. So he wouldn't go to like the CVS's that you see on the side of the road. He was at like Caremark or something like that, which is owned by CVS.
Mm-hmm.
It's like 650 employees. He told me about like how it's
a bunch of pharmacists doing the same
right,
thing he's
yeah.
doing? Basically talking to other pharmacists?
Talking to other pharmacists, talking to doctors, talking to patients.
Gotcha.
Patients for like their home health care stuff that they have, and they just call into the 24-hour pharmacist, and then you know, they help them through with whatever they got.
Do you like that job better than being in a CO thing?
No, he hated it. He tried because he was fired from. Oh, sorry, and then he was like IV home infusion with Florida Hospital's home infusion group for only about 2 or 3 years. He was fired from that for being, like, I guess, to not like soft, but like an asshole, because he would like his manager or something was this like young woman, and then she was giving him crap, and then he's like, I've been a pharmacist for this many years, like and you're younger than me, it's like I don't have to listen to you, you know.
Right.
So I guess he blew up one day when he was down at work, and then because of that, he ended up getting fired, and then he was out of work for about 3 months. And then he was trying to get back into the hospital system, trying to do home infusion again. But because of how old he is, and because he has an RPH degree, which was the original pharmacist degree, he doesn't have the new PharmD, he just get back into the avenue that he wanted to. So that's why he was forced, basically, to go to retail.
It's no accident that every anecdote Grant offers about his father is framed in the most negative light possible. In Grant's carefully curated version of events, Chad is portrayed as a failure, fired from his job for being an asshole, unemployed for 3 whole months, resentful of his work, dissatisfied with life. Each detail is selected not to provide context, but to degrade, to dismantle any notion of Chad as a figure worthy of respect or sympathy. This framing is especially grotesque when contrasted with reality. Chad had worked tirelessly across Grant's entire life, providing not just financial stability, but repeated second chances that Grant would of course squander. When Grant stole thousands of dollars from his own family, it was Chad who intervened. He begged his sister not to press charges, taking on the burden of repaying the stolen money himself, further mortgaging his own dignity and financial security to shield his son from consequences. Yet, despite this, he remains incapable of viewing his father with anything approaching gratitude or fairness. Instead, he fixates on Chad's imperfections, real or exaggerated, and weaponizes them to justify his own resentment. Psychologically, this represents a textbook manifestation of splitting, the defense mechanism by which an individual can only see others in extremes, entirely good if they provide unconditional support, entirely bad if they introduce a challenge, or accountability or discomfort. In Grant's rigid self-serving worldview, Chad's crimes were unforgivable. He didn't pamper him as uncritically or consistently as Grant demanded. He asked for something back. He expected some effort. Thus, Chad could not simply be a complex, flawed human who loved his son but demanded more of him. He had to be recast as an oppressor, as a villain, someone whose failures excused Grant's own. This inability to integrate nuance, to recognize that the same person who disciplined him, who also saved him again and again, is the hallmark of Grant's profound emotional immaturity. In his mind, love is not tested by hardship. It is only proven by endless indulgence. And any deviation from that standard, no matter how justified or well-intentioned, is treated as a personal betrayal.
So, but I mean, he'd tell me every day or every week that, he hates it. He's just trying to get to that retirement earmark so that he can stop. Because when he goes up to Tennessee, he doesn't want to get recertified in Tennessee and even work part-time like what his dad does.
What do you mean? What's his dad do?
His dad's also a pharmacist, but he originally lived in Florida, and then now he lives in South Carolina. And he just works part-time as a pharmacist, but he got the whole recertification, so he could keep doing that.
Right. Dad make good money?
I think he would tell me that he makes like between $110,000 and $120,000 a year.
Not bad money.
So yeah, it's not bad.
Well, so I'm sure him and Mom are both happy to see, that both of you going to that program.
Right.
You can make more. You always want your child to do better than you.
Right, and I mean, that was what my dad always emphasized. When we were younger, going through grade school and high school and college, we were heavily restricted, but we were allowed to do some things. Like, it wasn't like Jason's situation where he was just like the door's locked, you're staying in there type thing.
And who was that? Who was keeping? Who was the disciplinary in the family?
My dad.
And was he the one that decided Jason stays locked in?
Yeah.
What did Mom think about that?
Mom didn't approve of it, obviously, but back in that time, my dad was a very angry, violent type person. Overbearing. He would push my mom, and one instance, it was getting to that age where me and Cody were kind of getting old enough to maybe be able to do something if she needed our help. And I remember her and my dad were in their room, which if you go down the stairs, it's right there to the left. We heard our mom yell that he's hurting me, and then me and Cody run downstairs, and we go into the room, and then we're trying to get our dad off of our mom, and then my dad elbows back, and that's why my nose has got its little bridge right there.
We haven't found any evidence to show that this event even occurred, or that Chad Amato was abusive to his wife or sons. That doesn't mean that he wasn't. However, it's important to note that the only person who has ever alleged this is Grant.
But I mean, that's like how he was, like spankings with a 2x4, you know, like baseball practice, it'd be like 4 or 5 hours, and he's hurling the ball as fast as an adult can, and we're like 7th to 8th grade trying to catch this stuff. Yeah, I mean, definitely very overbearing, but he would always rationalize that he's just trying to, like, secure our future.
Violent towards the family?
Violent towards my mom and towards me. Never to and towards Jason, but never to Cody.
Why?
I mean...
Cody his favorite?
Yeah.
I mean, 3 boys?
Yeah. And with that, I mean, I could kind of see it, but Cody also never really made any mistakes. He did a few things wrong. He lied a few times. You know, he cost my dad some money a few times, but he was never like a repeat offender, I guess you could say, whereas me and Jason, you know, we had that difficulty where it's like, okay, we got a C or we got a D on something, and I just don't want to tell Dad about it.
Sure.
But then he would find out, and then, you know.
Grant's version of events presents a profoundly distorted interpretation of his home life, a warped perception that perfectly encapsulates his broader psychological dysfunction. In Grant's mind, Cody never truly struggled. Success just appeared to come easily to him. And Chad, their father, favored him because of it, while the rest of his family, Grant claims, suffered under Chad's cruelty. Cody was elevated, placed on a pedestal, admired without effort. But this is an extremely unfair and self-serving assertion. The reality, as supported by every external account, is that Cody achieved what he did not through endless talent or favoritism, but through consistent hard work and resilience. When faced with setbacks, Cody didn't retreat or collapse. He persisted. He adapted. He applied himself, even in areas where he was not naturally gifted, something that Grant consistently failed or refused to do. Grant's inability to recognize Cody's struggles, or the discipline Cody faced from their parents, is not rooted in fact. It's rooted in a psychological egocentrism. He doesn't remember Cody being punished or faltering because those moments weren't specifically emotionally significant to him. They did not directly impact his sense of injustice or victimhood, and therefore, they were discarded from memory. This is a common cognitive bias. When an event happens to us, especially one involving conflict or emotional pain, it becomes deeply encoded into memory. The sting of paternal criticism, the humiliation of perceived failure, these become milestones in our personal narratives. But when something similar happens to someone else, even someone close to us like a sibling, they barely register, unless they threaten or reinforce our own self-concept. To illustrate, think back to the last time you personally argued with your parents. Every cutting word, every slight, every feeling of unfairness likely remains vivid in your mind. Now try to recall the last time your sibling argued with them. Or if you don't have siblings, the last time your parent argued with another person entirely. Chances are the memory is vague, or fragmented, or missing altogether. Because it wasn't about you, it wasn't emotionally prioritized, and thus, it fades into the background of our experience. Grant operates entirely within this egocentric framework. His memories are filtered not through objective reality, but through emotional relevance to his own fragile identity. He remembers the times he felt slighted, criticized, and overshadowed, but he has no space, psychologically, to store the times when Cody was challenged, punished, or struggled. Those moments, if they ever registered at all, were discarded because they didn't support the narrative Grant needed to maintain, that he was the perpetual victim, and Cody was the effortless golden child. So, again, like I mentioned, someone gift-wrapped Grant some shit. Now he's just a bitch. It's also likely that if Cody was ever criticized or punished by their father in front of Grant, he took some pleasure in that fact. It was the one time Cody got what was coming to him. The one time he felt something akin to what Grant was meant to feel all the time. And it felt good to see him suffer, even for just a little bit. In this way, Grant's internal world is not merely distorted, it is self-reinforcing, designed to absolve him of responsibility while casting those who surpassed him as unfairly advantaged.
Dad ever abuse you?
When we were younger,
How so?
spankings with like a 2x4, and then, you know, he'd use like, it was like a 2x4 that was fashioned into a paddle called the lightning rod, I think is what it was called. No, he broke it on me.
I'd be sorry, I would probably take it to my dad, take it out and burn it.
Yeah.
So he didn't have it anymore.
But, yeah, he would, you know, he'd do that, and then he'd push you around. Like, he wouldn't punch you. He wouldn't bruise you.
Slap you?
He never slapped me, but I guess I should say the only place that I ever got bruised was on my butt from being spanked.
Belittle you?
he would belittle me when I was younger, but again...
How long since you've been out of work?
No, I mean, not really. He would just make me feel bad that, like, he would make me feel bad that Cody's doing all this stuff to, like,
And you're not.
And I'm not. Like, I'm not contributing.
You're not as valuable, maybe.
Right.
Maybe that's not the right word, but you're not, like you said, contributing enough to what needs to be done.
Right, and then...
but nobody knows better than you that you want to be out there,
right.
you want to have it.
And I mean, the problem, I guess, was that I was always like the jokester, the one that could calm everybody down, make everybody smile. If there was a heated situation, I could say a joke or something and then make everybody kind of move past it. And I was just in the point where it's like, I'm hearing, all this stuff from Dad. I'm seeing how much Cody's helping me. Mom's stressed out with her job. And it's like I'm not doing anything. And it's like I'm in that situation where it's like I'm not doing something because I don't want to. I'm held out because I'm waiting for this whole legal thing to get taken care of and then for jobs.
Once again, Grant's narrative collapses under even minimal scrutiny. He claims that he had no opportunities to earn money while awaiting the resolution of his court case is demonstrably false. There were numerous avenues available to him, each requiring nothing more than a basic willingness to work. He could have canvassed the neighborhood, offering simple handyman or lawn care services, low-scale cash-paying work that demands only effort and reliability. He had already begun streaming on Twitch. He could have cross-posted his highlights to YouTube, capitalizing on algorithmic exposure and creating a potential secondary revenue stream. He could have offered basic video editing services on platforms like Fiverr, tapping into a rapidly growing gig economy. If all else failed, he could have become a delivery driver for DoorDash, Uber Eats, or Instacart. Unglamorous but immediate, stable work. Would any of these options have replaced the salary he once earned as a nurse? No. But that's the inevitable consequence of stealing controlled substances from a hospital. Actions, of course, have consequences, and Grant's refusal to confront that basic reality is a repeated pattern. But instead of pursuing any of these possibilities, Grant chose inertia. He spent his days and nights immersed into video games and hemorrhaging money to an online cam model, not because he lacked options, but because he lacked the psychological resilience to face discomfort, humiliation, or the slow, painful work of rebuilding his life. All the while viewing his dad as being unreasonable for wanting him to try. Just for 2 seconds, stop frickin' cranking that hog and just try. But Grant was addicted not to Sylvie herself, nor to the gaming, but to the fantasy they represented. The fantasy of a life where success, love, and validation were handed to him without the burdens of effort or failure. In this fantasy, he could remain the passive recipient of admiration and comfort, untouched by the consequences of his own choices. His behavior during this period was not simply lazy. It was a catastrophic form of avoidant coping, the psychological preference for escapism over engagement, fantasy over effort, emotional comfort over personal responsibility. It's the psychological equivalent to refusing to swim when you're drowning, because treading water feels humiliating.
We've been talking for a while. Did you get stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, anything real quick?
I'm good. Yeah.
Okay.
12 hours a day working as a nurse. I'm
I'm
used to sitting or standing.
Take advantage of it. That's why I said I want to make sure that if you do, we take those breaks. And sometimes it's time to collect your thoughts because, just sitting talking.
Right.
Thinking about what you're saying. I want to make sure you got a break spinning because this isn't the hospital. And make sure that you want to...
No, I'm good. It's like with water and stuff. I'm not a breakfast person and waters.
So... When's the last time your dad put his hands on you?
The last time my dad put his hands on me would be, I'd say, kind of the middle of December of 2018.
What happened?
It's because, with all the money that had been getting spent and, I guess just the mix of everything that I've been saying just kind of boiling up in him. And the fact that to him, it seemed like I wasn't concerned about it. So, and then plus I wasn't acting like myself with the jovialness and, all that kind of stuff. My father chose to admit me to a depression or an addiction clinic or something like that in Fort Lauderdale called Cornerstone.
When was that?
That was December 22nd.
Okay.
Until I think January 4th.
Did you agree to go?
I didn't, but they said that, this was your only...
Who said?
My dad.
Okay.
And that was in Fort Lauderdale?
Yes, yeah.
Did your mom agree with it?
My mom and my brother both agreed, but it was my dad who was like the iron fist, like, this is what's going to happen. Like, he can't...
Why did he say you needed to go? What was his reasoning?
Because with the way that I was acting, he didn't see that I was doing anything for, like, the positive. And a lot of it just came back to money with him. He would like allow me to spend money that he had, like with his credit card or something like that. But it's like then whenever I did, it was like a huge problem.
Nearly everything Grant claims about this event is a fabrication, which collapses under the weight of multiple living witnesses. First, the intervention was not an ambush orchestrated by a single person. It was a collective effort by the entire family. Their goal was clear: to show Grant that unless he sought treatment, he would lose their support entirely. Second, this decision to push Grant towards rehab was not an overreaction to some minor lapse in judgment. It was the rational response to an escalating pattern of theft and deceit. Grant had stolen tens of thousands of dollars from his own family, devastating amounts that compromised their financial security and trust. Each member of the family had been directly harmed by his actions, and each stood in solidarity to confront him. This wasn't Chad manipulating Margaret and Cody into compliance. It was a family collectively wounded, demanding accountability. But Grant predictably refused to acknowledge the gravity of what he had done. In his retelling, the theft, nearly $250,000 siphoned from people who loved him the most, is mentioned only in passing, treated as if it were a trivial misunderstanding rather than a profound betrayal. Prior to this statement, he had only mentioned being out of work, not stealing his parents' retirement out from under them. And more insidiously, he frames Chad as the villain of the story, the mastermind who supposedly coerced Margaret and Cody into an intervention they apparently didn't even believe in. He implies with calculated subtlety that Cody and Margaret would have excused his theft, and perhaps even seen it as justified, were it not for Chad's supposed domineering influence. In this framing, Cody and Margaret remain good, worthy of Grant's distorted affection, while Chad becomes the singular antagonist, the cold disciplinarian forcing others to act against their will. It's important to note, too, that despite all of his protestations, Grant did agree to go to rehab. Once again, Grant's version of events reveals not the truth of what happened, but the truth of how he needs to see himself, as the wronged son, surrounded by manipulators, prosecuted for crimes he cannot emotionally afford to recognize. But even though Grant tries to frame himself being forced to go to rehab as being an overreaction, he has already admitted that he was severely depressed during this time, meaning that their concern over his well-being was justified, even by his own warped estimation.
Okay, so you had one of his credit cards.
Yeah.
And what were you buying with it?
Well, what I was doing is, over the past 4 months or something like that, I've been talking to this woman online.
Who's she?
She's, as embarrassing as it is, she's a cam model.
A what?
A cam model. Do
Alright.
either of you guys know what that
Nope.
is?
Just like all the videos stuff, you have to tell us.
A cam model, it's like it's like a virtual girlfriend, I guess you could say.
After more than an hour of meandering, self-pitying narrative, Grant finally introduces Sylvie into the conversation. True to form, he does so obliquely, couching her introduction within yet another complaint about his father. He recounts, with evident resentment, how Chad would allow him to use the family credit card, and then would have the audacity to reprimand him afterwards. In Grant's mind, this was hypocrisy, as though a 29-year-old man living rent-free in his father's home, unemployed, and facing criminal charges, should somehow be beyond reproach. He paints himself as helpless, infantilized, and oppressed by a father who, by Grant's own framing, had the gall to expect accountability after offering financial lifelines. When pressed for clarification by the detective about what he was spending this borrowed money on, oh no, Grant is forced to admit the truth. He was funneling it to a Bulgarian cam model he had never met in person. Wow. It makes him sound like the biggest loser of all time. It makes me laugh every time. This revelation is inappropriate on multiple levels, not simply for its financial recklessness, but for the profound emotional and psychological dysfunction it exposes. Grant was not using the money for necessities, or even for misguided but understandable coping mechanisms, like blackjack or hookers. He was funding an elaborate parasocial fantasy, an online delusion that had become more real and urgent to him than the collapsing relationships in his own home. Yet even here, Grant cannot resist trying to position himself as the aggrieved party. He wants the narrative to remain centered on Chad's alleged cruelty, the oppressive father who would offer support only to weaponize it later, to shame his son into compliance. But most rational observers would recognize the obvious. No rational parent, no responsible human being would continue to offer financial assistance if they knew that their money was being drained to fuel another person's parasocial pornography addiction. It's not cruel to set boundaries in the face of such self-destruction.
Okay. Like that type of situation. Mm-hmm. So a lot of the money went to her.
Okay. Where's she at?
She lives in Bulgaria.
Where?
Bulgaria.
Where's that?
Over in Europe. It's like outside of Germany.
Okay.
Something like that.
You ever been there?
No.
Okay.
It wasn't that serious.
Okay.
So what would you give her money for?
Just for like the time online with her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it was just like that type of thing.
And what did she charge? By the minute? By the hour?
Minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how much is it per minute?
Oh God, I think it was like 90 tokens a minute, and it's like the conversion rate for all of that is like $600 for like 5,000 or something tokens or something like that. So, and then it was 4 hours a night. So I mean that's basically just where all the costs went to, was you pay real money for the tokens, then you use the company's digital currency for that.
So you do that. And when did you meet her?
I met her at the beginning of July. Yeah, at the very beginning of July.
Okay, and still talking to her?
Still, yeah. I mean, more just on Twitter, just through direct messaging. Again, cell phone service doesn't work, so it's like I can't use the chatting like that.
How much do you think you spent on this? Because it seems kind of pricey.
Yeah.
90 tokens and $5,000 for how many tokens?
No, it's $600 for 5,000.
For 5,000.
Yeah.
Okay. So how much do you think you spent on this?
Probably close to like $200,000, I'd say.
$200,000?
Yeah.
And where'd the money come from?
Money came from me, my brother, and then my dad.
Did they know where the money was going to?
They didn't know that it was going to a cam model. I was saying that it was going towards my Twitch streaming, advertising, putting my name out there and that type of thing.
Once again, Grant tries to make his actions sound normal, despite spending the first hour of this interview talking about how little money he had, and how much he had to get by on the charity of others. He spoke at length about how he couldn't even afford to go out to eat, how he felt emasculated by his brother because he took care of him, and how oppressive and cruel his father was for expecting him to make his own money, only to casually mention that at the same time, he was spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to talk to a Bulgarian woman he had no real relationship with. Based solely on what Grant has said, he would have easily been able to financially provide for himself had it not been for his excessive spending on Sylvie, but in his mind, that was the only necessary expense. Food, housing, everything else could go. All that mattered was making sure he could see her every night online. It's apparent that Grant had hoped that he could ease the detectives into agreeing with his worldview, that he believed if he could slowly and methodically bring up how his dad had been cruel to him growing up, and how his life had fallen apart after he'd been fired for stealing from the hospital, that the officers would see things from his perspective, that they wouldn't bat an eye at him stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars from his family. But that was far from the case.
But based on what you're telling me, only so many people make so much money. I think just a few in the country make a bunch of money.
Right.
So that was like the ultimate goal, is to get to that.
I was hoping that the stars would align, and then I would be like one of those people, because I was good at the games, and I'm a funny, pleasant person on the camera and that type of thing.
I was hoping that the stars would align. This single statement is not just a passing comment. It's a window into the entire architecture of Grant's worldview. In his mind, success, security, and fulfillment were not outcomes to be earned through effort, sacrifice, and persistence. They were entitlements, rewards he passively awaited, expecting the universe to simply bestow them upon him without requiring any meaningful input on his part. Grant's dream of becoming a successful Twitch streamer was not inherently unattainable. The platform is saturated with individuals who, through grit, consistency, and relentless self-promotion, build sizable audiences over time. Had Grant been willing to do the one thing he seemed fundamentally adverse to, which is sustained strategic effort, he might have had a real chance. He could have created a rigorous streaming schedule to build audience loyalty. He could have engaged with viewers through interactive content. He could have collaborated with other streamers to expand his reach, or cross-promoted his gameplay onto YouTube and refined his brand, all the while holding down a part-time job, as many aspiring creators do to sustain themselves during the lean early years. These are of course not revolutionary ideas. They're standard practices followed daily by individuals who understand that success in a competitive field demands persistence, accountability, and hard work. But Grant could not, or more accurately, would not pursue that path. The idea of incremental progress, or putting in thousands of unseen hours before achieving even modest success, was alien to him. His expectation was magical, that fame, wealth, and validation would somehow materialize around him, simply because he wanted it badly enough. And when the stars failed to align, when reality inevitably intruded on that fantasy, Grant's response was not to adapt, recalibrate, or redouble his efforts. It was to give up entirely. Psychologically, this pattern reflects a profound form of learned helplessness, a condition in which an individual, confronted by early failures or discomfort, becomes conditioned to believe that the effort is futile and that success is out of reach no matter what actions are taken. But in Grant's case, it is compounded by deep-seated entitlement and narcissistic injury. Rather than seeing setbacks as challenges, he interpreted them as personal betrayals by the world, further proof that he was unfairly denied what he believed he was owed. In Grant's mind, the tragedy was never that he failed to work hard enough. The tragedy was that the universe failed to recognize his inherent worth, a worth he believed should have been obvious to everyone else around him, without him ever having to prove it.
So, yeah, I mean, so I guess to like bring it all back with why I was brought to Cornerstone, it was a mix of all of those things. It's like he felt like, you know, he felt like...
You need to be grounded?
Yeah. And so then I was there, you know, I spoke to, like, the therapist and psychiatrist and all that stuff. I didn't need any medications for anything. They had analyzed it as, this is an isolated event. You've been out of work, you have this PTSD from the whole getting arrested thing, and, I mean, the last thing on my record was, I think, a speeding ticket back when I was at UCF. And then, you know, just having all of that stuff going on, but then they had signed me up, I think, to be there for 60 days, but then I was only there until January 4th, so...
Who paid for that?
My brother, Cody.
What was the cost of that, do you know?
$15,000. It was $15,000, and then I think, when I had gotten back, we were going through the process of calling them and seeing if we could get any type of refund, and I think they said that he was going to get refunded $3,000 from his $15,000.
Sure.
But I don't...
there so long.
Right. But I don't know if that transaction had ever gone through yet.
So their final diagnosis of you was what?
That I was fine. That
didn't need to be there.
Yeah. That I was fine. I told them all about like my living situation and how it had been stressful, and then it got better, and then now it's just stressful again. But they had all just said that it was just this isolated event.
Situational PTSD from
right. Yeah, like once
the last 6 months.
Once you can get this legal thing taken care of, which I don't know if I mentioned, but when we looked online and we saw that all the charges had been dropped, that was on like November 30th or 31st, the day before we were going to Japan. So, while that was good and everything, I still knew that it was still going to be like on your record until you get it expunged. So, you know, I was still thinking, okay, at least now I can maybe start applying when we get back from Japan. Sure. But, you know, yeah.
Again, we've already covered why he was released early. It's not for the reasons he is stating, but he purposely warps the facts of the situation to try and validate his demented worldview. Sure, he was horrifically depressed, sending thousands of dollars to a cam model, and dealing with PTSD by his own accounting facts, but the rehab facility said he was fine. There was nothing they could do for him. That objectively does not make any sense. What does make sense is the fact that Grant lied to the staff at the facility, told them everything he believed that they wanted to hear, and when they assessed that they weren't equipped to help him, then he was released. Also, it should not need to be stated, but no legitimate mental health professional would ever characterize post-traumatic stress disorder in the way Grant describes. No qualified clinician would dismiss PTSD as something inconsequential, that would simply resolve itself with time. PTSD is a complex, multifaceted condition that demands careful evaluation, structured intervention, and long-term management. It's not a passing inconvenience. It's not a temporary emotional setback to be brushed aside with vague assurances. To minimize it so casually is not just clinically inaccurate, but it is profoundly irresponsible. Yet Grant presents exactly this version of events because it serves his purposes. He wants psychologically to have it both ways. He wants the sympathy associated with a PTSD diagnosis, the aura of victimhood, the implicit absolution for his behavior, while simultaneously rejecting the implications that come with being truly mentally unwell. He wants the label without the responsibility to address it. In essence, Grant seeks to weaponize that diagnosis, to use it as a sword and shield simultaneously when convenient, while discarding its gravity whenever it threatens the narrative he is desperate to maintain. That narrative being that he is fundamentally fine, but he's misunderstood and undeserving of real scrutiny. He wants the interrogators to feel bad for him, because he deals with a serious disorder that would affect every aspect of his life and how he interacts with the world, while also saying that he didn't need any therapy or help that his parents, namely his father, were trying to provide for him, because Chad is an evil, bad, evil person. He wants everyone to think of him as being a strong, competent guy, while being a weak-willed, unemployed loser.
So, I mean,
after you get back
on the 15th of December.
You get back. I thought you said you went on the 22nd of
Right.
December.
Yeah, that's when I went to. Yeah, it was after Japan, and it was because when I had gotten back, my mom and dad were dealing with a lot of the financial stuff while we were up there, and then when I got back, that's where my dad started to get really kind of overbearing, and I mean rightfully so. I know what I did, but it's like with him, it was every single day, hours a day. Hours a day. He'd come home from work, and then he would just talk to me just about the same exact thing over and over and over and over and over again. And
did he get heated?
He would get heated, but
How about you? Did you get heated?
No, I mean I was, I was always the person in the family where like my brother Cody would interrupt my dad when he was talking. My mom would interject and say you can't be saying that or whatever. But for me, I would just sit there and I would just let my dad talk so that he could say everything that he wanted to say.
Grant isn't socially unaware or inept, despite what you may have assumed. He knows when what he is saying makes sense to someone, and when it doesn't. It's why he spent the first hour of this interview trying to frame his parasocial porn addiction as just a silly little thing he did in his spare time. He knows that if he just says he stole $250,000 from his parents, brother, and other relatives, that the officers will think he had motive to kill them, and will likely think less of him. So he takes his time priming them before coming clean. And within a few minutes, he realizes that the priming didn't work, so he adjusts. The interviewers barely react to his admission, but they did do enough to tell him that they thought his theft was unjustified, and his father was right. So he cops to the fact that what he did probably wasn't great, but then he goes right back into how his dad was actually the real problem because he couldn't let it go. Which is kind of funny to say out loud because, what the hell?
And then if I saw that it was something that he wanted me to respond to, then I'd respond. But I would never be heated to him.
Sure.
Especially if I felt like I was in the wrong.
Right. To all this, you think you were in the wrong?
I mean, yeah.
To some extent?
To some extent. Spending that amount of money, it's idiotic to do that, especially when you're not making
So $200,000.
Right.
When was the last time that you and your dad did have, a heated conversation?
It would be Thursday. Because one of his rules was that I wasn't allowed to talk to the woman anymore that I had been talking to. But I guess you could say behind the scenes, my mom would let me talk to her through her cell phone using Twitter. And, she would tell me, like, look, you have to keep it just basic, because if you say anything or if you entice anything or do anything like that, it might lead her to say something to like my dad or something like that. Because
how would she get in touch with him?
Because apparently when I was in Cornerstone, my dad told her, because he had like hacked my computer or something like that, and then he found everything.
Electronics guy like you and your brother?
Except he's more of that like hacking level, like able to do all that stuff. So he had found, like just the stuff that was related to her. And then he erased my whole entire computer. He put a password on it, so it's like, even when I came back up until Thursday, like, I wasn't able to go into my own computer to look at anything.
Basically, he's treating you like a small child.
Right, and rightfully so. I mean, spending that amount of money, I was acting childish. I can kind of get it. But, so yeah, anyways, on Thursday, he had apparently found out that I was speaking to her again. Mm-hmm. And when I came back on the 4th, my mom picked me up from the Cornerstone place. And then me and my mom met my dad at California Pizza Grill or Kitchen in Waterford Lakes. Mm-hmm. And he had this list, front and back, on a piece of paper of all the rules. This is what's going to happen. This is why I'm acting the way that I'm going to act. I'm not going to be Dad anymore. I'm going to be Chad. And I basically told him that I'm going to be present. I'm going to do what I can. I'm going to start trying to get jobs now. I told him what my plan was. It wasn't really my intention to continue talking to this woman, but it just kind of happened. And then because there was like that emotional connection, I guess you could say, between her and me, like it felt like a relationship. I didn't want to just stop cold turkey on it.
To be clear, there was never an authentic emotional connection flowing back and forth between Sylvie and Grant. She was providing a service, one he knowingly paid for. What Grant engaged with is commonly known as the girlfriend experience, a transactional arrangement specifically designed to simulate the intimacy of a romantic relationship, without the reality of emotional reciprocity. While some have debated the ethics of such services, there is no ambiguity in Grant's case. He fully understood the nature of the transaction. This is evident by the way he initially frames their interaction during the interview, careful, calculated, avoiding the outright claim that they were in a mutual romantic relationship. But acknowledging that the connection was purely one-sided would have been too psychologically devastating in that moment. Grant's ego could not tolerate the idea that the affection he was so desperately pining after was purchased, not earned, fabricated and, of course, not real. Thus, he is compelled to insist that Sylvie must have felt something for him too. Oh, baby, the way you add $1,000 to my PayPal wallet. Ooh, I've been on a dry streak for a while, but Bachelor Grant is back, baby, and he's feeling like $1 million. Okay, so even if this were true, it would have been based entirely on a fabricated persona. The Grant Sylvie interacted with was not the Grant sitting in the interrogation room. Ouch. It was a fictionalized version, a highly accomplished, wealthy e-celebrity, a man of influence and success, charisma, carefully crafted to attract admiration and validation.
So he had apparently found out, and then
unhappy.
Right, and one of the stipulations was that he told me at the dinner was, if you speak to this woman again, you're out of the house. Like, I'm kicking you out. You can pack up your shit, and then you're off my property. And then because of the way that he used to be, he had told me that basically if that happens, that if I ever step back onto his property, that he would kill me. So, on Thursday, that all happened, and then I was in the process. I was getting all my stuff together. I was piecemealing it out to the car, and then, I had an interview on Friday. So I had to get my suit out to my car. I was trying to just get all of my necessities as best as I could from, a lifetime of living inside the house. Sure. And then, my brother was working that night, and I think he was working like one of his long nights, but he ended up getting off early. And then I had met with my brother before he came home, just like in the neighborhood area. And then
where?
It was just on the the back side of the house, like along, I don't remember what that road's called, but it's like you take the bend where it has those two blinking lights, and then it's just down that road a ways.
Not for Christmas.
Is it before Christmas when you still turn the corner?
I think so. I'm not sure. I think so.
Well, it was just down that road.
Okay.
And then I basically brought him up to speed, and he had told me that he was going to do whatever.
What time was that, you think?
God, what time was that?
What time did you go to? Let me back up a second. I apologize. You, Mom, and Dad go to California Pizza Kitchen in Waterford at what time?
Oh, that was all the way back on January 4th.
Oh, you said Thursday.
Oh, that wasn't Thursday.
No.
Okay.
That was when
Okay.
I had come back from Cornerstone,
Gotcha.
and he was giving me the rules.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
So,
then do Thursday then. We'll
what
start with
happened?
that.
That Thursday that you meet with Cody down the street, this is this past Thursday?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me about that.
After you and your dad argue.
After me and my dad had argued, and he had told me, this is how it's going to be, and, all that stuff.
Okay.
Um,
This is at the house this past Thursday.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Because this is what now? Saturday?
Saturday.
So,
Yeah.
past Thursday, I guess you could still say it. So, then, I spoke with Cody. He told me about all that. He had given me his debit so that, because, I don't have any money, and I don't know where to go. I'd never been out of the house on my own. And then the last thing that I was told was just that, basically, once again, that he'll take care of it, because...
This is Cody.
This is Cody.
What time is this, approximately?
I'd say a little after 10:30-ish.
Grant still has not asked why he's even been brought in, and therefore doesn't know that his family, save for his eldest brother Jason, is dead. As far as he wants the interrogators, the jury, and the public to believe, he is completely ignorant of any and all facts surrounding this case. But he willingly dives into the detailed account of his last day in the home, prior to the murder. He offers up this information, even though it has not been asked for, because this is the most prepared part of his statement. In the past few days, while he waited for their bodies to be found and for him to be questioned, he went over what he was going to say and how he was going to explain the crime scene. His goal, as we mentioned earlier, would be to pin all the responsibility on Cody and give himself an alibi. So let's see how he does.
At night?
Thursday night.
Thursday night.
Okay.
And then, so then after that, I just, stayed in the vicinity area for a number of hours, and then I had remembered over some of the nights when I would work overnight, but then I'd be able to get off early, that the Publix on 50, on Colonial, the one that's by the Tractor Supply.
419, yeah.
Yeah. That Publix, it's like their guest Wi-Fi is always still active, even when the store closes down. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to go there because I have my Surface, and I can, check on my emails. I had to pull up the address to my interview because I don't have GPS. So then I would, write all that stuff down, and then I was basically just waiting in that parking lot until I had to leave to go to the interview. And then, that was the last, because again, it's no cell phone service. Email was literally my only form of communication. And then, I didn't have any, I went to the DoubleTree because I was like, I can't just stay in my car again all night.
Right. And how did you pay for that?
I paid for it with my debit card.
With your debit card?
Yeah. Because I think there was the $400 or $300 and something still left on it.
Okay.
What time did you get there?
The DoubleTree? I think I got there at around 3 or 4 p.m.
Yesterday.
Friday. And then, then I was just, I would go up to my car so I get a bottle of water or something like that, or if I'd forgotten something, just necessity-wise. And then I was just there the whole night.
So now that Grant has gone through his version of events, do any of you believe him? Do you believe that his father, the one who promised to pay all of his debts off to other relatives, who would willingly forego his own retirement to ensure his son wouldn't go to prison for his financial crimes, told him that if he came back onto his property, he would shoot him? Do you believe that when he left the home, Cody met him down the block from the home, gave him his debit card, and told him that he would take care of the situation?
Talk to Cody, talk to Mom, talk to
No, I couldn't talk to anybody because I didn't have...
But you had the phone in the room.
Oh, yeah, I did have the phone in the room.
But
yeah,
call anybody from the phone room?
No, I didn't even honestly think about it because I was away from a place where I had lived for 25 years or something like that. I had never, as embarrassing as it is, I'd never been on my own.
Right.
The longest period I'd ever been away from anybody is 2 weeks when we were up in Japan. So,
But you had your brother with you, so...
Right,
so,
yeah.
So you had family with you.
But, so I guess I was waiting to see what would happen with this job because I was told I'd either be told Tuesday or Thursday. And then maybe I would try an outreach or something like that. Or the last time you know, when it was like an issue where I didn't have my phone, like my brother would email me. So I was just thinking, oh, okay, well, I mean, if anything, he knows the situation, he'll just email me. So I checked my email a few times last night, and then I just inevitably was able to go to sleep.
Was it Thursday night that your dad told you that if you talked to the girl that he would kick you out, or was that the conversation on the 4th at California?
That was on the 4th. And then he just went through with it on Thursday.
Okay.
So Thursday, you're home all day?
Yes.
With your mom? Like she works at home?
Correct, yes.
Your dad's at work? What's his normal work hours?
He works until, I think he had to go in early that day, because he had to start like doing overtime or something like that. And he normally works though from like 5 or 6 in the morning to, I think he gets home between like 5:30 and 6 at night or something like that.
What time do you get home that day?
He got home at like 5:30.
5:30?
5:30, 5:45, one of those two.
Okay. Were you there when he came in?
Yes.
Okay, well, describe your dad normally come in.
When my dad normally comes in, he'll come in, he'll look into the living room, which is, like, there's the kitchen, and then there's the living room where it's got, like, the long couch and whatnot that's inside, and then there's the TV right there.
Okay.
So he'll normally come in through there, and then he'll talk, or he'll ask his questions, or he'll
Where were you at when he came in?
I was just in there. I was just watching.
In the virtual reality where you said you had that set up?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just watching.
And that's in what room?
The living room.
The living room.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just watching YouTube at that time, just
Okay.
like.
Did Dad talk to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's where, because he had, I don't know how he found out, but he had apparently found out, and then.
Found out what?
That I was talking to.
You were still talking
to the woman, yeah. And then he came in, and then he asked me, in a calmer state, I guess you could say, like, basically the leading question of, you know, why do you think we're about to have this conversation? Giving me, I guess, that opportunity to be honest and truthful, to maybe tone it down a little bit. I, of course, did what I always did, where I kind of didn't admit to it. And then he came out and he told me that I had been doing that.
He had proof.
Yeah.
Have an argument?
Yeah. And then, you know, he got he had kind of reverted back to the way that he was when we were younger, where, you know, he kind of, you know, pulled me up from the couch, and then he was yelling at me to pack my shit up and just get out of the house. That he was the one who had to be the hammer, and that, you know, why am I making him have to go through this, and all this other kind of stuff.
Okay.
Oddly enough, Grant refuses to use the word lie to describe what he did in this situation, because that would make him morally and objectively in the wrong, especially because he states that he responded the way he always did, saying that he always lied to his father after spending a significant portion of the interview saying the man was unfair towards him, would validate Chad's actions, and that is the last thing Grant wants to do. Grant mentions that this interaction happened after Chad returned home from work, where he had to work overtime. He tries to frame the overtime as being unrelated to the situation at hand, and just something that either Chad decided to do for himself, or something that he'd been scheduled for. But that's ridiculous. Chad was working overtime because of Grant's actions. His mood, his anger, it was all justified in this situation because his son he had raised had deliberately and repeatedly fucked him over. He asked Grant not to do one thing. He told him he could either join the military, not talk to Sylvie, or move out, and Grant chose the second option. But he couldn't even stick to that. But even after killing his father, shooting him twice in his own home, Grant can't admit that maybe his father's anger towards him was justified. It has to be an overreaction, completely unjustified, and an example of how Chad failed as a father. Grant is still entirely unemotional, relaying the last time he saw his family, even though he states it was a heated and emotional affair. It would make sense for him to express some anger or sadness at the way things played out, even if he wanted to pretend that he wasn't aware that his family was dead. But there's nothing.
So, you know, basically I had...
So he's becoming violent. Like the way you described it when you and Cody were kids.
Right.
What do you do?
Like I said, he pulled me up from the couch just by, like, the shirt that I was wearing. And then, you know, after that, he was basically just having that yelling where it was kind of like cracking. You know, like his voice would either crack or he was basically just yelling at that point and monitoring.
Where's your mom?
My mom was in her office.
Okay. Okay.
Because...
And I'm sorry to cut you off. Does Mom have, like, an office hours? Like, she would get up and do her work all day, and at a certain time, I'm done doing my office work, and I'm doing my family stuff?
Not really.
Okay.
I
mean,
mean,
she work there all the time.
Right. She would... I think the major thing that she would do is she would, like, cook dinner.
Okay.
And then after that, she would go back into her office.
What time was dinner, usually, generally?
Between, like, 7. Like, I guess usually around 7. 7:30 is when we'd usually have dinner. Most nights.
Did you guys already have dinner that night?
No. I think, what was she going to make? I think she was going to make something with, like, chicken or something like that, stir fry or something like that,
Okay.
because Cody was working late, so she didn't want to make something where, because my dad would always buy meals that were for 4, so we didn't want to pull out anything where there would be leftovers or something like that. So, but she hadn't started making it yet. I think she was defrosting the chicken.
And that was about what time?
What time? I think she took those out like at 4 or something like that in the afternoon.
And at this time, the argument with Dad is at what time?
The argument with Dad is like 6:30 or so.
6:30.
Yeah.
Okay. You have your argument and you pack your stuff?
I have my argument, and then I'm packing my stuff. I'm, taking it out to the car. It took me like a couple hours to get as much as I could, just kind of out into there. And then, yeah, it's like Mom's kind of just staying out of it to a certain degree because she knows like how Dad can be. And then, yeah, I mean, and that's just pretty much where I was just kind of like waiting.
So you wait outside. Did anybody call Cody and tell him what's going on?
No, not that I know of.
Okay. And how did you know to meet Cody down the street?
It's because my mom had actually come and told me that, she was trying to bridge the gap, and then before I actually physically left, I had told my mom that, I'm going to be close, I'm going to be local, I'm just going to be like down the street. And then...
So you left?
So I left.
Okay.
And then...
What time do you think you left about?
Oh, God.
If it's 6:30, the argument started, how long do you think before you left?
I'd say like 9 or 9:30 or so. And then, yeah, so then, I mean, yeah, that's, because I guess,
How did Mom
I think it's
about
because,
Cody then?
I think it's because, like, Cody had called the house, and then my mom picked up, and then he was just letting, like, how we would normally do, where, like, I got off early, he was supposed to work till, like, 11 or something like that.
So he came home early?
And then, yeah, he was able to
come home early because of the fight, you think?
I don't know, honestly. But, he had, I mean, like, that week, even on the days that he was working until 3, he would come home at, like, noon or 1 or something that week, so maybe it was just a slow week. But apparently that had happened, and then my mom was able to
tell him what was going on.
Right, and then she told me.
Did Cody have the gun affinity you have? He did. He liked guns like you did.
Right, yeah.
Did he keep any guns on him?
I think Cody had his, carry, his pistol.
Okay.
And then he...
What did he normally carry?
It was like a Smith & Wesson M9 shield or armor or core something.
Okay.
And then the only other gun that he had was his clay shooting shotgun.
Okay. Did your dad carry any guns?
My dad, to my knowledge, he has like 2 SKSs or something like that, and then he has a Glock something.
Did he carry the Glock with him normally?
Normally, no.
No? Okay. What else happened?
What else happened? Then after I had met with Cody, then that's where, I was again just kind of staying around that area, and then I just went to the Publix, and then to my knowledge, I mean, that was the last interaction that I had with the 3 members of my family was that.
Was about what time? Last time you saw your mom was what time, approximately?
Last time I saw my mom, I'm just trying to think. Last time that I saw my mom was, God, when did I say that I met Cody? Or when Cody
exact time.
stopped by? It was like 45 minutes before that.
Okay, so...
So when Cody called the house, you said your mom told him about the argument.
Right.
When you left, you said you told your mom you were going to be in the area.
Right.
How then does Cody now know where to meet you, or if he's going to meet you?
Yeah, it's because that's when my mom had come out to where I said that I was going to be on that road somewhere. Okay. And then she was able to do that. And then I guess that's how she knew, like, where to, I don't know if she talked to Cody again or if she was able to do that, but then she was able to, like, pinpoint that area.
Okay, so this would have been late at night?
Right.
8, 9, 10 o'clock, somewhere like that time?
Yeah.
So dinner was over. You guys already had dinner?
We hadn't had dinner because of the whole argument that was happening.
Okay.
So yeah, the chicken never got past just being in the wrappers over where she would always defrost it.
So you leave, go on your way, Cody goes home,
right,
and you had no contact with anybody since then.
Right.
Just want to make sure that we're not missing anything before we can close it out. Just a second, Grant. You want to take this? This is a good time right now to take.
I'm good.
Bathroom break, anything?
No, I feel fine.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just water.
I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you.
When the interviewers put forward the final question, Grant would have likely felt tremendously successful. For over an hour, he had believed he was leading the interrogators down the road of believing that Cody had committed suicide after killing his parents. He had told them about Cody's inherent need to protect him, how he had sold all of his guns prior to the event, therefore would be unable to have committed the murders, and how Cody told him that he, quote, would take care of it, before entering the home. This question would have meant that all that preparation was effective, that he had actively gotten away with murder. All he would have to do is go over the home stretch. The only issue is that the interrogators already ruled that that version of events wasn't possible. They don't have any direct physical evidence that Grant murdered his family, as he had done a stellar job cleaning up after himself, but they knew without a shadow of a doubt that Cody was innocent. Grant was the only one to have motive in this case. He was being kicked out, he was losing his resources, and, in his warped mind, murder made sense. But he hadn't realized that yet. The interviewers exit the room, leaving Grant alone for nearly 10 minutes. Sitting in the sterile confines of the interrogation room, Grant allows himself to feel radically successful. From his perspective, he has just navigated the most difficult portion of the ordeal. He believes he has deceived the interrogators, survived the scrutiny, and safeguarded the elaborate fiction he has constructed. All he has to do now is remain consistent, and freedom will be his. What Grant doesn't realize is that neither interviewer believes him. His performance has been riddled with errors, and his misplaced confidence only deepens the chasm between reality and his fantasy of control. The most glaring mistake, of course, is his repeated reference to his deceased family members in the past tense, despite supposedly having no knowledge that they're dead. It's a fundamental slip, one that trained investigators immediately recognize as deeply incriminating. But this is far from his only misstep. At no point does Grant ask the most basic question any innocent person would. Why am I here? He never inquires why the officers are so deeply invested in the minutiae of his family life. He volunteers detailed personal history without prompting, offering up exactly the kind of information that, when cross-referenced with the staged crime scene, points to one inescapable conclusion. Grant is not a victim. He is the perpetrator. Further compounding his error, Grant casually minimizes the potential motive for the crime. He downplays the theft of nearly $250,000 as if it were an unfortunate but trivial matter, a misunderstanding rather than a massive betrayal. He frames being sent to rehab and expelled from the family home as overreactions, painting himself as the aggrieved party. In doing so, he unknowingly invalidates the defense he would need the most, that he had no reason to destroy the very people who still, despite everything, had tried to save him. To Grant, if the theft wasn't a big deal, why would anyone believe it could escalate into murder? But for the detectives, this detached minimization only strengthens their suspicions. It reveals a profound lack of emotional connection to the gravity of his own actions, a hallmark of someone capable of rationalizing even the most monstrous outcomes. After exactly 8 minutes and 46 seconds, the interviewers return. They're no longer gathering information. They're preparing to dismantle the fragile illusion Grant has built, piece by piece, until there's nothing left but the truth he has tried so desperately to avoid. The interviewers will do this by peppering Grant with small, seemingly insignificant questions to really hammer out the details of his story. Where did he go after the confrontation? How did Cody know where he was, and so on, in order to increase the amount of stress on his shoulders? The sudden shift is intended to cause Grant to lose his grasp on the narrative that he has so carefully crafted.
Sorry, man. I need the bathroom.
Oh,
And I wanted to point out a picture of Fort Christmas, because we're not aware, I'm not familiar with the area, so.
So we're going to go back and talk again about this, because it's kind of important to me, about Cody and you meeting that night.
Right.
So then that night, which was Thursday night, you meet Cody, because, and did he ever tell you why he left work early?
No. I mean, I'd assumed that it was just because he had been allowed to leave earlier.
He'd been allowed to leave early. Okay.
So here's,
I think this is the blinking lights there.
So this is, to me, this is
Okay.
419 left on Lake Mills, right? Left on Fort Christmas.
Okay.
Where would you say you met Cody on Fort Christmas?
So wait, is this that other like neighborhood?
I think maybe I'm wrong. I think it comes this way is 419.
This is where
Orange
all
County
like.
side?
No, I think this is up by the hitching post. You come up, you make a right on Fort Christmas.
This is where the
and
blinking lights are.
Okay.
Yeah, because this goes into Picket Downs, right? It's right here. And then this is the circle.
Is this where you live at? Where do you live at?
If this is like the entrance to Picket Downs, then yeah, I live like.
Okay,
Okay.
so here's
So that's
there's
your house.
blinking light. There's blinking lights right here, so people don't run up into his house. I think that's what there's two red lights.
Oh yeah, that's on the dude's fence. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then there's those two yellow arrow
Okay.
blinking ones at the corner.
The corner.
So
Right.
these are blinking lights here. All right, so then where do you and Cody meet?
Like way down this road, like further past on that road.
So past, does this dead end anywhere?
I don't think so. I think it
Goes
literally
into Bithlow, I think.
goes into Bithlow, and then if you keep going it, which was the way that I inevitably took it, where it'll dump you out onto 50, and then I came
Okay.
up 50 to go back to the Publix
All right,
parking lot.
so here are the blinking lights. How far down do you think you met? Half mile, mile?
I mean, a significant ways. I mean,
Just an approximate.
I would say it was probably over a mile.
Is this somewhere you and him have met before?
We know, where that, if you're on this road, the intersection where it's like it intersects with another road, and then it's got like a guardrail or something like that right there.
Mhm.
It was still past that area,
Okay.
but it was close to that intersection.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it in the roadway, like off the
Off the
roadway, or
road.
in?
Yeah, just off the road.
Just off the road?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm not familiar with it.
I kind of.
It's like it's back there in the country,
So you and Cody meet,
right?
and it's approximately what time? And I know it's not, I'm not holding you to the exact minute. But what time do you think you met?
Like 10:30,
10:30.
or something like that.
How long did you talk to him for?
Only about 10 minutes or so.
And what was the conversation?
Conversation was basically that he was brought up to speed, and that he would take care of it.
He was brought up to speed by what?
He was brought up to speed on like why I'm out here.
Who brought him up to speed?
My mom.
Oh, so she talked to him.
Yeah.
He told you that Mom had talked to him.
Right. I just
Since the argument, or when?
since I had left.
So you left the house approximately when?
I left the house at like. God, when did I leave the house?
Dark.
It was dark. It was after 9 p.m. but I just don't remember.
So between 9 and approximately 10:30,
Right.
you leave,
Right.
go down to sit on Fort Christmas.
For Christmas.
Cody comes and talks to you about 10 minutes. At some point, your mom has spoken to Cody based on what the conversation you had with him, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
And she told him what had happened between you and your dad.
Right.
Okay?
Do you think that's why Cody left work?
I mean,
Did Cody say to you why he left work?
No, he never said why he left work, but in my mind, I was just thinking, he had been let off work early like three times already this week, so I was just like...
10, 15 minutes you talk to Cody.
Right.
What's he driving?
He drives a 97 Honda Accord.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have a conversation, and he leaves to go home,
Right.
and you leave to go where?
And then I stay in that general area just so that if anything happens, somebody like knows where I am.
Okay,
like
how long did you stay there?
I stayed there for, I mean, like a couple hours, I would say.
Just
That
on the
same
side of the
area
road?
where you were talking about?
Like, I would go, like, kind of just up and down that road a little bit, just at my cars and just, like, sitting there.
Mhm.
But for the most, yeah, I mean, I was staying in that general area, and then I decided to go
To Publix?
to Publix.
Which was about what time?
Like, between, like, midnight and 1, I think, yeah.
And you go to Publix midnight 1, and how long did you stay there till?
I stayed there until, like, 7, I
Sleep
think,
in
in
the
the
car?
morning. Well, as best as I could, yeah. I mean, I
Never
was,
comfortable sleeping in the car.
yeah,
Where
but
did you park at? Do you know?
it's like on the side of it where, like, there's the back end of Publix where, like, all the shipments and stuff come in, and then you go around that corner, and then there's that line of
On the
spots.
on the Publix end of it, or the Tractor Farm Supply end of it?
Public end.
So there's some parking there around that side.
Yeah.
I'm familiar, because I used to live in
Yeah.
that area. There's a side parking.
Right.
As you come up forward, you make the left, you go in front of Publix. The ice cream place is out front.
Right.
But you're on the side of the building.
Right.
Did any deputies or anybody ever come by, or
No.
anybody that worked there?
Nobody.
Any delivery trucks?
I saw delivery trucks, like, in the morning.
In the morning.
Yeah.
And 7 o'clock-ish,
Between 7
leave?
and 7:30, yeah, I leave.
and go where?
And then I just drive over to where my my interview.
And I'm sorry, I'm just not understanding. Where was that at?
Off Lee Vista
Off
Boulevard.
Lee Vista. So how did you get there?
I just drove there.
Which way?
Your direction.
What roads did you use?
Colonial to 408, and then I got off on Goldenrod, the Goldenrod exit,
Mhm.
and then I took Goldenrod all the way down to the Lee Vista
Mm-hmm.
road.
Make a right,
Right.
going back towards 436.
Yes,
Okay. Do you have an E-Pass?
I do.
You do. Okay. So your E-Pass would have probably hit you at the Dean Road, maybe?
Yeah.
And I don't think there's a toll, if I'm not mistaken, at Goldenrod, is there?
No, there's
I don't
not.
think there's
No.
one.
Yeah.
So you
it
work
was
your
just
way
the one.
on surface roads all the way down Lee Vista and go. And what was the name of the company again? I'm sorry, I don't think we found it.
It's Accreta.
Accreta?
Yeah.
How do you think it's spelled?
ACCREDA.
Let me see if I can find
Or
it.
it's Accredo. It's one of those two. But it's if you type in that and then like scripts, it'll give you like the other name that the company has. Because then they were also just like bought from Cigna, so they're also called Cigna now.
Scripts, like,
Yeah, like a doctor script. SCRIPTS. Express Scripts. That's the actual, I think, name of the infusion group. But they've kept their name Accreta or Accredo.
Accreto's,
Express Scripts.
let's see, I saw them.
While you're looking that
Does
up,
6272 Lee Vista Boulevard sound right?
Yes. Yeah, 62. Yeah, I remember it being 62.
Yeah, I'm just looking at my phone here real quick and see.
Oh, yeah, so-
I'm sorry, this is not good. Look about right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Express Scripts, yeah.
So it's going to be 6272 Lee Vista Boulevard, and it's called Express Scripts there on their name. When I put it said Accredo Express Scripts. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you went and had an interview with who?
I had an interview with the two managers, Erica and Terry.
Erica and Terry. Females or males?
Females.
Okay. Two females. What did Erica look like?
Erica is, I think, like maybe 30 or something like that, and she's got like blonde hair, like fake eyelashes, white, kind of just looks like young, standard, small build woman.
Okay. How about the other girl?
Terry is, I think, kind of into her 40s. She's got like auburn, straight hair, white again, and she was also just kind of like a standard, slim build person.
Okay. What'd you wear to the interview?
I wore my suit. It's just like a Men's Warehouse gray suit.
Sure.
Like brown shoes.
Okay. And you said the interview was from what time to what time? And I'm sorry to repeat.
No.
I just don't remember off.
My interview was scheduled for 10 in the morning,
But you got there early.
right, because I was told that I had to print out like my resumes and my other things, but then I wasn't able to the night before.
Mm-hmm.
So I had brought my Surface thinking that I could print it out earlier. So I got there at 9, or like maybe 8:45.
Where'd you print out at?
I actually didn't. I mean, they said that they couldn't, but they already had copies of it,
Okay.
so I didn't have to worry about that.
So you had the interview, and it started approximately what time?
Like 9:40.
9:40, and went to about when?
I think it was about an hour, so like 10:30, 10:40 or so.
They didn't offer you a job, and said they may have something coming forward.
It seemed like promising, but then they said that they had one more person to interview on Tuesday or Wednesday of this coming week.
Mm-hmm.
So, but they said that I would hear something from them regardless, like Tuesday or Thursday.
I want to jump back just a second. When you left the house,
right.
What were you wearing?
When I left the house, I was just wearing, like my, like black pants,
Mm-hmm.
and then just
jeans, or just like workout pants kind of deal with?
No, just like workout pants.
Workout pants, okay.
Yeah. And then I just had a black shirt on, and then was I wearing a jacket? And I think just like one of my sweaters or jackets or something.
And you changed where to go to the?
In the parking lot at the place.
I suppose. Okay. You go to the interview. Let's say you're there till maybe 11 o'clock.
Right.
Approximately. Where'd you go from there?
From there, I pretty much just drove around. I was thinking of like passing by the house, but I inevitably decided against it. And then I thought that I had to do like a skills check off for the same exact things, and I had switched into just like scrubs.
Okay.
But then that didn't end up needing to be done today, or on the same day.
Uh-huh.
And then I was pretty much just driving around. I ended up going to Waterford, or I had gone back to the Publix area at one point,
Mm-hmm.
because I wanted to see if I could get my phone service back.
Mm-hmm.
But then I was told that I'm not like a registered user. Or
Did
something
you go
like
to a
that.
phone store somewhere?
Yeah.
Which one?
The Verizon.
Where's
The
that at?
Verizon, which is right there in the same place.
In the Publix Plaza.
Right. It's
Is it
like
down by Tractor Farm Supply?
it's right next to the Zaxby's. It's where the family dentistry.
Oh yeah, they built a new building up there, didn't
Right.
they? It's like a little strip 4 or 5 store there.
Yeah.
Okay, know exactly what you're talking about. Where you're turning to go to Corner Lakes Middle School.
Right.
Okay.
So
you went there and talked to somebody?
Yeah, I had tried to get my phone service back, and then
Guy or girl?
it was a guy.
What did he look like?
He was a young guy, like maybe in his early 20s. He had black hair. I think he had like a goatee.
Okay. What time was that approximately?
I think that was the first place that I went to when I came back. So if I got out of there around 11, maybe like 12 or 12:30 or something like that in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Okay. Couldn't get the phone because why?
Because I was told that I wasn't a registered user, because it was under my dad's name
Sure.
and everything. And then I was told I was a registered user, and then that basically they can't do anything unless he gives the sign off to me. Right.
The account holder has to approve of it.
Right.
Okay. Didn't work.
It didn't work.
And then you went where?
And then after that, I went back, and then I think I just sat in my car for a little while, because I was just thinking, okay, well, how am I going to do this with everything that just happened? And from there, that's where I think I decided that I was going to maybe drive by the house.
Did you go right by?
I didn't drive by the house. I was starting to go there down that Fort Christmas Road, and then I was just like, I'm not gonna do it, because as far as I know, it's like, Dad's probably at work. I don't know if Cody works again today, and just like with everything that had been happening.
When you drove down there?
Yeah.
See anything strange?
No, I had seen just seen like a couple of cars like pass by me, but
What do you mean cars?
like just standard, like just a little bit of traffic.
Okay.
But then apart from that, no, I mean nothing.
How close did you get to the house?
Like a couple miles.
Couple.
I'd say.
Okay.
Everything Grant has said over the past 13 minutes will serve not as his defense, but as the foundation for dismantling his credibility at trial. Nearly every claim he has made is demonstrably false, and the detectives know it. Yet, rather than immediately confront him, they allow him to continue speaking, subtly encouraging him to elaborate, to refine, and to further entrench himself in his fabricated narrative. By asking clarifying questions, they are not validating his version of events. They are cataloging it. Every additional detail Grant provides, every slight embellishment or adjustment, becomes another thread that can be pulled later, another inconsistency to expose. They are not merely gathering facts. They are mapping the architecture of his own deception. It's one thing to lie impulsively in a moment of fear, a quick, clumsy attempt to protect oneself. That kind of lie, while damaging, can often be attributed to panic, to the instinctual fight-or-flight response. But what Grant demonstrates here is something very different. A slow, methodical reinforcement of falsehoods. He volunteers unnecessary details. He repeats and expands on his fabrications, deepening his commitment to a version of reality that is easily disproved. Every word he adds tightens the noose further. Every repetition is another opportunity for the prosecution to highlight inconsistencies, contradictions, and blatant falsehoods.
You leave there, and you go where?
And then after I choose not to do that, then I go back towards the Goldenrod Express Scripts area because I thought that I had to do the skills checkoff thing. So then I'm going back that whole like Goldenrod-y area.
Right.
I think I missed my exit, and then I had to get off at...
Did you go 408 again?
Yeah.
Expressway?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going back and forth on the 408.
Right.
Okay.
And then I missed the Goldenrod exit, and then I like don't even think to get off on Cimarron. So then I end up like needing to go off on Crystal Lake Drive, and then I connect up with 50, and then I just go all the way back to the Goldenrod Road.
Right.
But then I stop off and I see if there was like any email updates or anything like that, and then
check your email.
Yeah.
Nothing.
And then there was nothing. So then I was like, oh crap, it's not like today.
But you've got to pay for things. You've got some money.
Right.
In your account.
Right.
You had Cody's card, right?
Right.
Do you still have your dad's card?
Yes.
Okay, you still have that. Okay. Do you use any of them?
I had used Cody's card to pay for one of my bills that was outstanding.
What?
It was just one of those from that site. It was just like a bill that had backed
up
from
that?
there. $5.99.99.
Okay.
Cody
know you were doing that?
Yeah.
He said it's okay to do that?
He said to use this to like survive until things can get figured out. Because he knows that I only have, a few $100s in my name.
He told you that night that you
Right.
could use his card and pay off what needed to be paid off?
He said to use it for, like, necessity.
Did he give it to you?
Yes.
He gave it to you, so here, take this and just
Yes.
do whatever. But that was normal for him, though. He was,
because he had
for the most
always...
part, he was footing most of your bills.
Right,
aside.
right.
Okay.
So...
Based solely on what Grant has put forward, if what he is saying is true, which we know it is not, Cody had given him his card in order to get food and lodging, to pay for the necessities, which Grant took to mean give money to Sylvie.
So then after the realization that I didn't have to do any skills checkoff, then after that, that's where I go to Waterford. And then at Waterford...
You stop anywhere over there?
I go into Panera, because I think that I'm going to get something to eat.
About what time?
This was like right before I went to the hotel, so it was like 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe.
Okay.
And then in there, I think about getting something to eat, but then I don't really want to use like the other cards to pay for something, and then I know that I only have a little bit, but then I'm gonna have to like sleep somewhere. And again, I'm trying to use like my money for that type of stuff. So then I'm only in Panera for like 10 minutes or something like that.
Think about what Grant just said here. Cody has given him his card in order to pay for necessities and take care of himself. But here he states that he only wanted to use his money, which he had very little of, on that. He was genuinely uncomfortable using Cody's money on himself, for things he needed to survive, like food and shelter, but had no issue using it on Sylvie.
And then I end up leaving from there, and then that's where I go to the DoubleTree, and then that's where I checked in. And then I was at the DoubleTree all night.
Did you go anywhere? Leave?
I only came out of the DoubleTree to, I think, get like a water bottle out of my car, and to get, like, to get my, my razor out, just in case I needed to shave or something like that.
In your room? What's in your room back at the DoubleTree?
At the DoubleTree, it's my leather, like, just shoulder bag.
Uh-huh.
And then it has my other small leather shoulder bag, I guess you could call it, but it's like a satchel.
Okay. What's in it? What's in this bag?
In the satchel, it's just got some batteries, some protein bars, just some like ration type food. And then in my big carry, it's got just like some clothes, standard clothes. Mm-hmm. It had my all the electronic chargers and whatnot that I could get, just kind of like grabbing and putting in there. And then it has my Surface, my cell phone and my iPad.
Yeah.
And then it's got like some like bills, like some previous bills.
Does your cell phone have a lock on it?
Yes.
What's the lock?
2112.
2112 for the lock on the cell phone. How about the iPad?
The iPad, I don't know. I never turned it on.
Oh, you've never even used it?
No. I've used it before, but I never turned it on since I got it back. Because my dad was like keeping all of that stuff like locked and put in somewhere.
Slept there last night? Talked to anybody?
I messaged the girl that I'd been talking to on Twitter.
Yeah. On Twitter, so you have to pay for it.
Right.
Did she respond back to you?
I think once, like 1 or 2 responses.
What's your Twitter address? I'm sorry, I'm not a Twitter person.
No, it's just Grant A. It's just what it is.
It's just Grant A.
With a space.
Grant space A.
I think if you type in Grant space A, it'll like pull up my picture.
Okay.
But it's like one of those Grant space A 84950. It's got like 9 numbers after.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not a Twitter person. I don't know.
Oh no.
I don't know that much about it. Sorry, when you get at our age, sometimes some of these things have passed you by. And
oh no, yeah, that's fine.
I appreciate you explaining to me.
So the Surface and iPad have no passwords?
The Surface, my computer has a password, but it's, again, the PIN is just 2112.
You're just using a home address.
Yeah.
Something easy to remember.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, but with the iPad, I don't know if it has a password on it, because I never turned that on again once I got it back.
Okay. So, you stay there
Right.
and wake up this morning.
Right.
Nobody else in the room.
Nobody else in the room.
Rented in your name.
Rented in my name.
Okay. You come out and do what? You come out of the room today to go where? Where are you going?
I was going to go down because I had like 1 more bottle of water in my car, and I had just finished eating like just a little granola bar thing, so I was like, I'm just going to go down and get my bottle of water.
And you found what when you come outside?
All the police officers were there, yeah.
Okay.
Real quick, do you know if there was a password on the iPad prior to your dad taking it?
Yeah, but it was just, they were always like 2112.
Okay,
was
so
whatever.
everything was the same.
Yeah.
Here, we got a better map, just to,
Okay.
and I can't see that, but
Okay.
I'm blind.
Like Mills. Okay. We've marked off there just for ease, and it's not. There's your house.
Okay.
Here's the guy with the fence with the lights there.
Right.
And you went down Fort Christmas going into Orange County.
Right.
And I would suspect this is about somewhere around a mile, give or take, from your development entrance.
Do you remember a cross street or anything that it was near?
I don't know if it's on here.
Yeah, it's easy for you.
Because it would be a road that's like coming in this direction, where it's like
side road or like somebody's private road.
No, it's like a side road. It's like a road that inevitably collects back up with 417, and it's like it's
450. I think what you're saying, that road, it should come back to 50, if I'm not mistaken. I think there's a split where it splits off, and if you go left, it'll wind up.
Oh, yeah, it was before that. Yeah, it was before that split, where if you take that.
You know what I'm talking about.
But it was before that. It's where there's another road that's intersecting that has like a metal guardrail, like a long metal guardrail, and it's just like a little. I don't know. I can't really describe it. It's like it should be a road that's coming in from this direction. I just have no idea. I mean, unless it's like one of these that's just like right off the map or something like that.
Okay, here is, I think this goes back out, if I'm not mistaken, goes back out to where? Lake Pickett. Lake Pickett Road goes all the way from Percival. It comes out and crosses Chulia Road 419. It goes back through some developments, some new developments, winds its way around, and kind of looks like that. Does that look about right? Fort Christmas, before that road comes in, it's a good road.
Yeah.
There's a stop sign that way, so probably you think right around there before you get back into the actual Bithlow proper area.
Yeah.
Could that have been it? Like right around,
here?
It
was close to
there.
that.
Was there a church right there? The Catholic Diocese of Orlando has got some property there.
No, I mean all that I can remember is just like
because right
the
here,
fields and all that.
Because
stuff.
right here, I know it's kind of hard to see, is where you live at.
Right.
Is right. I think right there Yeah. Sultan's right there.
So then, yeah.
That other road comes down, you say where the lights are down that way, and the only real road that comes down and goes back to the east will be that right there. So it's probably that.
Yeah, I did not know.
But it looks like a decent-sized road. It wasn't just like a little driveway or somebody's private road.
And then it winds through.
So it'd be Lake Pickett.
Lake Pickett.
Highway, what's it, 420? 420. So somewhere in that intersection.
Somewhere, yeah. Better.
And then, when you left Cody, what did he say he was going to go do?
Cody said that he will take care of it.
Take care of what?
Just the situation that was at hand with whatever he had been updated with from my mom.
Did he tell you what he was updated?
He had told me the reason why, like, I had been kicked out. But he really didn't give me that much dialogue, like, about that situation. You know, he was miffed a little bit because, you know, he had just gotten off work and now he has to go deal with this. And then after that, I mean, it was just, he gave me the debit card to say, you know, to use this in case of emergencies. And then, I mean, that was pretty much it, because I don't know if, like, he had already said that he was on his way home or if there were expectations, like, for a time with him for making it home.
But what was your demeanor? Like, what did Cody see you as? Like, were you
like scared?
Upset?
Yeah, so I was scared because, I mean, like I said, it's the first time that I had been out of the house, you know.
So you were scared of what? Being on your own?
Right.
Or did your father say or do anything to scare you?
He had threatened me that if I stepped foot back on his property, not the house, but if I stepped foot back on his property, that he would kill me. And, like, He said
those specific words?
Yes.
Did you tell that to Cody? That your father told you that?
No, I didn't.
So you're afraid of him?
Oh, yeah.
You are actually afraid that he could kill you.
Yeah, and it's also because, like, in the past, like, 2 weeks before I got kicked out, my dad was going through, like, a lot of episodes where he was losing his temper a lot, yelling a lot, especially when me and Cody weren't at the house. And,
who's he yelling at?
My mom.
So was he being violent to your mom?
Yeah, like, I think...
Physically or just emotionally?
Both.
We looked for evidence of this, as Grant said there is some, but found nothing. And given that Grant is using this to validate Cody's reasoning for needing his parents, it's unlikely that it is true. More critically, Grant had already been asked a similar question earlier in the interview, and his response at the time was markedly different. He stated that while Chad had been strict, even harsh, during their childhood, any instances of violence had ceased once Grant and his brothers reached adulthood. Grant explained that as adults, they were capable of defending themselves, and would have protected their mother if necessary. This earlier qualification is telling. If Chad had truly remained violent in Grant's adult years, to the degree that is now being described, Grant would not have minimized it during his initial recounting. He would not have presented his father as stern but ultimately manageable. The shift in Grant's narrative is a textbook example of escalating fabrication under pressure. As the interrogation wears on, Grant becomes increasingly aware that he is not being believed in the way he expected. The easy, casual manipulation he relied on for most of his life is failing him now, under professional scrutiny, so he adjusts by raising the stakes. Where Chad was once described as being a harsh but ultimately contained disciplinarian, now he is framing as an ongoing violent threat. This pattern, shifting narratives in response to perceived disbelief, is one of the most recognizable indicators of deception. Rather than maintaining a consistent story rooted in truth, Grant feels compelled to continually reshape his version of events to better fit the emotional tone he believes his interrogators want to hear.
Put his hands on her.
He had bruised her left arm by grabbing it, and then apparently she had said that on one of the nights that they were in the kitchen together, and then he was like throwing food at her and then banged her head against the wall a couple times.
So, and I'm not let me speak bad of your dad, but he's kind of a violent guy.
I mean,
you have a reason to be afraid of him.
And then the thing that I was getting to was that apparently my mom was so scared at one point, because it had been a while since he had been like this, that she had taken like a couple or a number of voice memos on her phone whenever he would like come in and then start, like she knew that, you know, something like he was going to start to get upset. And that on multiple occasions, he had told her that basically if I fuck up, sorry for the language, but if I screw up, he's going to kill me and then he's going to kill her.
He said those specific
because
words.
He blames everything that happens negatively with me and with Jason, not with Cody, but with me and Jason on her. because we're her favorites.
So you have a reasonable belief in your mind that your dad could hurt you.
Yes.
He could hurt your mom.
Yes.
He could maybe hurt Jason.
Yes.
He's a violent guy. I'm sorry, I've been this a long time. He sounds like a violent guy.
Yeah.
Quick to lose his temper with you over minuscule stuff.
Minuscule stuff, yeah.
I get the point he's upset about the amount of money. I do get that.
Right.
But physically, he's abusive.
Yes.
And it's kind of embarrassing as you're an adult male right now. He's been abusive of you for years, has he not?
Yeah. I mean, more mentally over the course.
But it has been to the point where you as a 29-year-old male, right, 29?
29.
That you're afraid that your father could kill you.
Yeah. And I mean, again, it's like, you know, at the house, I mean, I have, like, no access to anything. So, I mean, it's literally just like me, and, you know, like I told you.
Access to anything, you mean what?
Like, you know, anything to defend myself. You know, like I
sold
all my guns.
You sold it. Does Cody have guns in the house?
He does, but they're, like, locked up somewhere.
Dad have guns in the house?
Again, yeah, but they're locked up somewhere.
And you don't have access to them?
I don't even have a house key. I don't have a house key. I don't have any keys to the doors inside the house. All I had was my car key.
Pausing to also state that if Grant truly lived in fear of his father and his underlying abuse, he likely wouldn't have sold all of his guns, as he stated earlier, nor would he feel comfortable enough stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars from his father. The interrogators are playing along with Grant's new version of events in order to offer him a sort of out later on. They're calling Chad abusive, focusing heavily on how Grant was mistreated within the family in order to establish that Grant had killed his family in self-defense, then stage the scene afterwards in a panic. They know his version of events is not true, but by supporting him and giving him a less disgusting motive for the murders, they are increasing the likelihood of gaining a confession, which they can then use to leverage the truth out of him.
That's all that he gave me.
And that night when you argued with your father and he said he grabbed your shirt and pulled you off the couch, did he do anything else to you physically?
No. No, he didn't, like, pursue it anymore. He was just...
Did you tell Cody that he acted that way towards you?
No, I didn't.
Cody had no idea that there was a heated, physical, just the argument that you needed to get out because you were talking to this girl.
Right.
Okay.
We've come and talked to you.
Okay.
You rode up here voluntarily with us to talk to us. Why do you think we're having this conversation?
At this point, Grant should be aware of his near catastrophic error. The interviewer just asked him why he thinks he's been brought here, and it's just now occurred to him that he's been there for nearly 2 hours and never asked. There are a multitude of ways he could play this encounter off. He could say that he believes he's been brought in on credit card fraud charges because they have asked him about his use of his family's cards. He could say that his family likely turned him in for theft, since he did steal their money. He could even say that he thinks it's about the previous case against him by the hospital. The point being, there are ways he could try to spin this in his favor, so let's see what he does.
I honestly don't know, but I'm pretty freaked out at this point because... You know, it's, I mean, I know, like, how the situation was when I left, and, you know, I thought that it was weird to begin with that I hadn't gotten any communication whatsoever. I mean, like I had told you, my brother, Cody, the last time when I was away from the house, that he was the one who outreached to me via email, because, again, I didn't have my phone or anything like that. So... I mean, I thought that it was weird, but I had just been kind of putting it out of my mind, thinking, okay, you had to go to work.
So he played that horribly. He attempted to feign concern, even though that should have been present hours earlier when the police showed up at his hotel. Pretending to be concerned now just comes across as disingenuous.
Work, or they're busy or something.
When you were in your room, the hotel room, hanging out, watching TV?
No, I didn't turn on the TV. I had on just like music in the background, just to kind of help me go to sleep.
Are you sure about that? Because the hotel, it's weird, and I didn't know this. I used to travel a lot for work. They can tell, because of the TV, every channel you've been on when the TV gets turned off. Because I guess they have a problem. Yeah, I guess they have a problem with people stealing from that.
Oh, wow.
So those things are well monitored, even though that looks like a cheap...
Yeah. I never even touched the TV remote. I didn't turn on that TV at all. I was just using my service to, like, watch YouTube initially, and then I
you were using the service to check things.
Right.
So there'll be a history of everywhere you went on it.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. as a child, we're told the truth always is the best thing to do, correct?
Correct.
You agree with me?
Yeah.
And accidents happen, and things in the heat of the moment, things happen that we wish hadn't happened. But I do it myself sometimes. My kids would make me so aggravated, I'll snap at them and then walk away and say, wow, I wish I would not have done that. That was not very adult of me to snap at my child for something. Yes, they're wrong, but I should be the adult and not snap at them.
Right.
Tell me what you think, because I can tell I've done this for a long, long time, and I read people, the way they act, and the way they talk to me, and the way they answer questions. There's something you want to tell us. I can see it in your eyes, I can see it in your body language, and just the way you act. Now's the time. Now's the time. If there's something you want to get off your chest and give us an explanation of what's bothering you, now is the exact time to do it. And I'm giving you that opportunity right now to tell me something you want to get off your chest. It's there. I can see it in your face. I can see it in your eyes.
That you kept out about that night.
You're upset about it. You've been that since we've talked to you. I can see there's something been bothering you. Even though I don't know you from Adam's house, can't you see things in people that something's really bothering this guy? It's not that, I spent a bunch of money I shouldn't have on this girl. So be it. You did. It's over with. Money can be made back. Something's bothering you.
Now would be the best time for Grant to call an attorney, to end the interview and say he doesn't want to speak to them without a lawyer present. He's not nearly as charming or manipulative as he thought he was, and the officer just outright told him that they know he's been lying.
I'm just worried about what is all transpiring from this.
I think at this point right now, to be honest with you, Grant, you know what it is. It's in your eyes. Your eyes is the view to your soul, and it's in your eyes. And it sounds stupid, and people don't believe it. Like I told you out there in the car, did I not tell you? You may not like what I say, but I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm going to tell you the truth every time, because I can walk in front of anybody in God and say, I don't care, I told him the truth.
And we usually know answers before we ask it.
Right.
Me and Eva knew everything before we asked you the questions. Now's the time to come to Jesus, be honest, because you're holding something back. I can see it in your eyes. People don't believe that the police will help you, but we are actually here to help you with issues you may have.
No, they are not. If you are ever in an interrogation room and you are entirely innocent, do not believe that the police are working towards your best interest, because they're working towards closing their case. We've covered cases where the lead detectives focus on an innocent party, decides that they are guilty, and refuses to examine any evidence to the contrary. We've covered cases where someone purposely sought out false confessions because he liked closing cases as fast as possible. While there are plenty of good officers and detectives who would never do such a thing, you do not want to bet your life on that fact. Talking to a lawyer is always in your best interest. Aside from that, Grant is beginning to shut down. For the entirety of the footage, he's been made to believe that he is in charge. He was steering the conversation, getting the officers on his side, and guiding them to the exact conclusions he hoped they would find. A mastermind. But now they are telling him that was all a lie. They've been manipulating him the entire time, and they know more than he believes. According to multiple witnesses, when it came to confrontation, Grant would often respond by becoming quiet and withdrawn. He would retreat inside of himself until the other party tired themselves out, or until someone else stepped in. So let's see how he proceeds.
I think something happened, and you don't want to tell us, but right now is the time to get it off your chest. And I really wish you would, because it will make you feel better in the end.
I genuinely don't have anything else that I can say about the night or the periods of time afterwards.
There's only one opportunity to make that good impression, and if we've done something we shouldn't have done, you fess up. If you caught your hand in a cookie jar, you do it. Now,
is there anything else that happened at the house that you didn't tell us, that you've left out, or we haven't asked you, that would be of importance? Or during the time that you drove around for those few hours? Did you ever really go back to the house that you haven't told us about?
Something that happened that caused you to defend yourself.
Grant still hasn't fucking asked them why he's here. He is still pretending like he doesn't know what is happening, and at no point has asked the officers what is going on. You would think, based solely on how they are talking about some act of violence occurring in the home, he'd be concerned over the well-being of his mother and brother. Maybe he'd assume that his father brutalized them, and that Cody and Chad got into a large altercation. But he doesn't care. He just glazes over everything as if it doesn't matter, or as if he already knows, because he thinks it doesn't matter, and he does know.
No, because again, it's like I didn't have any means to defend myself. I mean, I didn't.
Well, we know from talking to that there's weapons in the house.
Right.
We know that to be a fact. Something happened that caused you to defend yourself. Whether you had anything or not, you found something to defend yourself with. I can't tell you everything. I'm not going to tell you everything. But something happened. Whether your dad blew up on you, threatened you, physically harmed you, or hurt you, something happened that caused an altercation.
And I didn't do anything at the house besides get my stuff together and take it out to my car. And that's, I mean, I didn't, besides that one thing that I told you guys where I was going down the road to come back maybe, besides that, I mean, I didn't.
You saw nothing that was out of the ordinary?
No.
In the Fort Christmas area or 419 area?
No, I mean.
Did you even get up to the Lake Mills Fort Christmas area where that guy's blinking lights are?
No. When I came back, I didn't come up to there.
There is, and you're better at electronics than I am. I'm gonna go ahead and admit that. There's a digital footprint, and there's ways to see things that we know that don't make sense. Even though your phone may not have service, there's still issues with the phone.
Right.
And it was on you the entire time
Yeah.
when you left the house
Yeah.
until you were in touch with law enforcement?
I can track places you've been, and I know where you have been, and I know what time you've been there. And what everything you're telling me isn't just copacetic and doesn't add up. Because there's what I think, what you think, what she thinks, and there's things that are hard facts that you can't manipulate.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I think something happened at the house based on my knowledge right now, and you're afraid to say it. You're afraid to come back and say that I was a victim, I was hurt, I had something that happened there that I don't want you to tell because it's something maybe embarrassing or not good, but I know a lot more than I can let on right now. And things you're not telling me, I can't help you if you won't let me help you.
So where's the missing piece? What have we missed here?
I mean, when I had come back that other time, I crossed in front of the dude's fence, the red blinking lights ones.
What time was that?
I can't remember.
That was Friday during the day, when you said you were going to come back.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. But it was after you did your interview.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you did that, you would have seen something, and there would be something out of the ordinary that you would have seen. If you passed that, you passed something out of the ordinary. What was it?
I saw like a news van, and then I don't think there might have been like a cop car. There was.
Grant is an idiot, and though we already knew that, I feel it needed to be said again. Only a few moments before, he had said that after he was kicked out of the home, he passed by the street twice over, and each time decided not to go down it. When asked if he saw anything unusual while driving, he said no. But now that he knows he isn't being believed, and that the interviewers know more than they have said, he says why he passed by. He says when he passed by, there were a few cop cars near his former residence, but he wasn't motivated to look into it. Put yourself in his shoes. You get kicked out of your home, and your sibling, who still lives there, tells you they're going to take care of the situation for you. You stay up the rest of the night in a local parking lot, then go to a job interview the next day, but you never hear from any family member who had been in the home that night ever again. These are people you would see and talk to every day, two of which you left on semi-good terms with, but they have gone radio silent. Then you drive by later on, hoping that maybe you could come back home, or see if things have settled down, but the home is surrounded by cop cars, and there is a news crew out in front of the house, as if something horrific has happened. Chances are you wouldn't just drive away, decide it was none of your business, and leave the matter alone. You'd probably drive as close to the home as you can get and demand to know what happened to your family members. You'd need answers because you deeply care for the people who live there. But Not Grant. He's perfectly fine driving away to get a room at a hotel and sit quietly until the police come to his door a few days later, and then he's content to lie to their faces about seeing the police in front of the home for seemingly no reason, all the while questioning why he was brought in to speak to the police in the first place. Grant attempts to explain away one of the most glaring oddities of his behavior, his complete lack of inquiry into his family's well-being, by claiming he is simply too afraid to ask. He states in almost manichean fashion, which is a word I think I just made up here, meaning of or relating to being a mannequin, that he is scared of what the answer is. But ask yourself, has Grant exhibited even a shred of genuine fear at any point during this interview? Did he appear afraid when he spoke casually about Cody, the brother who spent tens of thousands of dollars to take him on a trip to Japan, all the while Grant was secretly siphoning money from him? Did he seem at all haunted when describing how he was his mother's favorite, speaking with pride about the unconditional affection he received, even as he later betrayed her? Did he show any visible signs of fear or guilt when recounting how his father disciplined him? Did he seem at all bothered, irked, about skulking in the shadows like a betrayer, just taking other people's money? Did he seem mildly perturbed at the end of all of this, realizing that his only real virtue was his dogged persistence as he stumbles from one debacle to the next? I don't think so. At no point does Grant's demeanor suggest fear. His tone remains casual, detached, even self-satisfied. He moves through his statements with the ease of someone who believes they are performing well under pressure, because in truth, Grant wasn't scared, he was confident. For perhaps the first time in his life, he felt as though he held some degree of power, the power to control the narrative, the power to manipulate the perceptions of the people sitting across from him. He believed mistakenly that the detectives were buying what he was selling, and he liked that feeling. It fed directly into his deep-seated need for validation, for superiority, for finally being the one who could outmaneuver others, instead of being constantly overshadowed by them. Grant wasn't paralyzed by fear, he was energized by the illusion of control, and it blinded him to the reality that his every word, every smug omission, was being meticulously cataloged and prepared to be used against him.
Like traffic being...
Human nature. Human nature. What do people do when I go back to my old neighborhoods? And I've lived a couple places in Central Florida in the 23 years I've been here. I see something major going on, I get on my phone or I get on my computer and I look, I wonder what's happened by my neighborhood, and look.
Did that even spark your attention?
There's a digital footprint of where I went on my phone. This right here phone, they can tell me I looked at these maps on my phone because it's on there.
Right.
The memory's there, you can't delete it, you can't. You came back to the neighborhood. You saw some things that are really out of the ordinary.
Right.
And I don't believe for a second that you thought that I'm not going to look what's going on. What happened to my neighborhood?
I mean, I didn't search it up on anything, on any of the devices that I have.
Did you search it somewhere else?
Remember,
like I said, I know things that you don't know. And honesty will get you all the things I can do for you. Be honest. I can't deal with someone who lies to me,
right.
But I'll deal with someone and help them till the end, no matter what. Believe it or not, that's just me, and she'll tell you. It's what it is. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to say if I can do something that can help you, I'm going to help you, because every one of us make mistakes and do things we shouldn't have done in the heat of the moment to protect ourselves or to protect somebody else. It happens. I know you've searched for something. I know something. I can't tell you exactly, but you said, won't you tell me? And I'll tell you if you're being true to me. What'd you search?
When I had gone to the Panera, I searched for like top stories, Oviedo or Chuliote or something like that.
And found what?
And then I saw that there was, it was like just the initial, like it had like a video, but I didn't listen to the video, but it had just an initial thing of that there was shootings in Salt and Circle, but it didn't say like the address or who's involved. It was just like this is the preliminary.
Was that on one of the news stations?
What
was the site you searched?
I honestly can't remember.
I
think it was one of the Weshes, but.
And you saw the story, because we've seen the same stories. You've seen the story, because there's a thing that will tell me how long of the time you spent on that.
Right.
You saw what happened.
Yeah, I was on there for like 20 seconds.
Well, what was your thoughts when you reviewed that story?
I was freaking out, and I I was just like blank. I didn't know what to do.
Now's the time. Now is the time.
So what do you think
To be
happened?
honest.
I think that there was something that obviously happened at the house.
Tell me what happened.
I don't know what happened.
I know better. Listen to me. I know better. I can help you, Grant, with honesty. I can help you with honesty.
We think something else happened before you left the home that you're either afraid of or embarrassed to talk about. But we need to know exactly what happened because, like Danny said, we can place you there at certain times. And so we need to know what happened before you left that house because you didn't leave with everything being okay.
I honestly, I don't have anything else that I can really say. I mean, I don't know.
Do you even know why law enforcement got involved? Like what brought us to that home?
No,
You just said it. You know something bad happened there. Out of your voice, not mine. I have not told you anything what's happened there. Something bad happened. You're here with us for a couple hours. You admit that you've looked at a site and seen something bad happen because the video is not of just a general area. It's of a specific location, correct?
Yeah, I saw like a driveway or something.
Whose driveway did you say?
I don't know. I saw like there was like a gate. There was a gate, and then I saw like that there was like two cars, but then I didn't see anything past that.
Okay.
Well, is that driveway and gate your home?
I honestly did not fixate on it for like a long period of time. I saw like the one with an actual like gate.
You've been here with us. You think something bad has happened at your house, and to date, so long you haven't even asked us about anybody.
Well, that's because for the last time that I was arrested, I mean, like nobody would tell me anything.
Once you start telling me something that's truthful that I know, then we're going to have a conversation of exactly what happened.
I mean, you're a smart guy. You know something's happened at your home. You have law enforcement here. You haven't heard or gotten any emails from your family.
I'm just scared as to what the answer is.
Grant has already begun to cast the interviewers as being unfairly against him, similar to how he framed his father. They aren't trying to, quote, lead him to a certain point of view. They don't care about him. They aren't just rolling over and accepting everything he is saying as gospel truth, just like Chad. Therefore, they aren't good people. In his mind, all the obvious fabrications that he has put forward shouldn't matter, not if he's the one benefiting from them.
Well, you need to help yourself by filling in the blanks of what happened that night so we can give you the answer. Did anything more happen with you and your father besides him grabbing you up from the couch and yelling at you and kicking you out? Anything at all? Did he harm you, hit you?
No.
Draw any weapons on you?
No, he didn't do anything like that. I mean, he was just yelling.
This is the time to come to Jesus, to be honest, because you know more. I'm looking in your eyes. Your eyes tell me exactly that you are hurting inside. I get it, brother. I get it. You're hurting.
And this is the only time we can help you.
Because once we get to a certain point, there's nothing I can do. It's in the hands of who has it. Nothing I can do. Honesty is always the best policy. You get caught stealing a car, you admit to it, I did it, how can I get help? What can be done to help me? And let me tell you the rest of my story. You're holding back.
And if something happened that you were defending yourself, then we need to know that. If you were protecting yourself because you were in fear, then that makes sense. But we need to know exactly what happened for you to protect yourself.
You can't minimize this. Once a wise man told me one time, once a bomb goes off, you can't defuse it. You can't. That's already out there. Now is the point to say, how do I put Band-Aids on myself to minimize the injuries I have? And we're giving you that opportunity. I want to give you that opportunity. I don't think you're a bad guy at all. I really don't. I think you're going through a very stressful and emotional time right now with being out of work and just dealing with all the problems with the arrest. You're probably not used to depending on somebody to pay all your bills. So now you're having to do mom and dad or have to give you money. Cody's having to give you money. and there's a significant debt to people. $200,000, I don't know what I'd do. I mean, mortgage, yeah, I get it, or something like that, or a medical bill for my child, yeah, I get it. But talking to some girl, in Bulgaria, you hit it right on the head. You were embarrassed about it, and you have nothing to be embarrassed about.
And you said you had a connection with her.
Sure.
And
here it is, man. I want to help you. She want to help you. You gotta come to me with the truth now, because I already know the truth. I do. Here's the chance. You can shake your head no and say I don't know. You do know, and I know you know. She knows you know.
There's a reason you didn't go back to the house. There's a reason why you haven't tried to reach out. I mean, it's odd you haven't heard from anybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's words that, like, I can't think of to even say. But I'm assuming that, when you see that there is a shooting somewhere and it's around, and it has to do with my family.
Your family has no known enemies. Nobody has a problem with them. Nobody.
Right.
Continue what you were saying. You said when you.
But I mean, that's like I don't. Like I don't know how to even say the words.
Well, give me a roundabout what you're thinking.
That somebody in my family's dead.
And how does that make you feel if you're thinking that?
I have absolutely no ability to comprehend the words, because, like I said, I've been there for my whole entire life, and even though there's been struggles and everything like that, there hasn't ever been any issues.
There's never been the struggles or the issues like happened Thursday. Never for you. I believe you 100%. I believe it's never been like that. But something happened Thursday unlike anything you've ever experienced in 29 years of your life. Never.
And maybe you felt that was rock bottom for you. You were getting kicked out of the house. Your father gave you an ultimatum. I mean, that's, you're already dealing with the debt, and, now you have to stop talking to this girl, and now you're being kicked out of the home. I mean, I can understand how you would feel. I mean, that you'd want to lash out, or, if something happened, you'd want to defend yourself.
Sure. Absolutely.
But we need to know what happened.
I mean, I can tell that you guys are, like, leading me into a certain way of what...
The only thing we're leading you to is wanting to get the truth from you. Not trying to make you say something that's not true.
Grant's already admitting to seeing the article that discussed the whole family being murdered, but he is trying to showcase his ignorance to the details of the case, in hopes that this ploy will be the one that causes the police to buy into his version of events. It's also notable that the police eventually just have to tell him what happened, because he's genuinely never asked them, even when they told him that if he was innocent and confused as to why he was brought into the station, that he would have asked, but he still didn't. It's remarkable how poorly of a job he's doing in this instance.
That's not accurate. The truth. The end. That's it. That's all we want is the absolute truth. Because it's got to come from you. It can't come from us. It can't come from us. Do we know what happened? Yeah, we already know what happened. But it has to still come from you, the truth. Because the parties involved, that's, in all cases, you want the truth from them. I don't want somebody to say something that's not true. Absolutely not. I want them to say, this is what happened, and here's why it happened. Because sometimes there are things that are justifiable. I'm dealing with a case right now where some people were jumped in a house, there was a shooting, and the people involved in the shooting are not going to be charged because they have the right to defend themselves. Nothing in the state or federal law says you have to be seriously physically harmed or killed. Nothing does. You have the right to defend yourself. Absolutely, you have the right to defend yourself.
Fear of
Sure.
you being hurt or your life.
But Grant, I just need you to come. It's there. It's there. I can see it. It's on the tip of your tongue. You want to say, "Let me tell you what happened." I'm being honest. I think you're being honest about 95% of the story. I truly do believe you're being honest about that. I think it's that 5% as most people, because they're afraid to actually talk to us and tell us their story. And sometimes we can help justify their story once they tell us the truth. It's a fact. It happens that people are afraid to tell things. They're afraid, oh, I'm going to get, you're not going to believe me, you're not going to like me, you're going to think bad of me. It's not the case at all. I have no opinion one way or the other. I don't know you. I don't think bad of you. I just don't know you. If you're a friend, I would think different of you, or somebody I know was something else, or had previous dealings. Yeah, I may have an opinion, but I don't have an opinion of you. I just don't, because we don't know each other. We've never contacted each other, have we?
No.
So there's no reason for me. But I've been honest with you the entire time, and I will continue to be honest with you till the remainder of my career at the Seminole County Sheriff's Office. I'll always be honest with you. Call me and say, hey, this. I'm going to tell you. Again, you may not like it, but I'm going to tell you. That's just me. And some people don't do that, and some people will tell you things that are misleading. I'm not going to tell you anything that's misleading, because that's my word. That's my integrity. That's my character. Now's the time, my friend. I want to help you. She wants to help you. And I'm telling you, I'm going to help you. Anything I can do within my power to be honest with you. I'm going to. That's it. But I got to have the truth from you. I can't get it from somebody else. I can't get it from her. I can't get it from other people I work with. It's got to come from you. I already know. I'm telling you, I already know. I got a couple more years. I'll retire. I'm going to take my career with me and be happy with what I've done, because I've been honest with everybody. I'm asking you to be honest with me, too. I want to help you.
I mean, apart from the times maybe being wrong, I genuinely don't have anything else that I can say about what transpired during the nighttime.
So when you left your house, everybody was fine.
Yeah.
And when you left Cody,
everything was fine.
Well, we got called to the house because Cody didn't show up to work. So law enforcement goes over there, and can you tell us what we found? What do you think we found when law enforcement arrived at your home?
I mean, you guys are talking about guns, and you're talking about other things that and then the website and everything, that something happened to him.
Who's him?
Cody.
Did you do anything to Cody?
No.
Did you do anything to your mother?
No.
Did you do anything to your father?
No.
You have any reason to believe that anybody else would harm them?
No, the only thing that I was told was that Cody would take care of it for me. And that's all that I know.
But you didn't tell Cody what your father said to you, correct?
Correct.
So when Cody made those comments to you, what do you believe he meant by that? Have you guys ever talked about?
That he was I thought he was just going to do what he always does, which is where he just talks about it and he figures out whatever strategy he needs to.
So if anything happened in the home to bring law enforcement there, what would you think happened?
That there was a shooting.
Between whom?
I don't know. Between Cody and my dad.
And why would you think that?
To protect me, or to help me, or to do something with me.
So you're telling me you did not shoot Cody,
No.
your father, or your mother?
No. I mean, I don't know, what more I can say.
Well, when law enforcement arrived, that's what they found.
At this point, a reasonable person would be expected to ask a simple human question. Is my family okay? After all, it's been made clear that something serious has occurred, something that the two officers believe Grant did, but Grant never asks. He doesn't ask because he already knows the answer. He knows that they're dead. His failure to show even the most basic concern exposes a critical truth. Grant is not the master manipulator he imagined himself to be. He believed he could maintain the illusion of ignorance, that he could present himself as confused and fearful without betraying his knowledge of the murders. Grant also begins to stutter and stumble over his words, which is a clear and immediate psychological response to stress. He believed he had successfully manipulated the room, that he had the officers eating out of the palm of his hand. He mistook their patience for gullibility, their professionalism for weakness. But the moment they shift tactics and reveal that the evidence has led unmistakably to him, the carefully constructed facade begins to crack. Grant struggles to maintain coherence. His verbal fluency, once steady and detached, fractures under the pressure of reality intruding onto the fantasy he'd been weaving. Despite these unmistakable signs of internal panic, Grant's vocal tone remains eerily neutral. His voice, stripped of inflection, is almost robotic, almost like a mannequin. Flat, mechanical, as if he is reading from a poorly memorized script, rather than reacting in real time to a life-shattering accusation.
So you're the only outstanding child. You're the one that's been having problems with your dad. You're the one that we haven't been able to find for 2 days. Do you understand now why we would be questioning you about this?
Yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't be saying like all like I don't know the way to. I don't know like what to even say.
In an effort to distance himself from the murders, Grant retreats to a story he had carefully seeded earlier in the interview, that in this desperate attempt to finance his relationship with Sylvie, he sold all of his worldly possessions, including, he claims, all of his firearms. But there are several glaring problems with this narrative. The first is the most obvious. Grant offers no proof. There is no inventory of the weapons he allegedly owned, no record of sale, no verifiable trail confirming that every firearm was sold prior to the murders. He expects the investigators to simply take his word for it, even though he has lied to them at various points during this interrogation. Given the magnitude of the crimes and the stakes involved, such an unsupported assertion holds no weight. Without evidence, it remains entirely reasonable, even likely, to believe that Grant retained at least one firearm, the one he would later use to execute his family. Further undermining his story is the nature of the Amato household itself. They were a heavily armed family. Each member owned multiple weapons. Access to firearms was not some distant, complicated endeavor for Grant. It was part of the household environment. Although Grant insists that all the guns remaining in the home were securely stored under lock and key, the physical evidence tells a very different story. According to the state's investigation, firearms were not consistently secured, weapons were accessible, and Grant, having lived in the home for years, would know precisely where and how to retrieve them without difficulty.
We're trying to see if there's anything else that you've left out during the night from when you first came home and confronted your father, or when he confronted you until the time you left, that you've not told us.
There was nothing. There was nothing to that level of confrontation between him and I.
So if anything happened in the home, you believe it would be Cody and him?
Yes. Because I don't have access to anything.
Grant believed that when he was initially brought in, his story would be the one the investigators followed, that since his narrative aligned with the staged crime scene, that he wouldn't have to make up new details on the fly. But that's obviously not the case. One of the brand new details Grant offered to the detectives was that after he saw the police cars at his parents' home, he felt curious about what had happened, and turned to Google to see for himself. So he was worried about his family and wanted to verify they were okay, which makes sense. However, he then asserts that he didn't fully read the articles going over what had happened, only glancing at them to see if there was a shooting, but not reading about if his family was okay. Meaning he was curious about his family's well-being, but not curious enough to actually read about what had happened when he found information that would lead him to believe that they were gravely injured. Put yourself in his position. You're worried about a family member who is traveling via plane, and so you check their flight path. Immediately, you're greeted with a message that says there is something deeply wrong with the plane, or there was an issue on the flight that has resulted in serious injury or bodily harm being done to one passenger. Your mind would likely jump to the worst-case scenario, and rather than being comforted, you would be deeply alarmed. You would look up any possible information you could get, try calling the person, contacting the airline, and probably more, Or, if you're anything like Grant, you would read that information and then move on with your day and go to a hotel as if nothing happened. It's a nonsensical argument.
Well, I can tell you from what we know right now, because you know what the news has said, correct? You know what the news has said.
I only know that first story that I saw, and then I didn't look again.
And what did the first story say?
That there was a shooting in the Salton Circle area, and the investigation is ongoing.
Okay, and what did they say? They say the status of the people inside the house? What
No.
did they say? Because all the news have reported the same thing. Every one of them. The sheriff has held a press conference. The sheriff has provided information to the media.
And it's known what has happened in the home.
All that I saw was literally like the paragraph, and then the last sentence was there's an investigation ongoing, and then I didn't.
You saw more because at Panera, when you said you pulled it up, they had more information then. They had more information than just there's been a shooting. There's a lot more information was given. It was all over the news by that time. The new news reported exactly what had happened. We know that Cody didn't shoot your dad. We know Cody didn't shoot your mom. We know Cody didn't shoot himself. There's something.
And you still haven't asked us the condition of them or anything.
That's because I don't know what the normal proceedings are, but
The normal proceedings are for you to be honest about what happened.
And then we help you understand everything that's going to go on from here on out, of what our responsibilities are.
And we don't believe you're being honest. We feel that you are leaving something out about what happened in that home. And the evidence tells us what happened in the home. But you need to fill in the blanks.
Here's my hand for honesty. Here it is. We're here to help you through this, and you're not going to like something here in just a minute, and I know it's going to hurt you, but you're leaving things out. You've got to take that step and cross over and say, okay, I have to tell you. You'd probably rather tell us what happened before Eva opens that up. You probably want to tell us and save yourself some grief by saying, here, let me tell you. Here's what happened that night that I wasn't completely honest about. Because honestly, Grant, I believe you've been honest about a very lot of things. I really do. Because I can account for your day. I can account for your night. We have a couple very small holes. 95% of the story I already know. That's why you're here with us.
And again, your cell phone's going to put you in the areas. We're going to check exactly where you were throughout the entire time you started this conversation.
No.
So if you went back to the house and did something, or how long you were there, we're going to know.
No,
I never did anything like that.
Just things like, look, remember I saw my digital footprint?
Yeah.
E-Pass tells me where you went. We have a thing called LPRs, license plate readers, in different places all over everywhere. And every time your car passes, or any car, I have somebody, one of our Intel girls, put in thing. Hey, has this tag went by there? Yep. Has it been in a certain place? Yep. It tells me exactly where you went. Man, I'm telling you. I know it's hard to trust the police. I know people don't trust the police. You got to give me the chance to trust me. You have to.
The interrogators are trying to increase the pressure on Grant by lying to him about the data they were able to collect off of his phone. They want to imply that they will be able to link him conclusively to the scene of the crime, which is far from the case. Again, Grant spent hours in the home after the murders. He set up the scene and cleaned up after himself, making sure that there was no direct evidence pointing to him. The only reason the investigation turned his way is because he took the murder weapon with him and disposed of it when he left, and he accidentally staged some elements in impossible ways. But obviously, they aren't going to tell him that. They want him to feel as if there is no choice but to confess, given the sheer amount of evidence against him, that he might as well come forward while they're offering some small bit of assurance that they can help him. So let's see if it's effective.
I already know. I know what happened. I know. 95% of the story, I know what happened. And so do you. And it's in your face, it's in your emotions, it's in your body language that something is severely, from the minute I met you in the hotel, severely bothering you. And you knew why we were there the minute we came to see you. You knew why we were there. You knew it. And you knew what I was going to tell you at some point during the course of the day, what was going to happen. You already know, because you've checked on it. I know you've checked on it. There's a way to tell. I said that the best thing about the internet and electronics, they tell a story. And they tell how many times things have been looked at, what's been looked at, and how long you spent there. Sheriff can tell me every website I've ever been on this iPhone, every one, and how long I was there for. Every meme I made up to send to somebody, something funny as a joke, they can see it. I'm here to help you, man. I'm here to help you get through all this. I am an honest guy. I'm going to be honest. And when it's all said and done, I'm going to be honest to the very last day that I deal with you. And then when this investigation continues, I'll go on to the next person and be honest with them. But I got to have you step over that little bit of line. Basically, we got a line here. And you know, you're so close to wanting to step over that line. You have come all the way from the back side of that table over to here. And now you're right about right here that you want to do it, but you're scared. I get that, my man. I get you're scared. But something happened there that kicked us off unlike anything that ever happened in your life to get to where we are today. And I just need you to tell me exactly what happened. Here's your brother, the guy who's always looked out for you, correct? Paid for your trip to Japan, paid bills. Your dad and your brother have paid $200,000 of this video chat, whatever, with the virtual, not the virtual, but the girl in Bulgaria. Dad's pissed about the cost. I'm sure I'd be upset too. $200,000. Think of the car you could have for $200,000, or paid off college debt or whatever. Some girl in Bulgaria got basically your college debt. Now I'm sure your brother and dad may have been as happy if you take that $100,000 and paid off that program. But there's a lot of pressure on you. I get it. I need you to step over, man. You're right there. You're right there at the end, ready to go. We're ready to take the information from you and move forward. We're there. I just need you to take that last step over and say, all right, let me tell you what else. I've been honest about the vast majority of this, but let me tell you what actually happened that night. It's there.
When you're talking about the phones, because I'm illiterate when it comes to phones and Wi-Fi and all that. So you said when your dad cut off your phone a few days ago, you had no phone number, like no way to call, just pick up the phone and call someone, correct?
Right.
So when you would communicate on Twitter, like you said, either on your cell phone or your Surface, you would have to be connected to Wi-Fi, is that correct?
Right.
When you were in your home, were you connected to Wi-Fi?
No.
Talking to these, you know, when you did the Twitter and so on and so forth, were you connected to the
Yeah.
Wi-Fi at your home?
Yes.
Both
No, wait. No, I wasn't. I was on the LTE. I was on LTE. I was just on the cell service.
And you can still do the Twitter thing on cell service on
Right.
the LTE at home?
Right.
Okay. And then when you are at the Publix,
Right.
you're on what?
That's on Wi-Fi.
Publix is Wi-Fi?
Right.
Okay. And then you said the next time was at Panera?
Yes.
Was on the Wi-Fi? Both your cell phone and the Surface?
Just the Surface. I hadn't. At the Panera, it was just on the Surface.
Okay. All right, so again, with the whole digital footprint like Danny's talking about, you know that we will know exactly where you were at every time that you connected to Wi-Fi and how long you were connected to the Wi-Fi. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. So when you drive away from the Publix or you're driving away from Panera, we will know all of that.
And every hot spot you hit along the way, it's going to ding. It's going to make that connection, even just for a brief second. And I'm very familiar with that area out there. I used to live out at 419 and 50, and I know just about where every hot spot is along the way. So it's going to be boom, 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 boom. I want to help you, man. I really do. But you've got to take that little step and trust that we are going to do everything that we can do. And be honest with you, we're going to do it. But I need you to step over. You have to, because what happens if you don't? You know, it's going to be something that we just can't do anything to deal with. We can't. Honestly, I've talked to people. I talked to a guy that was responsible for a lot of bad stuff in South America, and we sat down over the course of a month, and he finally admitted to some horrific things.
And felt a lot better about
it,
right?
Because he trusted us. Because he realized, the typical thing, the police, all they do is lie to you, or whatever. No, I'm not. I'm like that. I'm not in that. No, she ain't either. I just want the truth. I want to the truth to be told, no matter which way it is.
And you will feel so much better. We're talking about your family here. So you telling us anything that we're missing, you're going to feel a lot better by telling us the truth.
Guaranteed. It's hard to take that leap of faith. It is. It's like jumping out of an airplane with a parachute. Yeah, you know, if the parachute works the way it's supposed to, it's going to be okay. But the first time I take it, I just got to take it. You got to take that. You got to take that leap of faith with us. I can only do so much with honesty. Honesty.
So what are you not telling us? What happened at that home that you know? Grant, I know you want to tell us.
It's on the tip of your tongue. I know you. It's right there. It's that bad taste you want to get out, to get it off your chest and out of your head. But you got to do it. I can't make you say it. I need you to say it, so then we can move forward with the truth. Like I said, we're at 95. We're probably close to getting 97, 98% of the truth. But that last step, you got to take. You got to tell us. Because if when you say something, you get locked into a story, and it's proven to be false, then you got problems. Because what do people look at during the course of an investigation? Did everybody who was honest and who was dishonest? So there's an explanation to things. You have to explain them, and you're missing that 2, 3, 4, 5% of the truth that you're holding back, and that's the most crucial for you right now is the truth. Sounds crazy, but that's a fact. The truth shall set you free. Emotionally, you're probably going to break down because you've got this all pent up inside you that you want to say it, but you're afraid to say it. I get it. I've talked to people that makes all this look like nothing. This whole investigation like nothing. They're just bad. Then once they get this off their chest, they say, you know, I didn't think I would, but I feel better. I know it's tough, but I feel better. Because now I've told the rest of my story. You can't, it's like reading a book and getting almost to the end, the conclusion, and you just shut it. You got to open up. You got to open up to me, man. I'm here to take that information from you, to get you over this hump, to a little peace in your mind. You'll never have peace without saying, here, let me tell you.
This is exactly what happened.
And I already know. I'll be honest with you, I already know. This isn't my first rodeo. We've been doing this, what, between the two of us, 50 years? Over 50 years.
Married.
Over 50 years. I've seen
so
it.
What is it you need
over.
to tell us that we're missing?
Step over.
I mean, the only thing that I know is just that, I mean, I left the house later than what I had said.
This is a step forward for the interrogators, albeit a very small step. By getting Grant to admit that he lied about some portion of his original story, they have their foot in the door, but because it's only a small step, the interviewers are about to up the ante.
Did you leave the house with your brother Cody looking like that? Or did you leave the house with your father looking like that? Or your mother? Is that how you left your family?
No.
More than 2 hours into the interrogation, Grant finally attempts to display something resembling emotion. When the female investigator confronts him directly, placing photographs of his murdered family members in front of him, Grant's voice breaks as he denies responsibility, giving the superficial impression of crying. But based on his earlier performance, it is highly unlikely that he is capable of genuine emotional expression on command, and even less likely that any true tears are being shed at all. His voice catches, but his face and body language portray nothing consistent with authentic grief. It is, at best, a hollow performance. Grant further compounds the act by gesturing vaguely towards the photographs and insisting he didn't do any of this. He tries to project shock and sorrow at the sight of the images, but the result is painfully forced and the disconnect is glaring. His reaction seems less like those of a grieving son and brother, and more like someone attempting to mimic what they have seen dramatized on television. It's performative, exaggerated, and deeply unconvincing. And what makes this moment all the more chilling is the context. Grant is not looking at abstract images. He is staring at the bodies of the very people he described earlier as having sacrificed everything for him, Cody and Margaret. who repeatedly reaffirmed their unconditional support, who bailed him out of financial and legal disasters, who tried until the very end to believe he could be saved. And now they lie before him, murdered, their bodies arranged exactly as he had left them only days prior, and the best Grant can muster is a clumsy, soulless imitation of grief.
Nobody else went into that house.
Who left your family like this? If you were the one that's been depressed, you were the one that owes money, you were the one that got into a confrontation with your father, who did this to your family? If you were trying to defend yourself or something else happened, we need to know now to help you. So tell us what happened, Grant. We're here to listen to you.
Grant, you need the truth. We're here to make this right. You got to tell the truth. It's on the tip of your tongue, my man. I get that.
Did your father go after you and you try to protect yourself?
No, I didn't do any of this.
There's something that's going to come up that is going to make this all come real. I'd rather it come from you than have to do it that way.
The evidence tells us what happened. You have to fill in the blanks. They can't tell me what happened.
Fact, I know. She never held a gun. She didn't have a gun that night. Fact, he never fired a gun. Fact, he never fired a gun. Never did. This is the person right here, Mom, who always stuck up for you. Something happened so bad that caused her death, your dad's death, and Cody. And I'll tell you just about how it happened. 1, 2, 3. Based on evidence. Based on evidence. I know he did not shoot your mom. I know he didn't shoot your dad. I know he didn't shoot himself. And I know from video surveillance camera in the neighborhood, nobody else came to that house. I know. I can account for everybody that went to the house. I know.
So tell us what happened.
I know it. Listen to me. Hey, I know. Video surveillance tells me everything that happened this night. I'm telling you. Of people that you'd be surprised who in your neighborhood has video. And I know that there's only 4 people was at this house during this time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me. You got to tell me, man. You got to tell me. Get over that hoop. The video, if you're sitting there saying no, and video shows something else, guess what? Big problem. Because it will wind up later on that you can't get any help from anybody. A lot of this, what people make decisions on, is honesty. With somebody honest. Of course you're going to be somewhat dishonest at some point. We get that. We understand that. But at some point when you have that come to Jesus time that now I need to really, I got to tell you what happened. This is it. This is it. Video tells me everything I need to know about this from the neighborhood.
And you're the only one left to tell us.
I know it's hard to look at me, Grant, look at my eyes. I know it's tough, man. I do. It's a tough thing to say, but we need to know what caused things at your house that night to become so bad that we're this. He's violent. We know that. He's got a gun on. We get it. Cody just probably went around with a gun because he normally did. He walked in the house and was shot the minute he walked in the house. The minute he walked in. We see trajectory. We find the projectile. We've got everything on that. He's shot over here and is brought over here. See it over there. We found the bullets in the house. Mom's sitting her thing with a glass of wine, doing her thing, and she's shot. You just got to step over and tell me, man. I want to help you. I do.
The evidence is going to be there.
Most people, I would not.
We have cartridge cases. We have projectiles.
And fingerprints.
So you just need to tell us what led up to this.
You've been arrested, correct?
Yeah.
So we have your fingerprints, correct? You understand that? Physical evidence is something I can't manipulate. It's either there or it's not there. Didn't fire a gun, didn't fire a gun, didn't fire a gun. None of them did. None of them did. Cody did not go home.
Or did your father point a gun at you?
No, there's nothing else that I can say.
But then this is not going to end up the way you want to with what you're telling me right now. Factual items do not support what you're saying. Nothing that we can make up, or I think, or she thinks, or whoever thinks. You got to be honest. The minute you start being completely honest, and you're pretty honest with me, I'm not going to say you're not. The minute you tell us what happened to get this to here is the second that we start moving forward with healing. You say you can't something? Yes, you can. There's something that you have done that proves different. I'm telling you. I don't know how else I can't make it any clearer. There's something there. Just tell me. Tell me. Your emotions, your demeanor, your body language, your eyes tell me everything I need to see about you. You want to tell me in the worst way. You want to get this pain off your chest. Do it. Come forward. Tell the truth. It's like going to church and doing your confessional. When I go to church, a few times I go a year, and I get up there and ask for forgiveness, I feel 100% better for all the crappy things I've done and didn't do what I should have done throughout the course of the year. Short with my coworkers, short with my kids, not living the way I should live. Gets me too. And when I go up there and make my confession to the pastor, it makes me feel better.
I mean, there's just nothing else that I can say.
There's nothing else that happened in that home while you were there that would lead up to this?
No.
Your father didn't point a gun at you?
There was nothing else more than what I had said.
Then who do you think did this?
I don't know. I don't have the answer.
I'll give you a few minutes to think about this and think about life decisions and where do we go from here. A few minutes to collect your thoughts.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a few minutes. Do you need a drink or anything, Grant?
No.
Okay.
When the interviewers leave for the second time, Grant is in an entirely different state. He is holding his head, rubbing his face, and slowly coming to terms with the fact that the police know he was involved in his family's murder. He had thought he covered all of his bases, that no one would ever really suspect him, but they did, immediately. The officers leave the room for nearly 10 minutes, hoping that the time away will allow some of what they said to fully sink in.
The only thing that I have is just the times in which I had left the house. There was still there was an argument when Cody had gotten home, and then there was nothing that he could do to help me. So I don't remember the exact time when I actually left, but I had left later than what I had said.
So you were home when Cody got home?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
When the interrogators return to the room, they do not immediately resume questioning. Instead, they sit in heavy, deliberate silence, allowing the tension to swell. Their strategy is simple but effective: to create an atmosphere so uncomfortable that Grant feels compelled to break it himself, to fill the void with new information. And it works. Under the weight of the silence, Grant volunteers a critical revision of his earlier account. He concedes that he may have been mistaken about when he left the home on the day of the murders. Contrary to his original claim that he departed earlier in the afternoon, he now admits that he actually left after Cody had returned to the home, a significant shift in the timeline. Despite this admission, Grant hurriedly insists that everything else he said remains 100% accurate, and that he didn't witness anything suspicious. He frames the change as a minor correction, desperately trying to contain the damage, but the correction itself is damning. If Grant had nothing to hide, why would he lie about something as crucial as his own whereabouts on the day of a triple homicide? Why would he fabricate a timeline only to later amend it under pressure? In any investigation, lying about such a fundamental detail suggests two possibilities: either direct involvement in criminal activity or the concealment of behavior so egregious that it would provoke immediate suspicion. Grant, however, offers neither plausible explanation. He insists that there was no real reason for the lie, that it was random, inconsequential, and an innocent mistake. But this assertion strains his credibility. Grant's adjustment to his story is not only transparently false, it's executed with astonishing ineptitude. His belief that such a glaring inconsistency could be waved away with casual indifference speaks to the same delusional confidence that led him to believe he could manipulate seasoned investigators in the first place.
What time did he get home, and why did he come home?
He got home at, I think, like 10:30. I still think that's when he got home, was like around 10:30. I don't know why he was able to leave early.
And what was going on at the house when he arrived?
My dad and my mom were arguing, and then I was still just packing up all my stuff, or gathering the things that I could gather. And then when Cody got home, he started to transgress with my dad, and I was still kind of just staying out of it and doing my own thing. And then the end result was still the end result, and then I had to still leave.
And then, so is it true that you still met Cody up the block, or was that...
No.
So you didn't meet him up the block? So why did you tell us that?
I don't know.
All right, so then, now let's start from the time you and your father started having the argument, about 6:30, you said, when he got home?
Yeah.
Tell us exactly what happened from that time on. Even what was said.
It was just a lot of yelling. It was everything that he had been telling me for the past months and months and months about just how I had ruined his retirement and how I had pushed him back, and now, he'd never be able to do the things that he wanted to do because I had saddled him with a lot more expenses, and that I had told him that, once I can get a job, then I have plans to make amends for the things that I had caused for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Even if we were to accept Grant's claim at face value, that he told his father he would eventually make things right and repay the money he had stolen, the question remains: why would Chad ever believe him? By Grant's own characterization, Chad was abusive, controlling, and openly contemptuous towards everyone in the family except for Cody. He painted a picture of a man who repeatedly mistreated Margaret, ruled the household with fear, and only ceased physically abusing his sons when they became strong enough to defend themselves. And yet, this same man, supposedly so cruel and irredeemable, continued to allow Grant to live under his roof rent-free. Chad bailed him out of jail after he was arrested for grand larceny. He purchased expensive gear to support Grant's dreams of becoming a professional streamer. He provided resources, opportunities, and chances long after Grant had proven himself unwilling or unable to change. All Chad asked for in return was the bare minimum, evidence that Grant was working toward stability, that he had a plan, that he intended to assume even a fraction of the responsibility that adulthood demands. But Grant gave him none of that. Instead, he continued to steal. He lied about where the money was going, funneling it into his pervert fantasy world with Sylvie, and exploited the very people who were still trying against all reason to believe in him. Chad had every right to be upset with the 29-year-old who had stolen all of his retirement money. He had every right to kick him out of his home and refuse to listen to his stupid promises, but Grant is still trying to insist that he was the problem in their relationship.
And he's yelling.
Yeah.
He's heated. Are you yelling back at him?
No, I had never yelled at my dad.
And are you sitting on the couch downstairs, like you said?
I was in the living room, yeah.
And at what point does he put his hands on you?
It's just, it's like maybe 5 minutes into the conversation. So, there wasn't really anything that was a trigger that I can think of.
What was your reaction when he grabbed your shirt and pulled you up?
I had always been passive, so I didn't fight back or anything like that. I just tried to get my grounding, and then we were just standing, and just continued on.
And then what?
And then after that, I started the whole process of gathering everything.
And where's your mom at this point?
She was still in her office.
Did she intervene at all?
She had gotten up to say that, you need to settle down, or some sort of diffusing statement that she always used to make. And then my dad yelled at her to stay out of this, and then she just went back into there.
Okay, and then what? What happened next?
Then it was just a lot of yelling and confrontation between me and Dad, but it wasn't anything more physical about it.
It was more yelling and confrontation between me and Dad. That would imply that he was fighting back, and not just passive in the interaction, as he just put forward. Based on how Grant tells stories, he never fully admits to anything he has done wrong. He brought up his own $250,000 theft as a small aside, a little oopsie-daisy, moving past it in less than 5 minutes, choosing instead to focus on how wrong his dad was to force him to go to rehab. But in small moments like this, a bit of truth does come out. The interaction was probably more of a back and forth, especially given how it would end.
And like I said, I was just going up and about, getting my stuff and taking it out to my car and getting back whatever I could gather.
And what did your dad do while you were doing that?
He was just following me around.
Just making sure you were gathering your stuff to get out?
My possessions, and not taking anything of his.
And how long did that go on before Cody shows up?
That was for 4 hours or something like that.
So you did that for 3 hours?
Yeah.
Gathering your stuff?
And dealing with Dad, and because it wasn't just like he
pack up those 2 little bags you brought. It was 3 hours?
Yeah, he wouldn't just. I went onto my computer to back up some stuff onto some flash drives and all that other stuff, but it wasn't just with him where I could just go and do my thing. He would stop me, and then we would talk for an extended period of time, and then I would start to do my thing again, and then it would stop again, and that's all it was.
Was your father wearing this?
Yeah.
And what about that gun on his waist?
No.
Grant is now back to displaying no emotions when interacting with the images of his deceased family members. The interrogator focuses his attention on the photo of Chad, and Grant comments on it as if it's a family photo.
He didn't have that on.
No.
Is this normal?
No. I mean, I hadn't seen him have his gun since like high school.
So he doesn't walk around like this normally?
No.
Why do you think he would be like this?
I don't know if it's because of what he had told me, that if I came back that he would kill me.
I mean, like you said, you're afraid of him.
Yeah.
But we're here to this. This is the person that is coming to solve the problems for you, or came home to solve the problems. There's the one who always sticks up for you, including talking to the girl. She talked to the girl in Bulgaria, didn't she?
Yeah.
She had conversations, said that you're not a bad guy, and how this breakup basically has affected you, didn't she? Told him it was bad. Here's the problem: the dad. This one's behind you, supports you. That one's behind you, supports you. This one, I'm sure, cares about you, but is upset because, like you said, you have ruined his plans for retirement, so he can't retire because of the financial loss. How much money did Cody give you? Approximately. 60,000.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess.
Dad gave you how much?
Like 100,000.
Mom gave you how much?
It's like 30,000 or something.
So around 200,000. And the vast majority of this money went to some girl on the internet. So they're upset. I get that. But we know he didn't fire a gun. We know she didn't fire a gun. We know he didn't fire a gun. He shot the second he walks in the house.
At what point does he come into the house?
It's like 10:30
And where does he enter?
through the garage,
Where does he park his car?
under the awning thing.
Outside, not in the garage?
Right.
So do you see him walk in? Or hear him come in?
No.
So you're upstairs maybe, or where are you when he comes home?
When he came home, I was gathering some of the like power bars into my little shoulder satchel thing.
And where are the power bars, in the kitchen, or?
In the kitchen.
So you see him come in?
I hear the door, but then that's it.
And then when do you see him
I
physically?
I see him when he walks into the kitchen.
And what do you guys, what is said?
He asks me what I'm doing, and I basically tell him the quick, short story, because at the time my dad and my mom are talking.
Where were they?
They were in her office.
Okay, and what is the short story you tell
That
Cody?
that Dad caught me still talking to the girl that had caused all the problems, and that he was kicking me out of the house because I had broken his rule.
Once again, Grant reframes the situation to cast himself as a hapless victim. In his telling, it was his father, the perpetual aggressor who, according to Grant, did nothing but make his life miserable. He was unjustly kicking him out of the house, and the reason? Not Grant's sustained pattern of theft, deceit, and self-destruction, but because Chad supposedly caught him speaking to the girl who caused all of this. With that one simple statement, Grant shifts the blame for his own repeated and considered actions onto Sylvie, a woman who, in reality, had no agency over his choices. As far as she knew, he was a multimillionaire who enjoyed sending her money. She didn't tell him he had to give her money. She didn't seek him out while he was in rehab and coerce him into talking to her. She was doing her job. People might not like it, but that's it. He recasts himself not as the architect of his own downfall, but as another casualty of her influence, as if the decision to steal nearly $250,000 to betray his family's trust and dismantle what little stability he had left was somehow beyond his control. This tactic is disturbingly effective, even in public discourse surrounding the case. Some reporting has echoed Grant's narrative, assigning undue responsibility to Sylvie, a transactional service provider who never asked for the level of obsession and financial ruin Grant brought upon himself. In doing so, they grant him an absolution he doesn't deserve. Huh? Yeah, what do you think of that shit? Pretty good, huh? Grants him an absolution, subtly reinforcing the dangerous idea that Grant was a man undone by circumstances, rather than by his own deliberate, stupid, calculated choices. Psychologically, this displacement of blame is a textbook defense mechanism. By externalizing responsibility, Grant preserves the fragile illusion of himself as a fundamentally good person trapped by external forces.
Did you tell Cody that he threatened to kill you if you came back home?
No, I still didn't tell Cody about that. I had told Cody previously when I went to Cornerstone that that's what Dad was going to do if I had made any more mistakes, not the specific one that I had caused, but if I had made any more mistakes. And then Cody told me that he was going to do that when I went into one of the side offices with him before they officially dropped me off.
When you went to Cornerstone?
Right.
So your dad had told you in the past before that he would kill you?
Right.
For what reason?
For if I basically did anything related to this, again, costing him a lot of money.
And Cody knew about that?
Right. He just didn't know about the one that was just said. Whether or not he knew from like the paper that my dad had written out of all the consequences and everything like that.
When did your dad write this paper?
Before they came to get me on the 4th. I mean, I don't know the exact time.
Do you know where the paper is or what it's written on?
It's written on like a greenish yellow college ruled just piece of paper and pen.
In the office or bedroom? Or?
I don't know where he keeps all of his stuff.
All right, so what else do you and Cody talk about?
So then after talking about that, he says that he'll take care of it, and then him and my dad, they're the ones that always yell and raise their voices and everything like that.
So did your dad eventually enter the kitchen, or did Cody go to your dad in the office?
No, my dad came in when he heard that me and Cody were talking.
And what was the conversation then?
When they started to talk, I just left the room, and I just went back upstairs.
So you didn't hear what they talked about?
I mean, not in any. It was more just that he was defending that it's just that I just did this and that it's not like it's costing any money.
Were they yelling? Did they raise their voice? Or they were talking?
They were yelling.
Did you hear any threats or?
My dad had said that that everybody had agreed that if I had done this, that I would have to go. That there wasn't any more wiggle room or second chances or anything like that.
And they had. Grant, however, seems to operate under a staggering assumption that had it not been for his father's supposed influence, both Margaret and Cody would have gladly continued to let him stay, enabling his parasitic existence without question, allowing him to siphon money and resources indefinitely. In Grant's mind, Chad is not simply an antagonist. He is the antagonist, the single force responsible for tearing Grant away from the unconditional love and support he believes he deserved. This mischaracterization serves an essential psychological purpose. It allows Grant to avoid the far more painful truth that it wasn't just Chad who had lost faith in him. Cody and Margaret had as well. Grant cannot confront the reality that those who had once protected him, those who sacrificed so much to shield him from his own failures, had finally irrevocably drawn their support, that he had gone so far that they would no longer defend him. So he constructs a fantasy where that betrayal never occurred. In this imagined world, Cody and Margaret are not autonomous individuals who recognized Grant's self-destructiveness. They're helpless victims, coerced into action by Chad's alleged cruelty. The tragedy of Grant's delusion runs even deeper. The story he tries so desperately to sell is one in which he is so profoundly loved that his family destroyed itself trying to save him. In his fabricated version of events, Cody's love was so consuming that he murdered their parents, and then took his own life to protect Grant from further harm. But that is obviously not what happened. The reality is brutally simple. His parents did love him. They wanted a future for him. They held out hope for a lot longer than most would have, but eventually they recognized the undeniable truth that Grant simply refused to grow, that he was not merely failing to thrive, but actively dismantling the stability they had fought to build. After his final betrayal, they made the only responsible choice they had left. They cut him off. Cody, the brother who had spent his life shielding Grant from consequences, agreed. They understood that true love sometimes requires letting go, forcing someone to face the consequences they have spent a lifetime evading. And Grant, confronted with this collective rejection, was enraged. In his mind, their decision wasn't a desperate act of tough love. It was a profound betrayal. And so, he responded in the only way his fractured psychology could justify. He killed all of them, methodically and coldly, staging the scene to deflect blame and deepen the wound. Unable to accept the truth, Grant now clings to a comforting fiction that Cody and Margaret were merely pawns, victims manipulated by a tyrannical father, and that their love for him remained pure and undiminished.
And then, he came around to the base of the staircase, and then he told me that I need to go.
Your father did?
Yeah. And then I told him that I was just trying to pick up the last few things that I needed to. There was like a bag of a trash bag of like my clothes that I had still not unpacked from when I got back from Cornerstone, that I just, had to gather and put into my car, all that just random stuff. And then, I don't know what time I actually left, but I think it was closer to like midnight or something.
And when you left, where was your mother?
When I left, my mom was still just in her office.
And where was your dad?
Dad and Cody were just yelling inside the kitchen.
So when you left, you heard them yelling?
Not really yelling anymore, but they were. It was basically just the same exact conversation that had been going on, where there was nothing left, and then Dad looked through some of my things to make sure that I wasn't taking anything that wasn't mine. I think the only thing that he had a problem with was that I had taken like some of my paperwork bills from like the Chapman Law Group, but then since I wasn't the one paying for it, that they would need those, but then I still just ended up keeping it because I figured nothing else was going to be covered for me or anything. So then after I left, I took the Fort Christmas Road that connected up with 50, and then I was just at the Publix for the rest of the time.
The same Publix we talked about earlier on 419. So from about midnight till 7 a.m., like you said, you were at Publix. And then is everything else the truth as far as the job interview and so on and so forth?
All the rest of the times were accurate, and when I looked at the site, I only saw a small blurb.
So when did you learn that your family was dead?
I had been worried since last night when I was just in the hotel, but I knew when you guys told me. I knew when you guys had told me.
You already knew, though.
But
You already said,
At any point, did you feel like you needed to reach out to Cody and see if he was okay, or?
I just didn't want to call anywhere. I just didn't want to know.
But you couldn't call.
You had brought up the hotel.
Hotel room was there.
But I just
Phone works there.
I didn't even think of to use that.
You got a medical background, correct?
Yes.
You ever been to an autopsy?
No.
Okay. An autopsy tells us a lot of things. Cause of death, a lot of times how close somebody was to something. Again, remember what I told you earlier? She didn't fire a gun, he didn't fire a gun, he didn't fire a gun. So they didn't get into a shooting amongst themselves inside the house. Angles tell us a lot of things. Dad was over here when he got shot. The bullet's in the cabinet and in the wall. We know that. That's one of those facts we just can't dispute. I see where shell casings are over here. See where shell casings are in here. See where shell casings are there. Cody was shot the minute he walked in the door, when he first got home. Bullet went through him, from his head to the back of his head, hit the door frame, and impacted into the wall. He never fired. He never fired. She never fired.
And we know what time Cody left work. I mean, from his boss, from his coworkers. And you got to remember, we've talked to everybody before we talk to you. So we know what time he left work. We know why he told his coworkers and his boss why he left work. And we know what time he got home. And we have text messages that he has sent people afterwards. So based on what you're telling us, that he comes home and has this confrontation, talks to you, talks to his dad, you leave about midnight, and he's still there talking to your dad in the kitchen, none of that adds up.
Medical examiner can approximate the time of death based on the body. Now's the time, Grant. Now is the time, buddy. I'm just...
So I believe this, and this happened while you were still present in the house. And for whatever reason, you don't want to tell us. We understand your father was abusive, and we understand that he was the asshole. And if he threatened you, that he was going to kill you when you came back, you were probably in fear, were you not? So did your brother come home to try and defend you, and then this gunfight happened, and you got so scared that you left?
No, I mean, I had left when I had said that I had left.
Which time? Around 9 or midnight?
No, around the midnight time.
Again, we know stuff from the medical examiner office of times. Said this a couple of times. He never fired a gun. He never fired a gun. She never fired a gun. Nobody did. Nobody in the house fired a gun. Fact. We know.
I'm going to get DNA off the guns that are on scene and the cartridge casings.
And all
Any
that.
reason to believe that your fingerprints or your DNA will be on any of those weapons or the cartridge cases that are on the scene?
I mean, not that I can think of. I mean, I know that me and Cody had, you know, like, I mean, we had used each other's guns before in the past, like when we go to the range, but...
But you said you had no access to these guns now.
Right. I mean, but yeah, I mean, that was a long time ago.
The reason interrogators like to ask open-ended questions like this one is because oftentimes, a guilty party who knows their DNA will likely be found on some of the weapons will offer up an alternative explanation. They will assert that they don't think that their fingerprints will be found on the weapons, but if they are, it's probably for a completely normal and innocuous reason. Grant had said throughout the interview that he hadn't had access to any of his father's or brother's weapons in months, which he repeatedly stated proved his innocence. But now he is claiming that if his DNA was found on them, it's only because he might have used them in the past. So he did use them, but not recently, but not far back enough for the guns to have been cleaned, sure.
So the gun that's still on scene and the gun on your father's waistband, is your DNA or fingerprints going to be on it?
Not that I can think of.
Let me throw something at you. We pulled financial records from your dad, you, Cody, and your mom. Remember that payment you made?
Which one?
The payment on that bill you had?
The $599.99.
I saw that one. Well, guess what got paid right about the same time?
What?
$33,000 of debt was paid off of his credit card. Same time. Within a very short time of each other. Those things go together. Records. The records show what was happening.
Wait, what happened?
$33,000 on, I think your dad, it was a USAA credit card. He had $33,000 was paid to pay off that credit card. I just don't know where else to go to get you to come around, because it does not make any logistical sense of what you're telling us. It doesn't. If these two got in a shooting, we would know. We would know they shot each other. We'd know that.
But why Mom?
things just got so bad and out of hand, like never it's been before in your life. Never been here before in your life or your family's life. He's pissed. His future, his retirement, his plans are being upset by you because of the financial cost. I would almost bet this is just a horrible, bad incident that on any other day wouldn't happen. But you and me both know, as does she, what happened that night. You're coming around, and I really appreciate it, Grant. I do appreciate it. Now you're starting to tell more of the truth. Everybody minimizes when they're in a stressful situation. They do. My boss can start yelling at me and try to minimize the effect of it, thinking about what am I going to do? How do I explain to him what happened legitimately? Not that I want to be a liar, but let me explain to him how legitimately something happened. How I bumped my fender on my car, got a ding in it. Try to think, well, how am I going to explain this?
And you've already told us a lie. This whole map thing is bullshit.
So when people start telling little fibs, they add up to big ones. And I told you, just tell the truth. I already know the truth. I know the truth. You can't convince somebody of something they already know the facts of. Walk outside today, you try to tell me it's night, and I know it's noon. I know it's daytime, right? We both agree? Here's the time. Tell me what happened. Tell me what really happened in this very short time to get to where we are right here. I'm telling you 100 times. None of them fired a gun. None of them. A thing called gunshot residue. There's no gunshot residue on anybody's hands. Nobody fired a gun. He didn't shoot him. He didn't shoot him. Neither one of them shot them. I'm telling you. Look at everything. He walked in the door, shot them, and he walked in the door. Because right down here is a bag he carries in. Dropped right there where he opened the door, walked in, and gets shot. There's Dad's lunchbox right there. Dad came home, was probably messing with it right around here. Arguments, whatever's going on, whether there was even an argument. Dad gets shot, and he drops right here. And most likely either got pulled or crawled over here. Over here. I wonder what DNA is going to be in that blood right there. What's going to be on your dad's pants? Because we got his pants. We take all their clothes, everything that we take. Your DNA going to be found on his pants?
No.
You sure? It may be something, a question I'm asking, I already know the answer to.
I know, but my DNA shouldn't be on his pants.
Shouldn't? Okay. Explain to me, I just need you to tell me, why the minute he walks in, he gets shot. He's shot, it's right there, just above there is what it is. We got an investigator up the autopsy right now, and the doctor saying, here's what happened, here's where he's shot. Cody's shot right below the eye, it comes out the back of his neck, and into the wall. Dad shot twice. And the doctor basically said he could have crawled from here to here because of the injury.
And we're going to look at their clothing, your clothing, for DNA, gunpowder, blood spatter, all of that.
Inside of your car, all the stuff that's in your room, all your electronic footprint, we're going to look at it. We will look at it. We will see it. It's a whole lot easier for you just to say what happened than to have to come up here and say, here, boom, 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 because that may change the direction of this case severely. Of whether somebody says, here, let me tell you what happened, it got me here. This blew up, he's been threatening me, he's upset at me, I've ruined, his financial success and his plans for retirement with the house.
Cody tried to get involved and you wanted to protect Cody. That makes sense. You and Cody are close.
I don't have the answer for anything else.
One of the most critical takeaways from this interrogation, a point the investigators repeatedly emphasized to Grant, is how profoundly his behavior deviates from that of an innocent person. From the outset, Grant failed to exhibit the reactions one would expect under such circumstances. He never asked why he was brought in for questioning. He didn't resist being transported to the station, and did not question why he was placed in an interrogation room for more than 3 hours. He simply complied, as if he already understood the gravity of what had happened, despite feigning ignorance. When it becomes clear that some serious harm had befallen the family, Grant didn't do what any reasonable, uninvolved person would. He did not ask if they were okay. He did not plead for information. Even when the investigators directly referenced the fact that something had happened, Grant avoided the most natural human impulse and purposely ignored it until the interrogators informed him. Later, when confronted with photographs of the victims, Grant attempted to simulate an emotional reaction, which is weird. For a brief few moments, his voice wavered, his posture shifted, but the performance was short-lived. Almost immediately, he reverted to the same detached, affectless demeanor he had displayed while recounting the most mundane aspects of his daily life, as if speaking about strangers rather than blood relatives. And when the confrontation became direct, when the investigators accused him of participating in the murders, Grant offered no outburst of denial, no visual shock, no desperate proclamations of innocence. He simply stated flatly that, he didn't do it, as if those 3 words alone were sufficient enough to erase the growing mountain of evidence against him.
This is the last time before I'm going to walk out now, and then I'm done. Then I'm done for good. When I'm done, I'm done. They won't let me, hey, can I come back and talk to you? The minute I walk out that door with your story is where you stay at. That's your lot in life. I am more than willing to sit here all day and all night, if you want to talk, to find the facts. But I can't, I told you from the beginning, I will not deal with somebody that's not being truthful with me. You're not being truthful. You're not telling me the truth. You've lied, and we've forgiven you over that. We've forgiven you over it. You can't lie about this, Grant. You can't. This is too important for your family of what has happened. There's not somebody out running around the United States that killed them. There's not. There's nobody out there, some hidden killer. There's not. You don't show the remorse that you should for someone who's lost 3 family members. Body language, eyes, and demeanor. Here's the time, man. I know it's tough. Tell the truth, because when I walk out, there is no another day.
And it's going to look worse for you when we prove it by the DNA, the gunpowder, the blood spatter, fingerprints. Now is the time for you to be honest with us and is exactly what happened in that house before you left.
We'll be there for weeks gathering evidence. We are going to build the case, because we're going to disprove the fact that nobody else came in this house. We already know that answer. But at some point, we will build a case to the conclusion that nobody else went in.
I don't have anything else that I can say. My brother even said the same thing of, like, when all this financial stuff was happening, like, why I couldn't show, like, sadness towards it. And, I just don't know. I mean, I just don't know what else to say.
Do you not feel bad for doing this to your family?
I don't know.
You don't know what? You don't know if you feel bad for doing this to your family?
I mean, I've been getting blamed for the last half a year for everything, and I've been trying to move forward into a positive direction. And then every day I'm reminded of all the trouble that I had caused. And then I keep being told the same thing over and over again, but there's nothing that I can do to change it.
Let's take a closer look at what Grant just said, because within it lies an extraordinary glimpse into how he perceives the world and his place within it. In Grant's mind, he is not the architect of his own downfall. He is a perpetual victim, a man to whom bad things simply happen, of course through no fault of his own. Every significant failure, every collapse in his life, is reframed not as a consequence of his decisions, but as a cruel twist of fate. He wasn't fired from his well-paying job because of the blatant theft, suicidal threats, or his own misconduct. He was wrongfully terminated. He isn't responsible for plunging his brother, mother, and father into financial ruin. It's simply unfortunate that they now bear the burden of mountains of debt. And even worse, Grant laments, is the fact that they wouldn't stop reminding him of these realities, that they continue to confront him with the uncomfortable truth that he siphoned away their retirement savings to finance a delusional online fantasy, instead of just letting it go. In Grant's distorted calculus, being forced to confront the consequences of his own actions, having his family point out that he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on a cam model from fucking Bulgaria and lied to them repeatedly, and then refused to take even the most basic steps towards reclaiming his own life, is somehow a greater injustice than anything he had done. Given this worldview, it follows naturally in his mind that he might as well be blamed for their murders too. Oh, Mr. Grumpy Raincloud, I'm sure it's so hard. And tellingly, when the accusation is placed before him, he doesn't react with outrage. He doesn't fight fervently to clear his name. He doesn't bristle with righteous indignation. Fuck this fucking line. He doesn't bristle with righteous indignation. Fuck yes, I said it that time. As an innocent person almost certainly would. Instead, he lets the accusation wash over him passively, like a piece of seaweed, almost wearily, as if it were just one more disappointment to be endured, no different than the scoldings he received for stealing their futures. Oh well. Fucking Eeyore over here. Psychologically, this response is deeply revealing. It shows a man who does not differentiate between being confronted with his selfishness and being accused of slaughtering his family. Both in his mind are simply further evidence of how unfair the world is to him. Grant's detachment is not strength. It's not stoicism. It's the logical endpoint of a life lived without accountability, when even the gravest of accusations registers only as another burden unfairly placed upon his perpetually victimized shoulders. His weak, tepid, seaweed shoulders.
Do you regret doing this to each one of your family members?
I didn't do that to each one of them.
Who did?
Who
has such an axe to grind with your family that they shot him twice in the head, him in the head, and her? Who has it? Here, you sit in my seat for a minute. Sit in my seat. Get out of it. Here, sit right here. Come here. Sit right here. Get out of that seat. Sit right there for me. Sit on it. Look at it. Look at it from our side. Look at it from our side. Think of it from the way we look at it. Independent. What are we here for? One thing. The blindfolded ladies with justice. Justice is all we're here for. Justice. Look at it. Who has a motive? Who has a motive to hurt your family? You could say Jason, but we already know what Jason was. I can account for every bit of Jason's activity. Every bit of it. Jason gave a statement. What's the first thing we looked at? Is Jason telling the truth? Can we verify what he told us? And in quick succession, we did. He said I was XXXXS, and he went, yep, he sure was.
And we know exactly when Cody left work.
And know when Cody got home. And know when Cody stopped answering his phone. And know when bills were paid. And knows when vehicles left. And know when phones tagged hotspots. Know it all. Know every bit of it. Now it's time for you to admit to what you know. Because you're saying, I didn't do something, I don't know something. It's an easy thing to say to yourself, but you can't say it to us. Because facts and evidence don't lie. I've done everything I can do to get to the bottom and the truth. And we're not getting there. But I promise you down at some point, the facts will get there. And then you're going to ask, hey, can I talk to you and tell you what happened? And the answer is no. After we walk out of the room, like I said, it's done. There is not a second chance. There's one time to make a first impression. You heard that one before? This is it. I believe you're not a bad guy. I do. I believe you want to tell us what happened. And there's a reason this got so bad. There's a reason. That's all I'll say.
I don't have anything else that I can say. I mean, I don't don't have the answers
That you can say or want to say?
that I can say. I mean, I don't know. I know from sitting over here what it looks like. I mean, it's just like when I was accused of the whole grand theft thing. And then it's, you know, everything from security cameras and all this other stuff for saying this, that, and the other, but then there's nothing that showed that I had done anything wrong.
So again, Grant insists that there was nothing that actually showed that he had done anything wrong, despite the fact that he admitted to stealing the drugs and only stated that he had used them on patients at the hospital who were being undermedicated. He goes so far as to discount security camera footage of him stealing, because in his mind, that doesn't show him, quote, doing anything wrong, unquote, aka using the drugs on himself, so the theft was okay.
And I don't know what else I can say.
So what they accused you of, you didn't do?
The grand theft thing?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Two things that happened here today. Two things. You're a guy swimming out in the middle of the ocean, and we're going to give you one of two things based on you. You can have a life preserver to keep from drowning, or you get the boat anchor. Which one do you want? Because we will give you whichever one you ask for. The life preserver, the boat anchor.
No, I want the life preserver, but I've said everything that I can.
You want it, and I believe you do, but you have not said everything you can say. Be careful of locking yourself into something, because just like this, you've locked yourself into, I was down on Fort Christmas. That's where me and Cody met, which we've proven to be a lie. We already knew that. We already knew that wasn't true. But I'm going to let you say it. I'm going to let you say what you want to about being honest in here. And at some point, we will pick that apart of why you're not honest and what physical evidence shows to be. What physical evidence shows to be. If you want to be honest, this is it. This is the time right now to be honest. You see, if I can say what you're saying what you want to say to me right now, just like you wanted me to believe that you were down on Fort Christmas down the road with Cody, that you wanted to. That's what you wanted me to believe. And there's a reason you were being deceptive to me, because it doesn't matter where you met him and had this conversation. If you lie about something small, you lie about something big. You're being deceptive over something that doesn't matter if you met him down the road or not. There's no reason to lie about where you met him at. This is it. Your one chance in the rest of your life to be honest about this right here. You say, I've told you what I can tell you. You told me what you want me to know, just like you told me what you wanted me to know about that, and for Eva to know what you want to know about that. But it's not true. Just like you want to tell me what you want me to know about this. I get this. I get that. I don't get that. I don't get that. I don't get it. I don't. One, I get. I understand. She didn't bully you. She didn't belittle you. She didn't run you into the ground. Nor did he. I don't get it. But this is it. Because you're just about, I've kind of got a number in my mind that I'm going to get up and I'm going to walk out and we'll take our stuff and be on our way, and you're going to go the way you go. But there will be a time where you ask for that life preserver. I can't give it to you. I can't. Once I cross a line I got to step over, can't do it. Won't do it. Think about that. I want to talk to her for a minute. Think about the last life preserver I can give you. Think about it. Take a few minutes just to reflect on it, and then we'll come back to you in a couple of minutes, and then we'll go from there. And what happens is what happens. Fair enough?
Grant was left in the interrogation room for another 10 minutes, with the photos of his murdered family sitting directly in front of him. He refused to look at the images, and instead sat hunched over, with his hands clasped in front of him. Grant would remain in the interrogation room for 4 more hours, trying to accept his fate. His surviving brother, Jason, was eventually sent into the room to try and elicit some kind of response, but Grant stood firm in the fact that he had not killed their family, and he had no idea what had happened. A short time after the interview, Grant would be arrested and charged for the murders, to which he pleaded not guilty. His attorney argued that Grant was innocent due to the lack of physical evidence found against him in the home, and that even though he was the only possible person with motive to kill the family, because no physical evidence was found linking him to the murders, it was entirely possible that he had no part in the crime. The jury would eventually find Grant guilty and sentence him to life without the possibility of parole. That said, recently his name has been back in the headlines, as it was revealed that he'd been exchanging romantic text messages with Victoria Goodwin. Victoria, for those who don't know, is the wife of Aaron Goodwin, one of the stars of Ghost Adventures. Goodwin had begun a non-physical affair with Grant, after, of course, watching the Paramount Plus docuseries on the Amato family murders, something about how he did nothing but jerk off like a gooner for 6 months before killing his entire family seemed to really speak to her, and she began to correspond with Grant in prison, of course. And from there, the relationship grew. But given Victoria was married, the two began to problem solve the only way they knew how, through murder. I mean, it worked so well the first couple of times. Their plans were discovered when the phone Amato had been using to talk to Victoria was confiscated by prison guards. But we'll get there when we get there. With all of that said, if you've made it to this part of the video, thank you for watching. We hope we have covered this case to your liking so far, but if we haven't, let us know in the comments down below. If you would like to see more videos from us in your YouTube feed, like, comment, and subscribe. If there's a video you would like to see us make or a case you want to bring more attention to, let me know by emailing me at dreading.official@gmail.com. Remember, stay safe.